All right, good morning, everyone. It's Friday, June 25th, 2021, 8:05 a.m. We are in the Rowlett Community Center conference rooms for our two-day annual strategic planning sessions. As authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, this meeting may be convened in a closed executive session for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney on any agenda item herein. The City of Rowlett reserves the right to reconvene, recess, or realign the regular session and call the executive session in order of business anytime prior to adjournment. If you'd like to provide comment from the meeting, please send an email to citizeninput@rowlett.com by 4 p.m. the day before the meeting and specify the agenda item. Your comment will be read during the meeting, limited to 3 minutes. We're not taking any comments during the regular meeting. Do you have comments?
Several.
Do you want me to read them? Okay. Thank you.
Citizen input emails from Steve. From Bob Maxwell. If the council considers funding for trails in the strategic planning session, a request that such plans not include trails on any areas behind single-family homes. This is from Nancy Street of Rowlett. Honorable Mayor and Council, I respectfully request that these comments be read into the record of the strategic planning meeting. Trails and parks are important communities for all residents. That said, in place of planning projects to improve the quality of life for all of us, please consider the location of public access trails and how they impact adjacent residents. Recently discussed options for the place of trails all the way from single-family homes will allow and encourage public access in the areas between the private backyards of those homeowners and their private lakes and public docks. This will create significant issues for the city of the homeowners related to security of personal property, reliability, maintenance of tenure land, and enrichment on homeowner privacy. Please keep in mind those who have invested in permanent structures in the mainland, lakefront, and reconsider any plans to build public access roads on the paved areas behind our single-family homes. This same email was received from Brandon Bonds, Dr. Stephen Horowitz, and Joe Riley. If the council considers funding for trails in the strategic planning session, I request the location of these trails. In addition, I request that such plans not include trails on paved areas behind single-family homes. This same email was received from Jeff Schenker, Mark Cross, William Wright, and Thomas Schenker. I request that these, in planning projects to improve the quality of life for Rowlett citizens in the year ahead, please keep in mind those who have invested in and maintained the lakefront for many years, and please reconsider any plans to build public access trails on the paved areas behind our single-family homes that would infringe on our privacy and bring a myriad of problems for our neighborhoods. From Rhonda Wolf. As goals plans are set, please take into consideration the requests of your homeowners on lakefront properties, maps indicate potential plans for public trails behind single-family homes. We, the homeowners, have invested in and maintain that lakefront property. Public access trails on the paved areas behind our single-family homes would infringe on our privacy and bring a myriad of problems for our neighborhoods. This is from Paul Daniel. It is my understanding that a budget planning session is scheduled. Since voters did not approve the bond to fund them, please do not fund these road trails. From Jim Wolf. Also, a duplicate message that was read earlier regarding tagline and trails behind private residences. Asa Casavilla. In planning projects to improve the quality of life for Rowlett citizens in the year ahead, please keep in mind those who have invested in and maintained the lakefront for many years, and please reconsider any plans to build public access trails on the paved areas behind our single-family homes that would infringe on our privacy and bring an area of problems to our neighborhoods. Philip and Asa Cascadilla, father and son, we have lived on the rain-covered lakefront since 2002 and will live here for the rest of our lives, including my 3 daughters. P.S. We have 9 lakefront homes on the rain-covered total. And these 2 properties specifically will be affected now with the drought.
Thank you, Laura. And thank you, citizens, for writing it. So, do you have opening remarks? Do you want me to have opening remarks?
Sorry, Mayor. I was going to ask if you wanted to kick it off, and then I have some introductions.
Sure, I'll say a couple things. So welcome everybody. This is always a fun and exciting event every year. Done this for probably 9 years now. This will be my last one because I term out in May, so that's kind of sad. You know, we've done so much over the last several years, talked about that in the last meeting, but we really got some big rocks that really, you know, are going to affect us, you know, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years down the road. And we're kind of at that really important decision-making stage. So I'm sure we'll be talking not about just the next budget year, but you know, midterm and long-term strategies that we need in order to continue to make this just a beautiful community to live in. So thank you for being here, and let's all think strategically and think big, and then figure out how to tell staff how to implement it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor. So council, as the mayor said, we've been doing this for many, many years now. And, you know, everyone is different. So every time we get through, about the end of May into early June, I look over at my staff and I say, how the heck can we do all this? And so somehow or another, we figure a lot of it out. You guys help us figure a lot of it out. And that's why we do this, because we take this feedback and this input from this meeting, and then through July, we make final adjustments and tweaks, and then you get to see that when the city manager submits the proposed budget in early August. And then after that, we tweak a little bit more, and ultimately we end up with a plan that is good for our community. So what are we going to do? Just a couple things, 2 days. You know, we've got our water study update, which Dan Jackson is going to present. Some good news in there, so can't wait till we get to talk about that. The compensation study update, so Richard Jones, our HR director, will be doing that. Over the course of 2 days, our departments are going to be talking to you about their needs, their challenges, their goals, and all of this is intended to provide feedback every step along the way. This is the process. So ultimately, you know, what I would like to do by the end of today or the end of tomorrow is to get direction from you. And it may not be perfect direction. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to solve every problem of the world, but what feedback and input you give me is important. Then during our lunch today, we have what we call our council governance working lunch. I believe today we'll be talking about boards and commissions and various sundry topics. So, yes. And then tomorrow, we're going to be back on it. And our luncheon tomorrow with council, we're going to talk about the legislative update. And then hopefully in the afternoon, when we're exhausted and worn out, we're going to do something a little fun, which is we're going to talk about how to allocate the $6.8 million that we are going to be receiving from the American Rescue Plan Act. As you know, we've gotten the first half already in May, and then sometime next year we'll get the other half. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. And then at that point we'll do some wrap up. So departments we have told them, understand this is not a sprint, but each one has a certain time allotted. And if they stick to that, then everybody's goal. But if they go over it, we're going to yank them out of here. We're going to put somebody else in there that can stick to the clock. So help them do that. If you got questions, that's fine. You have something a little new this year, our priority-based budgeting notebook. Understand, a lot of work has gone into this. It's still not perfect, but we were able to use that this year, and we've been able to identify some opportunities, both things that we're going to recommend to you to reduce the budget, and then some other projects or programs that we think we need to study more. So from that perspective, it's doing exactly what we hoped it would do. It is a lot of work, and it's a beat down, and I know that, but I wanted you to have the original material so that as you start to look through, there may be questions you have. The departmental discussion is where you should pause to ask about that. So if you have a specific project or program, tell me what we're going to do in this area, and you're looking at that, stop. You can ask the director, and they'll explain at that point. There'll also be some wrap-up stuff that we're going to talk about it too as well. So, So in terms of what we're going to hear this weekend, obviously, the good news, the economy continues to improve. Construction activity continues. Revenues are increasing, although at a slower rate, at least in the property tax values. We have a long-range plan to help with our water rates. You guys, that's the water district settlement last year, so that'll be our plan. We have an opportunity to address sewer rates, which you're going to hear from Dan here in just a little bit. And then obviously the allocation of the $6.8 million from the American Rescue Plan. Bad news, we can't do it all. And y'all seen this mantra before, so I won't read it all again, but everybody wants something or needs something, and so we can't do it all, but that's nothing new. And therefore, as the mayor said, we need to be strategic with our discussions and our choices. So, let's see, no perfect answer, but we do have some resources. We have resources and we have some opportunities. All right, so at this point, if you'll pull up Dan Jackson. Dan, come on up. Y'all know Dan, you remember him from before. So, as you know, each year, Dan does a update of our water and sewer master, or I should say our rate plan. And so this year is no different. Last 2 years in a row, because of this analysis, we've been able to reduce the water rate by 5%. 2 years in a row we've done that. This year, our focal element will be on sewer, but I think there's some good news you're going to hear from Dan. So, sir?
Thank you.
Dan, you have a mic here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dan Jackson, Vice President of Wildan Financial Services, and I have with me Mr. Dan Lanning of Wildan as well. It is not true that in order to work for Wildan you have to be named Dan, but it's just a nice coincidence. Anyway, as Brian indicated, I've had the privilege of being the city's water and wastewater rate consultant for the last 15 years. Being a rate consultant can sometimes be a thankless job because a lot of times you have to bring bad news to clients. You have to tell them about increasing costs and the need to increase rates in order to meet the needs of the future. I think today we're going to see something a little bit different, and that is the result of a direct result of a lot of the very difficult decisions that you as a council has made in the last 10 years or so. Raising water and sewer rates is not an easy thing to do, but it's a necessary thing to do. At the same time, you have experienced a lot of growth, and that is going to benefit your rate plan in the future, as we're going to see. Since I'm incapable of giving any kind of presentation without using PowerPoint slides, I'm going to go through a few of them today. I'm going to talk a little bit about where your rates are, and then I'm going to give you an update on your customer and account growth. Then we'll talk about your revenue requirements, and then we'll present to you our proposed water and wastewater rate plan for the next several years. So, what I want to do is I want to dive into this by talking directly about what's happened in the city of Rowlett over the last year. Last year was a very unusual year, as you might imagine. COVID hit, shut down a lot of cities. What has been interesting about the impact of COVID on water and sewer utilities, and we've been asked to look at this from many of our Dallas-Fort Worth clients, like Plano and McKinney and other clients of that nature, is that you haven't seen the adverse impact on the water utility that you might have expected. Part of the reason for this is that since more people were at home last year, they were at home using water and sewer service. And so you actually saw revenues go up for many water and sewer utilities around the country. That's been one of the few, maybe the only, benefits of the whole COVID explosion. What has also happened? Well, your residential growth has actually exceeded what our forecast was for last year. You're growing at a faster pace than what was anticipated. Secondly, your multifamily growth has absolutely exploded. And your usage and your revenues are significantly greater than your forecast. Remember one very important thing about the water and sewer business. It is a bulk-based business. Remember, water is a commodity like anything else. The more you sell, the less you have to charge per unit that you sell. Your growth has exploded, your multifamily units have come in, they're buying a lot more water, so guess what? That has relieved the pressure on your other customers. Another benefit is that for the second year in a row, North Texas Municipal Water District has decided not to increase their volumetric rate. And it's not going to last forever, but let's enjoy it while we can. I'm also going to show you in a few minutes the impact of the new contract that has been very beneficial to the city of Rowlett. Another benefit is that the way you have structured your debt service on your existing water and sewer debt is such that you have a lot of current debt that's going to be rolling off in the next couple of years. You're going to have to issue additional debt to service growth, repairs, and restructuring of your system. But the way you have it structured is that as your current debt rolls off, you're going to be issuing new debt, and your total burden is not going to significantly increase on your customers. Look, that's just plain good financial management. You know, taking advantage of the cash opening up by retiring current debt enables you to issue new debt, make additional investments in your system without a adverse impact on your ratepayers. All of these factors are benefiting your rate plan. Okay. I'm going to get this right by the end of the presentation. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your current rates. What do you charge for water and sewer service? Well, you charge for water and sewer service two ways. You charge a minimum charge, and then you charge a volumetric rate. Your minimum charge for your 5/8" customers, which is the vast majority of your customers, is $22 a month. You then charge a volumetric rate of $3.55 per 1,000 gallons for the first 3,000 gallons. Then it goes up to $5.76 for between 3,000 and 15,000, and $7.20 above 15,000 gallons. The big benefit of this rate structure is that it encourages conservation by charging more for higher volumes of usage. And there's an old economic principle that says if you raise the price of something, you get less of it. So if you charge a higher rate for larger amounts of water usage, you're going to get people to conserve their water usage. But also importantly, you charge the lowest rate for the lowest volume of usage. So your lower income and your fixed income people typically, not always, but typically use less water. And so they pay less for it. So it's kind of a double benefit. You know, you're encouraging conservation and you're not disproportionately burdening your lower income and your fixed income people. Your non-residential class is a flat rate of $5.76, which is typical. And then on the wastewater side, you charge a minimum charge of $22.81 and a volumetric rate of $5.62. So, how do your rates compare to your other communities? We know that there's been a lot of discussion in the city over the last several years about how the city of Rowlett's rates are supposedly disproportionate to what other people here in the Metroplex pay. That's not really the case. If you look at this chart, you see that for 7,500 gallons of water and wastewater service, which is a typical monthly usage amount for a residential customer, a customer in Rowlett pays $123.51. Now look, you are higher than some of your neighbors. You're higher than Frisco and Allen and Rockwall and McKinney. You're a little bit higher than the average in the Metroplex. But you are within $4 to $5 of many of your immediate neighbors. You're actually less than Farmersville, Princeton, and Fayette. You're just about equivalent to Royce City. You're just about equivalent to Saxe and Garland and Mesquite. As you can see from this chart, you're within a couple of dollars of all of them. Now keep this in mind. The average water and sewer utility raises its rates by 5 to 6% every year. So over the next 4 to 5 years, all of these cities are going to be raising their rates, some of them pretty substantially. You are not. That's a preview of what's coming. So, now this is a commercial comparison. From a commercial standpoint, you're actually a little bit below the average. You can see a commercial customer that uses 25,000 gallons of water and sewer service a month here in Rowlett pays $395. That's a little less than the state average of $404, and it's less than or equivalent to a lot of your neighbors. Look, The purpose of a rate comparison is not to say, well, our rate is higher than someone else's or our rate is lower than others. It is to determine whether your rates are disproportionate to what other customers are charging. You clearly are not. If you're within $4 to $5 of the vast majority of your neighbors, and you are, you cannot make the argument that you're the highest rates around or that people are disproportionately financially burdened here. It just simply is not the case.
You said state average, that's just an average of the cities listed, isn't it?
I'm sorry, you're correct. That's the average of the cities listed. I
Okay, I just
inadvertently
wanted
said
to
state
clear
average.
that up before we move any further.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
We don't want to know the state average.
Okay. But we want, one thing about state averages, Texas is an awfully good state. Keep this in mind also about rate comparisons. 30 to 40% of utilities charge rates that don't cover their costs. So just because a neighboring utility's rates are lower than yours, that doesn't necessarily mean that they run a more efficient operation or that they have lower costs. It might very well mean that they have decided to subsidize their water and sewer operation from their general fund. Now, that's not illegal to do that, but it's not necessarily good financial policy, because every dollar that is spent subsidizing the water and sewer operation is a dollar that is not available for other city services. Police, fire, parks and rec, roads. So, what the city of Rowlett has always done is maintain a policy of ensuring that people pay what it costs you to provide water and sewer service. Water is a product like anything else. And so it's not generally good business to sell a product for less than what it costs you to make it. You don't do that. Many other cities do. That's why rate comparisons are not always fair or reasonable. Okay, let's take a look at your growth. You had some great growth here. In 2018, you had 21,799 accounts. Today, now you're at 25,274. You're growing at a rate of over 1,000 accounts a year. And you're expected to continue to experience a 800 to 1,000 account growth over the next 4 to 5 years. Now, some of that is multifamily. In fact, a fairly good portion of it is multifamily. But again, water is a bulk product. The more customers you have, the less you have to charge to each of your customers for that service. This is your water usage. Water usage, of course, bounces around a little bit every year because of weather. In some years, like 2018, it was a little warmer. In other years, like 2019, it was a little cooler. So water is going to bounce up and down as a result of that. But as you can see, in the current year, you're slated to spend or sell about 2.17 billion gallons of water. And that amount is expected to increase to 2.5 billion gallons by 2030. The good news is that's a more aggressive forecast than we had last year. Last year we forecasted by 2030 you'd only have 2.4 billion gallons of water. So your growth has exceeded last year's expectations. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your costs.
Can I stop you there? You did the comparison to other cities at 7,500 gallons of water
Right.
per month. Historically, we've asked you to show us, 2,500, 5,000, 7,500, whatever the numbers are. Do you have that? It doesn't have to be in this presentation, but when you send this to us, I'd like to know that for additional usage amounts.
And is that taking, do you want us to update it with the proposed rates that he's
We'll
proposing
figure
today?
that out in a minute.
Okay.
I'm
I have
asking.
it as of today. Today's
Ready?
rate. I do have it ready as of today's rates for all cities and our current rate.
At different levels of usage, but it's not in this presentation.
Correct, it's not.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting comparison too, because you look at, there are certain cities, Plano is one classic example of it. Plano's rate for the first 3,000 gallons that they sell is 65 cents per 1,000 gallons. Their philosophy has been that they have a lot of retirees in their city, so they want to take care of the retirees by charging them a very low rate. But if you get over 20,000 gallons in Plano, you're paying like $9 per 1,000 gallons. So they have a very, very aggressive inverted block rate. So if you do a rate comparison of 2,500 gallons, Plano's going to be the lowest. If you do a rate comparison of 20,000 gallons, Plano's going to be one of the highest.
We've done this every year, we see that. But it's important that we understand all the different increments, not just
Absolutely.
7,500.
So, you know, as we did our update this year, we did what we always do. We assume that many of your expenses are going to continue to go up at inflation rates. Cost of everything goes up by 3% a year, so it's reasonable to assume that some of your expenses are going to continue to go up. But, and then of course, some of your expenses are going to go up at higher than inflation rates. But the key factors that drive the rate train here in the city of Rowlett are as follows. One, your need to continue to invest in your system. We're assuming that you're going to continue to issue about $7 million a year in debt to fund capital improvements for your water system. Now keep this in mind when you issue debt. Nobody likes to issue debt, of course, but it costs millions and millions of dollars to build a water system. It costs millions of dollars to push water through your city to get it to your end user. And a well-run city, and Rowlett certainly is a well-run city, has to recognize that you have to make these investments to ensure that you continue to have a superior quality of water and wastewater service. Look, low rates is a great goal to have. Everybody wants the rates to be as low as possible. But the well-run city has to balance the desire to keep rates low with the need to ensure that your system is run properly. We work for some clients that have incredibly low rates, just very, very low. But they also have systems that are basically falling apart because they don't put any money. They have low rates because they don't put any money into their system. Is that a better way to run a water system? Not necessarily. So the balancing act has to be taken into consideration. And so the city has long expressed the need to do a $7 or so million bond issue every year. In addition, you fund a portion of your system through pay-as-you-go. And that's good. You know, you want to balance pay-as-you-go with bond issuances. I like to equate it to like running your household budget. You know, everybody makes their own individual decisions about how much credit card debt they have, how much mortgage debt they have. The answer is going to be different for everybody, but I've always said that I think you manage your finances very, very appropriately here. Okay, this is your water and sewer system, you know, test year or current year budget, you know, budgeted expenses. What really jumps out of this chart is that the vast majority of the expense of running your water operation is North Texas Municipal Water District and the City of Garland. North Texas is 77% of your water costs. So when they do something like say, we're not going to increase the rates, or we're going to change the contract, that has a big impact on your utility. Same thing true with Garland. Garland is 71% of your wastewater costs. So whatever they do with regards to increasing their treatment rate is going to directly impact what your total costs are going to be. Okay, this is some of the good news that Ryan promised me at the beginning of this. Look at this. North Texas did not increase their rate last year, and they've already said they're not increasing their rate this year. That's really, really good. I don't think they've ever gone 2 years in a row without an increase. That's the good news. Unfortunately, it's not going to last forever because they've already sort of put you on notice that they're going to start doing increases again next year. So let's plan for that. Okay. I know most of you are familiar with the fact that North Texas fundamentally restructured their contract with their member cities and their customer cities last year. Without getting into all the details, let me just tell you that the former contract was a take-or-pay contract where a city was obligated to buy the amount of water that they purchased on the highest purchase year that they have. So if you're a city and one year most years you use 2 billion gallons of water, but 1 year it got really, really hot and really dry, like say 60 plus days of over 100-degree weather, and your water usage spiked up to 3 billion gallons, you are therefore obligated to buy 3 billion gallons of water every year in the future. The city of Rowlett had a take-or-pay amount of 3.1 billion gallons. That was your take-or-pay. Most years, you don't purchase anywhere near that amount from North Texas. You just had an unusually dry year a few years ago. Well, the contract was restructured to phase in a five-year, or was it a 7-year? 5 year rolling average. There's so many different alternatives when I can't keep them all straight. But a 5-year rolling average is now in the process of being phased in. What that means is now you pay based on an average of your last 5 years. Now that's going to be phased in over a number of years. But if you look and you see the line, first of all, the bar parts are the forecast water purchases. 2.5 billion gallons by 2025, 2.8 billion gallons by 2030. Your take or pay was 3.1 billion gallons under the old contract. Under the new contract, it's going to slowly go down to 2.8 billion gallons. So here's the benefit. In 2030, under the old contract, you'd be paying for 3.19 billion gallons of water, even though you're only going to use 2.8 billion gallons. But under the new contract, you're only going to pay basically for what you buy. So that's actually going to benefit you. And our estimate is that that's going to save the city of Rowlett $4 million over the next 7 to 8 years. And quite frankly, the savings will be even greater as you continue to grow in the future. So the new contract, in our opinion, is a benefit to the city of Rowlett. Garland is a little bit tougher to tell because they don't do a lot of they don't release a lot of forecasts. But we're projecting that they're going to increase their rates by probably about 4 to 5% every year over the next decade. Okay, here's your capital improvement plan funding. Again, $7 million of debt every year with some pay-as-you-go. You've spent a little bit more this year for pay-as-you-go because you did a special $1.8 million transfer. You're not going to do as much in future years, but the rate plan completely continues to assume the fact that you're going to continue to make aggressive investments in building and maintaining your water and sewer system. Now this is one of the key charts because this is your current and your future principal and interest annual debt payments. The blue is your current and the red is your forecast. As you can see, as you continue to issue more debt, the red gets bigger and bigger, because that's your $7 million of annual debt. But look at the blue. It grows a little bit in the next few years, but then it starts to drop off pretty significantly in 2025. So the result is by 2025, your debt service is going to be barely more than it is today, even though you will have issued $35 million of additional debt. That's why I say this is good financial management, because you're able to issue all that debt and make all that investment, and it's not going to impact your ratepayers to any significant extent. This very colorful chart here shows your overall cost of service. The takeaway from this chart, and it's broken down into your operating expenses and your Garland purchases and your North Texas purchases. The takeaway is that by 2025, your total cost of service is $35.6 million. It's $33.5 million today. It's only $2 million more in 5 years, and you're going to expect it to have grown by 3,000 to 4,000 accounts by then. So your expenses are barely growing over the next 5 years. So, what's the bottom line? The bottom line is as follows. Because your growth has been better than expected, because your expenses have not increased as much as expected, because the North Texas costs have remained frozen, we are recommending the following. We're recommending that you make no change at all in your water rates. And we're forecasting that you're not going to need to change your water rates for the next 4 years. Keep them where they are today through the year 2025. Furthermore, and this is something I very rarely get to do, so I'm really enjoying myself right now. Then, we're recommending that you reduce your wastewater rates by 3% in the coming year. Because of your revenue windfall, due to the higher than expected growth, we think you can lower your wastewater rates by 3% this year, keep it fixed next year. Now, right now, we're preliminarily projecting that you're going to need a 2% rate adjustment in 2024 and a 2% rate adjustment in 2025. That number is very, very tentative right now because we're continuing to assume that you grow fairly conservatively, and you've been really, really crushing it on your growth. If you continue to grow the way you have been, then I'm not really sure those 2% rate adjustments are even going to be necessary in 2 to 3 years from now. Right now, I'm on the record as saying, as the way things look right now, you probably need it, but let's continue to see and let's continue to examine it because you may very well not need it. So, there's a lot of numbers on this chart because this is your forecast water rate structure. There's a lot of numbers, but if you'll notice, they're all the same. Every year, the rates don't change for the next 4 years. Here's your wastewater rates. Effective October 21, we recommend that you reduce your wastewater minimum charge from $22.81 to $22.13. We recommend that you reduce your volumetric rate from $5.62 to $5.45. We recommend the same thing for multifamily, and we recommend the same thing for your non-residential. They've got a different volumetric rate, but we also recommend reducing that. That's a 3% across the board rate reduction. We recommend no change in October of 2022, and right now, nominal increases in 2023 and 2024. So what does that mean? Well, this chart right here is a depiction of what the impact is at various usage levels. The average customer here uses about 7,000 gallons a month. So 7,500 gallons of water and sewer service, that person who is paying $123.51 pays $1.95 less, about $2 a month less under this plan. If you use 5,000 gallons, you pay about $1.50 less. If you use 3,000 gallons, you pay about $1.19 less. Commercial customers who use greater amounts of water benefit even more. They pay $5 to $10 less. No change in 2022. In 2023, a nominal increase, and in 2024, a nominal increase. But what's really interesting about this is that it shows that by 2024, the average rate is forecast to be about the same as it is right now. So essentially, you're looking at no increase for the next 4 years. Now, everybody else is going to be doing increases. I can guarantee you that. I know that because particularly here in the Metroplex, we do a lot of rates for a lot of the other cities. And they're all increasing. So, while there is a unjustified perception among some people that your rates are out of proportion or higher than everybody else's, that is not going to be the case much longer. Because by 2024, 2025, you're going to be either in the middle of the pack or probably below what everybody else is charging. Because while you're not increasing at all, virtually everybody else is going to be doing increases. So, I want to summarize, I hate to summarize because of all this good news, but I guess it has to come to an end. I do really want to compliment you for the very, very good position you're in right now. You know, in prior years, the city of Rowlett has made a series of very, very difficult decisions. You know, it's not easy to raise rates. It's very, very difficult to ask people to pay more. And you've done that because you have recognized that you need to invest in the future of the city. You need to ensure that you've got a good operating water system and that you've got the resources to meet the needs of growth. You've made those tough decisions in the past and it's paying off for you right now. Because the prior decisions that you made have resulted in an excellent financial condition for your water and sewer utility. So much so that you can now pass along some of the benefits to your customers. The rate reduction is due to the following factors. One, you have greater than expected growth, particularly for your multifamily accounts. Two, you've structured your debt very, very appropriately so that as your current debt rolls off, you can replace it with new debt without burdening your ratepayers. And finally, you've benefited both from North Texas's not increasing the rate and the new contract, which is actually benefiting the city of Rowlett. So, I do recommend, however, that you do continue to do these annual reviews. You know, you're in a very, very fluid situation right now. You're growing very quickly, your numbers are changing very rapidly. There is some uncertainty in the economy out there, you want to stay on top of it. But right now, it looks like you've got very good news in your water utility in the future. Let's continue to look at this every year, but the bottom line is that we recommend a 3% reduction in your wastewater rate and no change in your water rate. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
I have a question, comment. Great news, obviously, and agree that we've really done a good job managing our finances. I think this comment to staff, we got to do a better job changing the narrative on this. We don't do enough out there to inform the public where our rates are in comparison to our neighbors, and I think we need to do more on that. And it's not just, council people answering social media comments. I really think we need to do more as far as informing our public of where we're at on this. And then specifically to your recommendations, I agree with everything conceptually. We can talk about how much. One thing I don't agree with everything conceptually, I'm sorry. The one thing I don't agree with is the commercial side. We're below our neighbors' average. And I'm not so sure that we should be decreasing the commercial side at this time. Even if we left it as it is, we're still below the average of our neighbors. And we've always been a little bit behind on the commercial side, and our residential has had to pick up the slack for that. And I personally don't want to put more burden on residential as a result of reducing commercial at this time. That's just a comment I have.
I think you make a really good point there, because there are some cities, Plano is a good example that you mentioned, that they subsidize their residential with their commercial rates, which is really high, some of the highest in the area. And so I agree with you that we have really great commercial rates, and I don't see the point of reducing those. It would help out. It would help out our bottom line.
Other comments?
I'd like to see a strategy put together where we look at that exact scenario. If we had 3% reduction, actually 5% reduction for non-commercial users, then we do a commercial is flat and see what that looks like for us.
We could present both alternatives to the council at the final council meeting. Both would get the same amount of revenue, so it's really up to you to decide which one you prefer.
Yeah, and again, my point is we already have very favorable commercial rates, and our residential rates are at the higher end, so I think we need to shift some of that burden. Other thoughts, council?
Up in the menu revenue.
What do you think, Brian?
Mayor, I think you have an opportunity to tweak. I mean, it wouldn't be a wholesale change. But, what we're proposing, at least in this part of the discussion, is that commercial would remain flat. But still, they would benefit from the sewer. Remember, our residences already do get somewhat of a bonus in the sense that commercial has to pay for all the sewer they use, and residences cap out at 10,000 gallons. But I think that you have the opportunity to tweak it. I don't know that you get another 2% out of the residential rate. And even if you did, it's still just pennies. I mean, you saw a 3% reduction in sewer for, 7,500 gallons, it was like $1.95, I think. So maybe that gets you to $2.50. But again, every little bit counts. We'll do the analysis, and when we get to the budget work session in August, we'll have that discussion. I don't think it makes your commercial will go out of whack. And if we can kind of push a little bit more of that burden off of our residents, I think that's great news.
Any other ideas, council? Comments?
I think, Brian, to that point, I don't think it's just about money. It's also about perception. Because the perception is that we have the highest rates in the entire Metroplex. And to help fight that, if we can come back and say, we've now reduced your rates for 3 years in a row, and this is what we're doing for you, your council is working for you, your city's working for you. That's a powerful message that we need to start broadcasting a lot more than we are. And so, while it may be just a few pennies, that's less, it's less. And that's the message.
Well, I think that's a really good point, Vinny. And as we knew that we were going to be able to show you guys some good news. 3 years in a row, we will have reduced either the water or the sewer rate. And then for 4 years, we will not change the water rate and for 2 years, we will not change the sewer rate. That is going to let these other cities catch up or even get ahead of us. And so as a result, we're going to be in really good shape in a few years. And yet, and I know you probably caught it, but yet we're still going to increase our investment for pay-as-you-go by 10% per year. So not only are we doing $7 million a year in bonds, but we're also adding a couple $100,000 a year more for the pay-as-you-go capital maintenance. And I think because of that, we are in really good shape. And, and I know Dan's been involved with us for a long, long time, but I just want to remind everybody that it wasn't too long ago, coming out of the drought, when our cash was down to almost zero. And so it has taken a lot of difficult policy level decisions and a lot of strategy to get to where we are now. And because of the growth, it's allowing us some flexibility we haven't had for years. So we are in very good shape. But I hear the comment. We certainly can educate the public, should do that. We will prepare a campaign for that in July. And then once we start making some hard decisions in August, then we'll release it and we'll start communicating about that narrative. Okay, good news. Any other questions for Dan? All right, why don't we take just a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll turn it over to Richard.
Thank you.
I do if you're not using the mic.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I agree.
Hey, Brownie, you have any trouble hearing?
Huh?
All right, we're going to go ahead now and get started. Richard's going to go over the compensation study. And so we're ready to have that. You should have that in front of you, a paper, make whatever notes you need, and I'll turn it over to Richard.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We're going to go over where we measured in this fiscal year. Just a recap from the past. Every year, around March or April, we send out our salary survey, and have done that now for 5 continuous years. So you're going to see how it's benchmarked over that 5-year period. We made some progress in the first couple of years, and then we sort of slowed in doing that. Not that we're necessarily at a huge deficit, but we are at least running parallel, keeping up with where we've been. Just a reminder of the cities that we use. There are 18. They're listed there. Some of them are in North Texas, some of them South Texas, some are in the center of the Dallas metro. Each year we were I understand South Dallas, so South metro. So we compared 61 benchmark positions, which included all of police and fire sworn for those 18 Dallas metro cities. So here is our history over the last 5 years. You can see where we started in fiscal year 17, and then every year since we have measured those 18 cities, and you can follow the average variance, which is the percentage off the average pay for the 18 cities by the 3 different categories: police, fire, and open range. When we measured this year, you can see we were at 6.9% below the average pay for police, 5.88% below fire. The range was 6.5. When you blend that together, it's about 6.5% variance. Graphically, it looks like this. So you can see where we are for police with that average variance mean of minus 6.9. See where we are with fire, minus 5.88. Where we are for open range, minus 6.58. So we have several different, and I'm going to use the word options, but they're just ways that we can get back to having our employees closer to the average pay for the 18 cities. This scenario here brings us back as close to zero as possible without going out past the tenths. So in other words, when we did the percentage, I didn't go to the 100ths place to get it to exact zero for fire, health, and range, but it's within a very small amount. You can see that the adjustment is not exactly the same for every group. So to get police to zero, it's a 4.9% adjustment, and them moving through the steps of the step plan for police and fire. Remember, there are some people that are topped out, right? So people with the maximum will get the 4.9, they would not get a step. That blend ultimately gets us back to zero and makes up that 6.9% average below the 18 cities. Fire is 3.9% plus steps. That would get us back to almost to zero and make up that minus 5.88. The range is 4.6%, and then a merit adjustment would be put back in like we did in fiscal year 20 before COVID, and fiscal year 19, and would put us at almost zero and make up that minus 6.58. You can see the estimated cost is $1.8 million approximately to do that. This is just one potential pay option. If we did that, this is what police graphically look like. Remember, we measure in April. So in a perfect world, everything would happen all simultaneously, and we would go straight to zero like when you measure, but we don't do that. We're always a little bit in a lag, just like every other city that makes this determination, measures now. We're all asking each other exactly what pay adjustments are you going to make, what pay adjustments are you going to make, how are you going to adjust benefits. So it's a moving target, obviously. But if it was done as a snapshot at that moment in time that we measured, this is where we would end up. And you can see it takes us back, not exactly to the middle, but to the average pay between the 18 cities. Here's what fire would look like. And here's what open range would look like. Another option would be to not quite take us all the way to zero. And as we were making calculations, we still wanted to be close to that point. So every one of the groups, police, fire, and range here, are just slightly below 1%. In other words, they would be just slightly below the average pay of 18 cities. That cost is $1.5 million. And you can see that each one of the groups has a slightly different adjustment to get us to that different place. The goal here was to balance all three groups so that at the end of the day, we ended in the same place for all of them versus having some be closer to the mean or past the mean and have the same exact pay adjustment going forward. Remember, there's some variance with steps and there's some variance also with what the merit adjustment is for a person in the range. So some of this is contingent on performance evaluations and moving through the steps and who's here. So there's a little bit of variation in there. Ultimately, if you reduce the overall adjustment of the mark from the market to the steps and what open range ranges, the step also goes down, and so it's tweaked just a little bit, taking that down. But the cost is pretty close to what it would actually be if we had done it right at the time we measured it. The graphic representation of each one of the groups then would look like this. And you can see there's a different number for every city. That calculation had to be made to show how far off the mean we would be for each one of those. Fire. And open range. Another option would be about 1.5% below the average of the other cities. The total cost of that is approximately 1.3 million. Once again, you can see to bring all three groups to a similar average mean of minus about 1.5. Each group has a slightly different scenario of adjustments. 3.3, 2.3 for fire, 3% for open range. Still, the steps would be adjusted, and people would move through the steps and or get a merit adjustment if they're not maxed out in open range. Graphically, it looks like this. Still brings us back pretty close to the center of the 18 cities. Fire would look like. And open range. The next 8 slides are how it affects police and fire steps. If you will recall, in 2019, one of the questions that came up was entry pay and maximum pay. Were we competitive? We measured that way. So each one of the sworn ranks, starting with police officer, is shown here. So the current is in slight pink color or salmon. And then each one of those options moves up where the land is if we implement that option. So the lowest cost option is in sort of goldenrod color. The next one is the $1.5 million option, is in green. And then we did the option brings back to zero mean, or to the exact average. It's in the blue. Remember, when we move the steps, we move by the 4.9, the 4, so we move them by something different. The average pay in the first column is, remember, inclusive of merit adjustment and or steps. And so we're averaging that out, and it increases their pay by about 2% greater than just moving the steps. Before I go on, any question? Yes, sir.
I know prior years we tried to give them a 3% increase across the board for everybody. What is that figure? What is that total cost?
Would you like, so I don't have a number, I could get to a number for 3%, but each one of these has a slightly different amount for each group.
Right.
So if I go back.
I was just looking for comparison, you know.
Yeah. So we go back, at the lowest level, it's 3.3, 2.3, and 3, and that amount across the board costs, and I would have to factor out the piece of this that brings you back to the 5%, but it's approximately.
Probably north of $1 million.
Yeah, exactly. It's about.
It's probably just north of $1 million if you did.
That's what I was.
That's right. If we didn't do steps and the merit adjustments, then it's about half of the actual raise amount goes away, or a quarter of it.
Okay.
Here was the police officer. Here was sergeant pay, and show where we are currently with our peers, and then where it would end, depending on which one of those options were chosen. Lieutenant? Bring us back pretty close to the middle. I want to remind everybody that while we have fire EMT and it looks low sometimes, remember our goal in this city is to have paramedics, not necessarily EMTs. So most of the time, a EMT firefighter that starts with us becomes a paramedic sometime in the first 2 years. There was only really one exception. We have one employee who's been in EMT for 9 or 10, and that was something that he was chosen. But when we hire people, the goal here is that they're going to move past this level and become a paramedic, which our pay is very competitive in the paramedic range. And so right here, you can see as we go through this, where the current is, and where each one of the adjustments would put us, including where our entry point would be, which is pretty high for a paramedic. Driver engineer, last time, if you will recall, we made a fairly significant adjustment to this because we felt it was below. And so they're in a pretty competitive place. You can see where the average pay is, where it would end up, where entry pay is, and where maximum pay is. Our captain. Battalion chief. And then I wanted to just say a little bit about open range. So last time when we did merit adjustments, it was set up in such a way that if you meet, or if you're excelling and below the first quartile, you get 2.5% or up to 2.5%, excuse me. If you are very confident in meeting expectations, the goal below the first quartile is to bring new employees to the first quartile as fast as we can, as they become confident in their job. And that way, hopefully, they stay because their pay gets to a point where they can't just leave and move to another city. The biggest challenge in the last, I'd say, 30 days has been, we've actually had a couple of people go to work for Greenville, we've had a couple of people go to work for other cities, and we've hired people from other cities. We're all stealing from each other, unfortunately. The goal here would be to try to get those people up to that first quartile as fast as possible so it becomes less easy for them to just move between cities or go to another job. If you're above the first quartile, then it follows that percentage range that you see there. In fiscal year 20, the average adjustment was 2.03. And that was a blend of people below the quartile and people above the quartile. And you can see about half the open range employees are below the first quartile here because we have the challenge of turnover, which I'm going to talk about later when I talk about my department. And about half are above the first quartile. So that blend of adjustments between 2 and 2.5 is about 2% overall. And open for questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. So, with the latest issues, there's been some news articles about it out there with regards to public safety dispatchers and some of the challenges with their very low pay across DFW, across the country. I'm curious to get something similar later on in the future about how Rowlett compares to those 18 cities when it comes to dispatcher salary. I know that we've lost a lot of really good talent in the last couple of years. Not saying that's because of that, but I would be interested to see something like this, like a study like that, to show are we competitive or do we need to make more adjustments. I know that we a couple years ago added them to the STEP plan.
We did. So dispatchers actually have steps to the midpoint. After the midpoint, then they go into the regular range pay adjustment, merit, and so forth. But they do have a step plan that helps us remain competitive. And would, hopefully, they've generally been fully staffed now for about a year.
Go find wood. It's not wood.
For sure. People haven't stole ours. As you know, I've seen, the articles in the news too, also about Fort Worth, Dallas, and some places, not answering the phone very efficiently. But recently, we had somebody leave, but she was retiring. So one of the things that we have to account for is when somebody's time is there and they're ready, sometimes they move on. So we have to get ready to go up. We got a really awesome.
Well, that's good to hear. I wasn't aware. I was just, curious to see if we were having those issues here. So I'm glad to hear that we're not really having those issues.
Not at the moment, which is good, because everywhere I've ever worked, dispatchers will always been a challenge no matter what you do. The challenge for us right now is entry level. We all know we struggle with getting lifeguards, which we've got just about enough. Public works, entry level, parks, entry level, those are our real challenges right now. We're competing against, every other group. Hotels need to hire, restaurants need to hire. So there's definitely a correction going on. Hopefully it will finish itself and we'll be able to move on past it and do a good job.
So Richard, unbelievable analysis. Thank you very much. I think this is more comprehensive, succinct analysis than I've ever seen before. So I know there's a heck of a lot of work behind these slides.
And I can tell you that toward the end, I had to literally call some cities and just really be friendly about, please, give us your info, because I like to get it all. It's nice when you can say, I got all 18 cities, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes they don't want it, but we've been successful every time in doing that. But it takes a telephone call, and sometimes like Saxy, their HR person just completely left.
I mean, just getting the info is one challenge, but compiling it and making it make sense is a whole other one. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
The one comment I would make that I'm sure you all have seen, regardless of what level we pick, for the most part, it keeps us in the same place relative to the surrounding cities.
Yes.
So I guess that's good news.
I think so, because we're at least remaining competitive with the cities that are here. And, we lost employees, but they're not typically going, way far away to other cities. They're going to Fayette, Greenville, and Saxy, and we're taking somebody from Wiley and Biscayne. So, it's a rotation of, we're training employees, but they're not necessarily going a long way. Unless I did have someone relocate to Colorado, and not much I can do about that.
Yeah, we know that.
I know, I was like, please don't leave now, that's the worst time.
But, it's just interesting that at each level, it still puts us in the same slot.
It does, it doesn't really necessarily move us a great deal past the next group.
So, this is a lot of money. We
Yes.
always have this issue of, we need to retain our talent, we need to pay fair competitive wages, we need to, make sure we're being fair to our current employees, and then we have staffing needs too, so it's a
Balance
very,
there, yeah.
very, very tough issue.
Agreed.
Not one that we'll solve in this session. We'll have to look at it with the overall decision making, I would think. Comments, other comments, council?
Richard, you mentioned that we're still having an issue with kind of the maintenance level workers.
Yes.
Is there a analysis or a plan that you're going to bring to us similar to what we did last year? So mid-year, we did a bump and tried to address that issue. I'm just wondering, what's the plan for that, knowing that that's a huge issue for us?
I believe we're going to work with, especially Public Works, to see maybe if we can redesign how the entry-level job is. And what I mean by that is, maybe we don't have 1, 2s, and 3s, which is something that was created here. Maybe we have a maintenance specialist, and instead of it necessarily being designated a level, perhaps your pay is based on your skill set, right? And then maybe the next level is an operator, which is somebody who can run equipment. And maybe that gives us some flexibility at that entry to pay them more if you walk in the door and say, I have these water licenses, I can run a backhoe this way. Something tangible we can measure. I have my CDL license already. So yes, but it takes a lot of work to try to redesign and change your overall methodology. And plus we have maintenance specialists in other departments. You've got to deal with parks, and you've got to deal with 3 or 4 that work in the meter services. And So we gotta work that out, how that might look and how we might get pay up another $1 or $2. But remember, everybody else is doing the same thing. I hear it every Thursday. Every other Thursday, we have an HR call, hundreds of people across the state. There are some of them advertising on billboards. They've gone to places that, I'm not sure that necessarily works. I remember when they used to do that for police officers, in Dallas couldn't find police, they do billboards. So, but we're gonna try to think outside the box. We are giving a referral amount if you bring us somebody and they stay. So maybe and only for the jobs that are critical, not just every job.
Okay, thank you.
So, Richard, I do have a question relating to entry-level employees. Are we using sign-on bonuses to attract new people?
So, the word bonus, government usually, it is met with some, it probably needs to be something else, but here's the challenge. If I give you something and you come in and how does that work for the past, in other words? And how does that work? What jobs do you really do that for? So being fair and equitable across the organization is kind of a challenge. That's why we thought, okay, well, you refer somebody and they stay, we're going to reward an existing employee for that versus the person walking in the door. But it's always a possibility. I don't see very much in government necessarily, but we could.
I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah,
how we can attract people to that. And I certainly think that referrals are a great way to reward our existing employees. And we have other ways to reward them for performance, but we just have such big gaps in those entry-level positions, and I don't think that's going to change anytime real soon.
I think we got a 7 or 8 9 period of transition back to, they don't get more employment than they make at their job right now until extra unemployment with the government stops. They can actually get maybe up to $900 a month. So it's hard when you have an entry-level job, folks are making 600, 700. We should be a week.
Yeah.
The challenge, that's one of our challenges. About how do we overcome that?
And I don't know if you call it a sign-on bonus, maybe there's
got to be another term for something, right? Maybe it's a retention amount where if you come and stay 6 months, we'll give you this amount of money.
Yeah.
And one of the challenges that we did to kind of overcome that is we just kicked off in the last 3 weeks the employee referral bonus. And we've had some success from that.
Yeah, so far, there's going to be 2.
Yep, a couple of good referrals, and I will tell you guys that last night I got a text message from Greenville. Call me when you get a chance. And Greenville isn't one of our comparative cities, but we trade a lot of employees back and forth with Greenville. We still theirs, they still ours. It's just the nature of the beast. And they are having the exact same problem, and every city is having the exact same problem, and every private business is having the exact same problem of hiring entry-level workers. Whataburger was closed this week overnight because they just don't have enough people to work, and there's just not the applications out there. Poor Amanda Mitchell has been trying to hire a meter reader, and she got 8 applications for a meter reader position. And 2 of them didn't show up, 1 or 2 didn't even show up for their interview.
And usually she'll get upwards of 150
Yeah,
applicants in within
So,
a week.
it's that the workforce just isn't there to apply for those jobs.
Yeah.
And so it's a real challenge. Aaron's having the same problem, Gary's having the same problem, but our neighboring cities are all having that problem because that level of workforce doesn't exist right now. They can get better jobs because everyone is hiring. Every restaurant has a sign in the door. Literally, we had lunch yesterday at Buffalo Bill's, and they had 1 waitress in the restaurant at lunch. And there were 13 of us, plus 4 or 5 more tables, and they had 1 waitress in the restaurant. So it's just such a challenge, and hopefully, some of the additional unemployment services that are scheduled to stop tomorrow will help with that, because people will start going back out looking for a job. But a lot of those entry-level folks can afford to sit on the couch right now and apply for 3 jobs a week and not show up for interviews, and it's a challenge. So, and it's a challenge in every industry, not just ours.
I used to have a friend in Arkansas who lost his job, and he said, I'm not going back until they take it away.
But we have kicked off the employer referral.
We did.
We have a couple of successes, which we're super excited about. That's very recent. We sent it out organization-wide, so anybody can qualify for it. Doesn't matter what position they apply for. It doesn't have to be a Parks guy referring a Parks guy. So hopefully we'll see some additional success with that. And that way we really get to benefit our existing employees too, which is a huge bonus, so.
So I assume we will pick this back up when we look at the overall budget presentation. I know you were out of the room, Brian, but I made a comment earlier, I don't think this is the time or place to draw conclusions until we look at the big picture. Do you agree with that?
That is correct, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right, I'll be prepared to answer them.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
and your staff.
Good job. Okay, Mayor, at this point, we are slightly ahead of schedule. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and have Richard do he'll kick us off for the departmental, since he's here. And Wendy's always gonna be our backup in case we kind of get a little bit of a head or something. And then after that, Manal will be on her way in a little bit. So, let's go ahead and start with the departmental stuff, so.
Oh, yeah.
Give me 2 seconds before you start.
Yeah.
I had Shelley print a lot of my stuff. So let me grab it.
Is there 2 of these?
We had our department, she just printed them out, someone just handed it out. Oh, she just handed them out? Oh, okay. But that's not, doesn't look like it's the whole presentation, that's his actual presentation. Okay, hold on, let me go ahead.
So there's duplicates. Don't challenge us like this.
He was early.
All right, Richard, go.
Ready? All right, so this is the human resources. Obviously, we have a small department, 6 people. the only things that are in here have nothing to do with line item operations, just a couple of requests that we're making for the next fiscal year, if we're so lucky to get them. So the first one is a wellness vehicle, something that we've asked for a few times through history. It just hasn't ever come to fruition. With the enterprise program, it makes that cost not a one-time or cost, but an ongoing annual cost that would be blended into the existing operations budget for wellness. This particular person that works for us has used her personal vehicle for 10 years to do this job. You pay her mileage, but the reality is that wear and tear, and you're using your vehicle all the time, makes it a little difficult, right? We do borrow public works vehicles to move things and so forth. So just help us with all of our events and all the things that we do to promote people being healthy every single year. I put on here just strategic priority that falls under whatever choice, and it's the Uvb program, it's 7-7. Ultimately, this becomes a point of discussion at some point. So that would be the first thing that we would like to have. The second item is our human resources lobby is not really secure necessarily. So you walk in the door and somebody wanted to jump over the counter, they pretty much can. We would like to have our lobby essentially like the City Hall lobby where it's actually secure. It's we just come in the lobby and jump over the actual counter. In addition, I think it would just make that area look more professional than what it does. This was an amount that was given to me by Public Works. The cost of labor right now and the cost of materials make any kind of modeling fairly expensive. So this would be the second thing we would like, if it's at all possible.
Yeah, I have a question about that, Richard, because I don't know what kind of traffic you have coming in and out. But I do know there's usually only one person at that desk and sometimes not anyone at that desk. Is there a way to, or is it feasible to buzz people in and out from your front door?
Maybe that's a that could be a possibility to secure and limit the access.
I don't know if you have cameras and you're able to monitor your.
So we don't have a city camera, but we do have the ring that we use to kind of keep track of what's going on. It doesn't have to be outside, but you could, I suppose, be set up just like it is at people's homes to do that. So that might be an option. Our goal is, to try to get things to be a better place for obviously the city itself. In any case.
And maybe you need both. I'm just wondering.
Well, clearly, the security is the biggest now. Without a doubt. Human resources history has been in those places that it's targeted. So you always want to make sure you're safe. And we are always conscious about what's going on. There's nobody in the front. One of my employees actually has the ring up on their screen, kind of monitors in and out, so that we're not caught off guard. In any case, that falls under strategic priorities. 7.3, supporting investments and upgrades and consolidates facilities and program ID 940, which falls under the public works section of the Uvb. Just a couple successes. For the last couple of years, so not quite all of this year, we've had a lot of promotions. That's good. That helps with retention. That helps people stay. And I think you know that pretty much we have promoted department heads now from within for, say, the last 6 or 8 months and have made a lot of transition. Library, police, parks, deputy city manager, all great things. Saves money on recruiting and shows the organization that we value you staying, and we have a place for you to be for to try to make and you get to that skill level so that you can do it. And then I just thought I'd bring up workers' comp. So we recently got notified that our rate to TML is going down significantly, and that's a good thing. That just helps out this year, which is obviously a little bit challenged, right? So really happy to see that. Still waiting for the liability coverage costs to come through. I'll knock on wood again. Hopefully it won't be too bad. At least not more than the previous year. Challenges, we already talked about compensation, so I'm going to skip by that. Employee retention and staffing, we know this is our challenge. Unfortunately, at the rate we're going, 15% looks like this year. However, hopefully maybe it'll drop off. The reality is, every time I think it's going to get quiet, it doesn't get quiet. Funny, we made a great hire yesterday, and right behind it, somebody calls it and says, I'm going to work for Greenville or Fayetteville or somewhere. So, it's a challenge, there's no doubt about it. But anyhow, that's definitely my challenge, is trying to make sure somehow we can figure out how to be ahead of the game on retention. Health fund, always a challenge. So I don't necessarily have any specific recommendations. It's about 1 month early, and I haven't worked with finance to make sure we've got the numbers right yet. But things are going well, and we're on track as it relates to health coverage. The current estimate from the broker consultant is we wouldn't have to increase premiums or funding for next year. Nothing else changes, even in spite of the stop loss coverage going up by $100,000. So, cross your fingers, you should know that sometime in the pocket. So my prioritization would be the wellness vehicle first, and the facility second. So you're aware, ultimately, if fortunately we're going to get those items. And I'll take any questions that you have.
So are we going over PVD analysis department by department?
That we can. So as we go through this, then this is where you can ask questions about each department's PVB if you've got specific questions. This is where we pause to do that.
So what is human resources analysis on PVB? That's my question.
So we have 10 programs. 874 through, I guess they don't go in exactly number order. They go mostly in number order, but there are 10 of them. And I think they are segregated out in that order. I didn't print that book though. I only printed my pages.
So what is your summarization of PVB as it relates to your department?
So
I mean,
we created a program for the categories we thought needed to be measured. So I could go through each one. We're still obviously working toward getting it tweaked, but we do have a program, like for instance, 874, benefits administration and management, and ultimately we're measuring our metric by the average annual cost for health coverage for employees.
Okay, I'm a little confused here. You want me to be quiet for a minute?
So I think I might be able to help.
Okay.
So, Mayor, as you know, one thing that we wanted to make sure that we did is, if we were going to, to totally dissect PVB for every department, we're talking 4 days. This is not just done in 2 days. So what we wanted to do was to get you guys that information ahead of time. And then as we went through the presentation, if you have questions about specific programs, we would pause and talk about those programs. In the meantime, although I have the summary for tomorrow, we've already handed it out to you. We wanted to show you that what we've already done in PPP is we've estimated about $300,000 to $400,000 worth of reductions, and then on top of that, we've identified about a dozen programs that we think we need to study even more. And although we were planning on there going into that more detail tomorrow, if you turn to, since we're on HR right now, if you'll turn to the green page, the handout we gave you this morning.
That confuses me because you told me we were going to go through PVB department by department.
Yes.
Okay, now you're saying we're going through it tomorrow, so I'm confused.
Okay, let me say it this way. There's a global or corporate level discussion we'll have tomorrow which is what we've already handed you today. We wanted to talk about the exercise that we've gone through to evaluate ways that we can either cut costs or save money or realign some things. I don't remember the number of programs affected. I just remember the number being somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000. What I was saying is that on top of that, we've identified some programs we think we need to do some more analysis on. So what I wanted to do during the department review, some departments have quite a bit to discuss with you and may take longer. HR, they only had a couple of requests. They had some good news on workers' comp. They had some good news on wellness that we wanted to talk about. But what you'll see, and I know this is minor because HR is a small department, but as a part of that exercise, HR is going to reduce their compensation management program, 875, by about $1,000. Their benefits administration and management by about $1,000. Workers' comp, although the program would be reduced $1,000, is because we didn't have that latest reduction, which was almost $80,000, right?
So the 1,000 is in the operations budget.
Okay.
And the 80,000 is in the cost of the actual coverage to TML as a premium for the next fiscal year.
And then there's also a reduction in risk management of a couple $1,000 and employee retention of about $1,000. So my point is every department went through this exercise to see, because here's what we realized. You know, when we went through the revenue analysis with council, we identified that we thought we were about 800,000 to the good. And then some other opportunities with our INS rate. Council made some kind of initial preliminary decisions at that point that we could shift some of that to O&M. But we recognized that even then, looking at the pay plan, looking at the number of new employees we need to be hiring, we still didn't have enough money to do everything. So we wanted to use that as an opportunity to see where else could we make some adjustments. So as we go through department by department, we could, if you would like to have staff talk about maybe their top programs, their PPD programs, that's fine. They're prepared to do that. We thought it just might be a little more interactive if you had multiple different questions you wanted to talk about a specific program, you could do that as well.
Well, I certainly want department heads to give a synopsis of how they analyze their department related to PPP and where they think they're going to reduce or eliminate programs for budget savings. That's what we talked about that every department head was going to do.
Right.
So I didn't hear that from Richard, but yet the summary is showing several areas that there's going to be cost savings. So I don't understand them from these line items.
Okay.
Other thoughts? I mean, we got department heads here, we got PPP budgeting. We need to understand what department heads have done with PPP budgeting.
So, other suggestions?
And you don't like my answer?
No, I know. I was just trying to see if there was any other feedback.
So you're asking about, so all these identified, I guess, program reductions, you're asking, you don't know what they're cuts, you want to know.
I want to know what Richard and everybody else looked at in relation to PPP on a synopsis basis and what programs he is cutting or reducing and how that's saving costs. I mean, we weren't able to implement PPP entirely last year. We said we were going to do it this year. It looks like you've done an analysis, but your presentation didn't even address it.
Okay.
And we talked about this weeks ago, and that's what we said was going to happen. So I'm confused.
Compensation.
Oh, I do not have.
Well,
Yeah, I have my PVP sheet, I do.
I'm wanting them to explain, I said I want everybody, what they did on their departmental level in relation to the PPP budget process and what their conclusions were on a macro basis.
So human resources created, or when we went through the exercise, to actually develop what measures we would have in BBB, we came up with, I think, originally 12. 2 of them through the process were eliminated and came down to 10. Recently, we did not, in my department, go through the process to determine about eliminating the program.
So, as we're kind of having some powwows here, I think, Mayor, the best way to have this discussion is that we are prepared today, our staff coming in today, a lot of them you're going to see in their presentations where they are linking their needs and their requests to PDD. So some of them are prepared to talk about that more at length than maybe say some others. What we were prepared to do in terms of the exercise to reduce the budget, we're prepared to talk about that more globally. And that was scheduled for tomorrow. We are ahead of schedule, could even do some of that even today if we needed to. We're prepared to talk about that at any point in the next 2 days. What I have directed staff to do, so I'm just trying to make sure that they're set up for success on this, is that to be prepared to answer any questions council may have about PBB that they may not discuss during their presentation. But to go through the exercise about where you cut, what you reduce, or whatever, some of them are not going to have that in the vein that we're talking about. So let's just talk about what does that look like? How else could we have this conversation in a way that would be beneficial if you want to know specifically what they did to reduce their budget as a part of this exercise, it might be better for us to go over that and discuss it more globally. And that we stick for the departments, we stick to what we actually asked of them, which is to shorten their presentation to the point where we're talking about their challenges, their needs, their goals, and those kinds of things.
Well, that's not what we talked about, Brian. Maybe what you talked about with department heads, but you and I I think it was at the council level too, had a very specific discussion that we were going to discuss PBB department by department. And that I made the statement, I don't want another presentation where we're saying, here's the baseline and here's what we're adding to, without the discussion of here's what we looked at from efficiencies in PBB budgeting process and here's what we're subtracting from. So I'm really confused.
Well, let me help with that too. We have had that conversation. One thing that I would say is that we were time sensitive. And you and I, we know we had the discussion about how much time were we going to try to put into this, because if we were going to have staff review every PBB program, we're talking about double or triple the time that we've allotted for the 2 days. So, so how else could we do this in a way that might help? Because they can touch on any of these programs.
You've summarized, and this isn't about you, Richard, I
All
apologize.
right, you're just
the first person. You summarized where you're currently at, you summarized what your requests are to increase your budget. You can summarize what your requests are to decrease the budget as a result of PBB. You can't have it one way and not both ways. You've done the analysis, so Richard has identified several areas that he is proposing to reduce the budget as a result of reviewing PBB. Why is that not part of the summarized presentation?
Well, I think part of that, Mayor, is that as we've been preparing for this, we've been doing a lot of work in getting ready for these 2 days. And so giving them direction weeks ago about what they needed to do, talk about your challenges, talk about your requests, talk about your goals. So we've given them guidance that while I'm sorry, what was that?
Don't talk about your reductions. That's just so frustrating, Brian.
Okay, so let's not do that in the department meetings, but let's do that when we said we would, which will be next week, or tomorrow.
Okay. That's not what we said. Okay.
All right. Any other thoughts? All right, we do have Manal here, so we could go, is there any other questions for Richard before we go to Manal? All right, go ahead, Manal, let's go on.
Good morning. How is everybody today? You're all holding a mic this, so they may use their hour mic, so bear with me. As you can see, some exciting news already from the cover slide, which talks about the divisions in community development, and I'll go directly to planning and urban design. We were fortunate enough to create an integral planning function, and I'll talk to that as we talk about our level of service from a staffing perspective as well. And that's in the slide deck. It's about 12 slides. And I'll go through all the elements associated with what I call budget enhancement.
Push the mute button.
Like to. Council, I'd like to start off by talking about community development from a functional perspective, just because this umbrella is so vast. And more importantly, if we can understand what those functions are and what columns or silos they fall under, and then the mutual inclusiveness of these, it sheds some light as to what we do, why we're here, and what our future looks like, opposed to this typical organizational chart. And so I have tried to clump it in terms of discipline, as you can see, engineering, planning and design, building safety, neighborhood services, and the boards and commissions that we serve. We'll serve as staff liaison. And from here you can tell that the land bank function actually falls within community development. We are the land bank for the city, but more importantly, we're also the turnkey solution as it relates to not just the elements that are necessary to make development happen, which is your infrastructure, but what that development would look like in terms of a cohesive land use plan. And as a result, we have all those boards and commissions, planning and zoning commission, board of adjustment, building standards commission, animal services advisory board, RDTIC, stakeholder engagement, environmental and code review board, which we are hoping to kick off very soon, as we are ready to sign off on a contract for the code rewrite, which I will discuss as well. Again, City Council, I haven't put that there deliberately just to show you that we also have that cross-functional relationship. Expenditures, we've been very good with our expenditures, is the best way I can put it. As you can see, our proposed expenditures are down to about $490,000. In addition, the FY fiscal year 20 and 21 budgets were pretty much in range. To me, this is the most telling slide when we talk about our level of service and our staffing plan, and this is a 5-year projection. But one of the things that I wanted to point out in this slide is that these positions are what we would be requesting as we grow and mature as an organization. On your, one of our budget enhancements is a request for I was joking. So, the water quality grease interceptor inspector is a position that we're going to ask for today, and I have my justification in the slide deck, and we'll get to that shortly. Animal services officer, that is a request as well. We currently have 5 positions. Health inspectors, I do anticipate starting 2023 that we do see a ramp up in adding an additional health inspector. That's as a result of Sapphire Bay alone in itself with what we anticipate in terms of GFA, first floor area. Code enforcement officers, again, starting 24, once we see some vertical construction that is plug and play, we do anticipate an additional position there. Building safety inspectors, I do say building safety, we've rebranded from building inspections to building safety because that's who we are. That being said, again, we see the need for additional inspectors starting 23, and this is purely through a forecast analysis of what we anticipate in terms of building permit review and then inspections themselves. Also see a need for a graduate engineer or an engineering training, 23 onwards. I see ramping that up to an additional position all the way up to year 2026. Development review, our urban design team, again, I believe in 2023 we would see some enhancements to this team as a result of development activity. Neighborhood planning, this is the new role we've adopted. We are going to dive very heavily and very expeditiously into neighborhood planning, which is basically engaging our community, neighborhood empowerment functions, and also having sector plans that are in line with our comprehensive plan. I also have a request for a diversity and equity coordinator. That is from my analysis in being staff liaison with the RDEIC, understanding some of the functions that are missing from my perspective in terms of education of not just our staff, but also our community in discussing inclusionary policies and having that role within the city. I have requested that in 23. I would love to see that as soon as possible, to be quite honest with you, as early as now, but then I've also got some elements associated with salaries and what have you with that. I have provided some subtotals as a result of what we're asking for from just specific positions to the total department FTE count. Jumping straight on to a level of service that I discussed, again, all these requests or enhancements are a result of what impact would they have on our level of service, not just with our internal stakeholders, but as well as our external stakeholders. And we're requesting an animal services officer. We call this priority 1. I think it's imperative that we do this. It is part of the PBB. It is part of program ID 1067, which is in your books, I believe. The intent of an animal services officer is basically to respond to calls, complaints, emergencies, wildlife issues. Again, education is paramount, training is paramount. Assist our police and fire department where animals are involved. We see this almost on a weekly basis where we have to participate and support. Cleaning and disinfecting the shelter, adoption, return to owner, manage social media, and our volunteers. Currently, we have 4 animal services officers. We used to have a supervisor as an officer. He has been promoted to a manager. We therefore have 1 vacant position. Justification, in my opinion, is rather clear. The animal services supervisor has been promoted to a manager position, so we do have that gap. Secondly, we've seen a steady increase in population. Currently, I think August, putting us at about 73,000 population-wise. We do need to restore this fifth position so that we're better in a position to increase our adoptions and rescue rates, improve our level of service, improve our level of response times for our calls and our emergencies, and better assist our community with animal-related issues. Now, I have underlined the last bullet because I think it is the most important. It's a tough job. It's a hard job. And another position would alleviate the emotional and mental burnout, which is better known as compassion fatigue, that can afflict staff due to stress of dealing with suffering animals. And it's hard. I do want to talk about another position which I think is a priority. Since 1980 and the mid-2000s, we have had a ordinance in place for a liquid wastewater ordinance and a grease trap inspector ordinance. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to fulfill this ordinance. In order to do so, we would need this position. The request, therefore, is for a water quality and grease inspector. We want to make sure that our infrastructure, our construction, and those elements associated with these functions are addressed from an environmental health perspective and from our development engineering perspective. So we are requesting hitting two programs because this would be a shared position between two divisions, which would be the engineering team and the neighborhood services health team. The request, therefore, is for a grease trap interceptor. We are anticipating an estimated salary, which includes vehicles, phones, and what have you, of $75,500. The water quality and grease interceptor inspector will inspect and monitor private storm facilities, assist with municipal separate storm sewer systems, record-keeping duties, conduct illicit discharge investigations, inspect and sample grease interceptors and drip traps. We do not do that right now. Inspect liquid wastewater trucks, all in the interest of ensuring private sector compliance with state and city rules and regulations, specifically TCEQ. We do not do that currently. This new position will be shared with both divisions that I just mentioned. The justification is the work associated with this position has not been conducted in the past. It will allow us to ensure that business properties, construction sites, liquid waste haulers comply with the storm quality rules and regulations in place, comply with TCEQ regs. This position will be funded by existing stormwater utility fees and construction inspection fees, as well as planned grease interceptor and liquid waste hauler permit fees. Those fees are not extensive. They won't be as extensive, so there would be some need for general fund accommodation. Residents and businesses will benefit by increased protection of water quality. These are the two positions that are priority one for us. And I wish I could split them up and call them 1 and 2, but at this point I will, implore that we look at these two as both priority ones. We do have some budget enhancement requests. This one specifically, I know this is a really small slide in terms of font, but I wanted to try and explain why we're requesting what we're requesting. We're requesting for additional funds for water, wastewater, and drainage consultants. We are requesting an additional $10,800, and that's from program ID 841. We currently use third-party consultants on an all-call basis to conduct our water and wastewater capacity analysis, and we also provide guidance for drainage. They provide us guidance for drainage review. So this is an outsourced function that we do, especially when it's a really difficult drainage analysis. Large development projects have to determine their development's impact on the city's water and wastewater infrastructure systems. Developers must use the city's 2 consultants because they have the proprietary information and the updated models to be able to determine what that impact is. This consultant does provide us guidance and consultation on complicated drainage reviews, as I just mentioned, and this does involve impacts to our floodways, our floodplains, and our streams. The net increase is $10,800. Because other expenditure line items have been adjusted downward, we are requesting, the current budget is $28,800. These water and wastewater cost analyses is typically, or is intended to be recouped by passing on the consultant's charges to our developers. However, most of these analyses are performed well before the developer applies for civil construction permit, which is when we collect our fees from the developer. And so sometimes if the development doesn't move on, we have lost those costs. We cannot recoup them. We do think that this increase will provide a sufficient buffer between city payments to third-party and wastewater consultants and the time that development engineering can collect these fees. The cost for drainage consultants are not recouped. These costs are for services that are higher than anticipated, and our budget typically gets depleted rather quickly. An example could be the trails at Cottonwood Creek assessment when that comes in. And so, Council, we are requesting an increase in this budget. We already have this line item, we already have this program, and we're hoping to just bump it up a bit or enhance it. So we have made some progress in our form-based code, Rowlett Development Code update. We have published an RFP. We have received a response. We're in the middle or in the process of negotiating. Now, Council, you may ask, or perhaps I'm guessing that you may ask the question, why are we having this conversation now when you had so graciously provided us a good amount of funding 2 years ago? Unfortunately, when the pandemic hit us, things took a little bit of a different turn, and so we had to regroup. Some things fell off, from a priority perspective, fell off the agenda, so to speak. However, we're now in a position to get started with this rewrite. We have received a very good proposal. We're in the process of evaluating it. Unfortunately, we anticipated that $150,000, which is our original allocation, would not be sufficient. And we were hopeful that we would phase this out in a way that we would be able to then recoup the remainder of the cost when it was time to draft that code. We are requesting humbly for an additional $150,000 so we can close out this program. We are anticipating, based on a project management Gantt chart, that we could actually rewrite this code with our stakeholder engagement, with council and work sessions, with resident citizen work sessions, to close this project out by the end of 2023 with a code rewrite with a consolidated code. The Rowlett Development Code was last updated in 2012. I beg your pardon, in 2006. The form-based code has not been updated since 2012. The goal was, when you originally granted us the $150,000, that we would be in a position to get at least a table of contents done in advance and then kick off with phase 2 or task 2, so to speak. But we're now in a position where we think it's important to start consolidating these codes and come forward with a more advanced code that is in keeping with current planning practices. We're hopeful that we can borrow or use perhaps some engineering inspection fee funds as well towards this. Right now, with some negotiation, we have a code rewrite at $324,000. Again, this is just a negotiation. We're still talking about it, but we're looking at about $320,000 for this code rewrite.
Over how long a period?
If we kick off by August, we will be done by next December.
So a year and a half?
Yes.
Ask you another question about that. I don't know how to quantify this, but.
But the sign ordinance, we believe, lives in the code of ordinances and not in the development code, just because of the elements associated with it. So when we talk about overhauling, absolutely we would be overhauling the Rowlett development code, tweaking the form-based code, and then creating a hybrid, what I call a hybrid code, so that it works for the city, because we're creating incompatibilities with two separate codes, right? Our Rowlett development code is very dated. That is the overhaul. our form-based code is not dated, it just needs some tweaks as a result of practice and what we've seen in industry standards. So we want to combine them. We have a lot of zoning districts that could be consolidated, for instance. We have 8 single-family zoning districts, and our goal is to consolidate those and shrink those. That makes it easier for our development community to do what they want to do with these codes, for example. So we want to make our code easier. We want to pull out some functions as in the processes. Those processes need to come out of the code. The staff initiated processes. We've seen some elements from our recent legislative action that we want to make sure is injected in there and have some flexibility so the rigidity is removed from the code itself. So overhaul, tweaking, and removing some functions, absolutely.
That helped me a lot, thank you for that.
So do you think this is, you said it, you probably could do that all in the next year?
We are very confident if we kick off on this, we will be on by next December.
So do you view that budget increase as a one-time cost, or are you gonna need that year after year?
No, this is a one-time cost.
And you'll reduce your budget because you'll be so efficient.
So, I think you're sort of right, we would reduce the budget, perhaps not as significantly, but there would be cost containment. We're already doing that. For example, let me rephrase, for example, we have the use of a single platform, MyGov, for the entire department, so we're pretty much paperless as it relates to that. Thank goodness we have some people who've interfaced with MyGov and they've shown us some of the disconnects, and we're trying to remedy those as well. But this really helps. Our animal services platform will be under MyGov, or is designed to be under MyGov. So we use, we spend a few $1,000s every year on Shelter Pro, which doesn't give us what we need anyway. So we'll do away with that. We are going to do our plan review from MyGov, another platform from MyGov. So we will not be using Bluebeam, for example, which is a plan review software. So we will not be paying for that. We're also working on doing some elements of what we call one-stop shop. Sometimes that phrase is so overused, but we have created a DAC lead position, Development Assistance Center lead position, and over-the-counter permits will be reviewed there and then, and permits will be issued there and then. So there won't be this, I have to wait 2 days or 3 days for my fence permit. What happened, it slipped through the cracks. So it's all automated, but then we also have the ability to create over-the-counter permits and issue them too. So basically, we reduced inefficiencies, streamlined processes. Now that doesn't mean we're done. There's always room for improvement. So we're anxious. We continuously, it's a fluid system. We continuously review where we are and what's going on. We audit ourselves regularly on a quarterly basis. We've increased our response times. We've created the neighborhood planning function, which I'm really, really excited about. And I think we will in the very near future see some wonderful impacts as it relates to our community. Wanted to give you a snapshot of Uvb activity. What we try to do is, what we have done is pretty much all our functions align with a PVB program, and that gives us an opportunity to see how it's doing and faring along, as it goes along in the year. From zoning to inspections to plan review to health inspections, engineering documents, whatnot. A little bit about our accomplishments. I won't go through all of them, but we have issued and are reviewing the RFP for the RBC and form-based code rewrite. We have already made progress with our ordinance review for animal services. We've read through all of them. We've made our recommendations. We will be moving forward and coming before you, council, in the very, very near future. We will be issuing the bid for the animal services remodel as early as next Friday. Again, we did get, we had a bit of a stall with COVID, but we're making progress there. So some of those things that we've been looking forward to, but actually getting progress as it relates to that. Apologize. Goals, as you can see, we have some goals up there. Again, these are just a few snapshots that I wanted to provide to you. We want to ensure we have a robust emergency management team or plan for our department, basically lessons learned from the pandemic. We're working on that now. We continue to update our engineering design and criteria manuals. I apologize, there's a typo there. provide better fundraising opportunities for animal services. We want to establish relationships with our other animal services agencies, finalize our landscape ordinance, update the sign ordinance. We're also going to be coming forward with some amendments as it relates to the notification process in terms of zoning and those types of things. So just wanted to highlight a few things. There's a lot more that happens, but we thought we'd throw some out there for you. Again, we do have our vulnerabilities. One is, my gut, we want to make sure if we've spent so much money on this program that we actually know how to use it. As a result, we have regular trainings. Again, I think it'll be at least 2 years where we can, how do we break it is basically how we learn. And so we're working on that diligently. Building safety, builder and citizen education, I think, is key. And that stems from when we had the winter storm, there were some hiccups and there were some disconnects from what can I do, what can I do, when do I need a permit, do I really need a permit for this? So from that level all the way up to our builders and our development community, we have initiated, now that we can meet in person, quarterly builder luncheons. We've already met with, the health team has already met with our, those agencies that have public swimming pools, and we've already educated them on the new code, animal services, dated codes, policies, and procedures, and the need for an officer. Planning and urban design, we've already discussed that at length. Neighborhood planning, long-range planning, this is new, so you'll be hearing from us very regularly on that. Neighborhood services, lack of a grease interceptor and stormwater inspector, consistency in code enforcement processes, ensure our codes are current, and then engineering, retention of a graduate engineer position. We need to figure out how to retain some of our team members as it relates to that, and the lack of a water quality inspector. And with that, I'll try and answer any questions you have, Council.
Well, I have a few. I noticed that there was a pretty good drop in the live release rate. Can you speak to that?
I can't hear you, Martha.
Yes, there was a pretty significant drop in the live release rate at the animal shelter, and just wondered if you could speak to that.
Absolutely. We had a litter of kittens, and they were not faring well. So unfortunately, they didn't.
Okay, that's good to know that's how that happened. And then I did want to ask, in the remodel of the animal shelter, is more shade included in that remodel?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Councilmember Brown is asking, as it relates to the animal shelter remodel, the building remodel, are we including more or additional shade? And the answer to that question for the remodel, no, we are not, but we are working with other organizations to see if we can get some canopies, and we will do that ourselves. So absolutely. It's a priority for us as well.
Good. And then I just had one question, because I know that the awards fall under your department. Is that correct? The awards, the Spirit of Rowlett Award, and also the Smart Awards, that type of thing. So I was looking at that. I just broke it down. I figured you probably have one Spirit of Rowlett Award per month, and then maybe 12 of the other code enforcement awards. And so that broke down to about $3,000 per award. And so I wondered if there were any cost savings that we could initiate for that awards program.
Quite frankly, we've just absorbed that program. We have revised, and everything, as I tell you where we are with this, we have revised a couple of things. One is the process for the Smart Yard Award. We're doing it by season now, and it's for 2 properties. So 2 properties of the season. And then as it relates to Spirit of Rowlett, we have a couple of applications in, so we'll see that soon too. Then we also have the Smart Yard Award. That's if somebody's doing something such, low impact development design, a rain garden or something like that. We don't have anything in place for that yet in terms of awards. So as we formalize neighborhood planning, we'll be in a better position, I think, mid-year to determine what that true cost impact
Okay, yeah, I saw there would be some real opportunities there
Absolutely.
to save some in your budget. It sounds like you need it in other places.
No, one of my, I guess, it's become one of my pet peeves is developers who think we need to change the Rowlett Development Code. You know, they want to go against it, they want to go against form-based codes, want us to approve all this stuff. I'm kind of in a quandary as to whether, are we behind the times, or are they just wanting us to fit their plan, and will this rewrite kind of address all of that?
Yes to all of the above.
Yes to all of the above, but absolutely if there is some form of, if a developer finds that what they want to do doesn't fit with the code, then they absolutely have the opportunity to seek variances. So our goal is to make sure variances that are sought are actually not diminishing the intent of the code. Now, I will say this, we recently adopted new legislation that, so in the past, if an individual seeking a variance, an economic hardship was not sufficient. It was only a physical hardship relating to the site that would determine whether a variance should be approved. Well, the latest legislation now says it can be physical or it can be an economic hardship. So that's going to be a tough one, which means your variances to your setbacks, your variances to size of building as it relates to new code, those types of things. I think the Board of Adjustment is going to be extremely active in the very near future.
And I have one other comment, and I mentioned it maybe in our last meeting, but when we put together our PSAs for this marketing, the household hazardous waste, from my own personal experience, paint is about 90 to 95% of it, and people don't know, even informed people don't understand that they can remove the lid from that latex paint, and once it's dried out, they can discard it with the regular garbage. And so I really think we have an opportunity through education to save a lot of time and money for our citizens to get the word out on the paint.
Absolutely, use the household hazardous waste program for elements that absolutely they should be using for. And then one of the things we're doing, we've pushed out a newsletter as it relates to code enforcement. Now we're going to do a health newsletter. And our goal is to keep our community updated, and we'll try and get through different media on educating our community, but to utilize, programs that are available to them, and then how to and what to as well.
Right.
Thank you for this amazing presentation. So I know we discussed it very shortly last week. We went to TML conference in Austin, and they mentioned an interesting bill, SB 1090, with regards to Right. So there's two ways that you could, find your way past the bill that makes it to where you can regulate building materials. One of those was the Dark Sky Communities Plan, but also the Water Conservation Plan. Can you explain, I know we don't have a Dark Sky Communities Plan, but the Water Conservation Plan, what does that entail? And do we have that, or is that something we should look at in order to be able to enforce building materials?
So it's a two-part question, and I'll attempt to answer it succinctly. Councilmember Margolis, the Water Conservation Plan, there's two functions to it. It's from a plumbing perspective. So if you use specific plumbing material, it automatically qualifies you as having been part of a conservation program, because they're using the building safety side of things when they address that proposed legislation. I believe it's enacted now, if I'm not mistaken. But if you read further, it also specifies that this ordinance or this law is only applicable to certain counties within proximity of I forget the term, but basically where they do the study of astronomy, where it addresses, that's where they make the dark skies, for example, so they can continue that. You have to be contiguous to a county that is adjacent to that as well. It does not apply to us. So regardless, even if we were adopting or had something in place from a water conservation standpoint, it would not be applicable to us.
Thank you for that. Going further into that question, do you have a rough idea of how many developments over the last year since that bill has been implemented through the Texas legislature that limits our ability to, can you say to how many developments we were not able to say, hey, you need to use this much masonry?
Yes, so really, unfortunately, that is hitting most of our residential communities who are doing accessory buildings, who are building accessory buildings. The building material requirement does not apply to them. So that's where you see a majority of the non-compatibility with the main home, because we have enforced building materials. As it relates to your larger developers, again, you know, with some of the mention in the form-based code on how to and what to, you still have to have compatibility scale from a building material standpoint. So I don't think you'll see too much of a misstep in that, nor in our larger developments or PDs that you see. They all stipulate a masonry requirement of their own volition. So
far. Yeah. That's good news.
Yeah, it's,
So that's mainly accessory building issue.
correct.
thank you.
I have a couple questions. Short-term rentals, how are we doing? How's your staffing? I sent an email several weeks or months ago of, I think we could tighten up the ordinance. Can you talk about short-term rentals a little?
Yes, it's difficult to validate or determine if someone is in violation of a short-term rental. It's primarily complaint-based. We do want to see if we can work on our ordinance and tighten it up a bit. We'll speak to David Berman, but to have for our single-family units an annual inspection regardless, interior and exterior. Right now, it's should the property owner choose to run an inspection, how our ordinance is written. I think we will see increased short-term rentals. We've also seen some issues with short-term rentals on what actually happens with the short-term rentals from an activity perspective. And oftentimes we've had our code team either stay in till 9 p.m. to see what's going on in the specific residence, or come in at 7 or 6 a.m. to see what's going on with the residents. And typically we hear, well, we'll just pay the fine and we'll continue to do what we're doing. We definitely need to revisit our ordinance and see if we can tighten it up a bit. As long as, obviously that would mean sitting down with our legal counsel to see what we can do. But we need some more teeth in it if we are able to actually enforce it.
Well, there's been some changes, and there's been some cities that have put some more restrictions in that have held up. We did ours very early on, which was good, but I think there's been changes in the market, in the ability to tighten up some of those ordinances.
Absolutely.
That ordinance.
I've reviewed 3 communities that have been able to tighten it up without any repercussions, and one of the goals is to meet with our legal counsel to see what we need to do to tighten up our ordinance, where our inspections are more frequent, where we have an opportunity to know what's going on, perhaps change the permitting process where you come in for a permit and say, perhaps at no fee, but at least we know what's going on so that when we receive a complaint, we can answer it.
What, how many do you think, if you don't know the answer, I apologize for asking the question, but how many do you think have permitted or have registered with us?
We have 8.
8, we got a lot more than 8 short-term rentals.
We absolutely do. And so we're trying to, our next goal was to actually build an Airbnb account for ourselves to see
I was going to say that. Yeah. We run into it, yeah.
Don't say that out loud. Okay, my second comment would be, I applaud the need for a DE&I officer in the city. It's been a long-term need. It has nothing to do with the recent discussion. It has everything to do with we're a big enough city to need this. I just don't think it belongs under your department. I think it belongs under either city manager or HR because it's an overall city issue. So
I would agree. My tangent started with, addressing some concerns and issues, so Brian and I chatted about it, so we put it up there, but absolutely, I don't think it falls under community involvement, we're not equipped to for that position.
So that's not a kingdom you need.
Sorry?
That's not a kingdom you need. With everything else you
Absolutely,
got.
I completely agree with you.
That's what Angie needs. Other questions, comments?
Also have one more comment. We have recently become a bee city, and so I would like for us to explore other ways, alternatives to aerial spraying for mosquitoes, because it also kills our bees and pollinators.
I can't hear you, I apologize.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that with the microphone and all?
Absolutely, Caribbean is now, we are now a bee city, USA, and as a result, we want to make sure that we don't impact our pollination gardens with aerial spray, so we want to see if there's another way to do mosquito sprays.
Yeah, I mean, right now, just so the public knows and so everybody on council is on the same page, Dallas County cannot do aerial spraying in our city without our council making that decision.
Correct, absolutely.
We put that in place 2014, 15, somewhere there, so.
And it kills the mosquitoes, but it also kills bees, it kills pollinators.
I hope to goodness that whatever future council we have never puts aerial spraying back in place, but that's going to be future decisions.
Backyard full of fireflies, I sure don't want to lose them.
Anything else, council? Thank you and all. You have done wonders with this department. We so appreciate you and your staff. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so at this point, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll get into the next department, and we'll come along. So, thank you.
At this point then, are we ready to start again, Drew?
We're good.
Okay. We're going to turn this one over to finance, and they're going to go through their departmental presentation, and you have Mike.
Okay, we're ready? Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, okay.
We're saying
Next slide, Laura. Next slide, Laura.
Okay, first I want to start today with the Finance Department's mission. And our mission is to ensure taxpayer money is managed effectively by providing accountable, transparent financial leadership that instills public trust and confidence. And our strategy is to provide responsive, reliable, and cost-efficient public services through accurate, timely financial reporting, budget alignment with the city's financial policies, accurate and timely utility billing services and rates that are fair to all citizens, maximized savings through internal and external procurement partnerships, and strong investment-grade bond ratings. And finance is one of the internal service departments that doesn't directly touch the daily lives of the citizens of Rowlett, like police, fire, and parks and recreations do. A citizen typically doesn't hear about or even think about the city's finance department unless something bad happens and gets televised, such as fraud, things like that. But as the caretakers of the stewardship of taxpayer dollars, our behind-the-scenes job is vital to public trust and the success of all of the city services. And as you can see, we track a lot of what we do through all of our measures, multiple things behind the scenes that we track the success of all of our goals.
Can you touch on the change yesterday? Okay.
We have accomplished a lot this year. Typically every year, which we have again this year, accomplished an unmodified audit opinion. We've maintained all 5 transparency stars. We received the GFOA awards for the budget and the annual report. We reached water meter non-reads below our 3.5% target Our average through April was 2.62%, and that is the lowest for the same period in 13 years since 2008. So that was a great accomplishment for both the finance department and the public works department working together on that. Outside of those annual every year goals that we attain to accomplish, this year we also fully integrated the priority-based budgeting into our annual budget process. We onboarded a new budget analyst. We are going to be implementing the 4896 fire pay cycle, and that will be done by July as long as everything is approved by council to go forward. We're streamlining our disaster event financial annex process and our procedures, and we'll have that completed by September. We're also publishing an accounts payable manual, we'll have that finished by September, and we're completing desktop manuals for each utility billing position, and we'll have that done by September as well. Next year, our regular goals that we try to attain every year remain the same. But in addition to that, we are going to be implementing GASB 87. We're going to integrate Visio and PPP performance measures and graphs into our fiscal year 22 budget book that we print out and publish on the city's website and submit to GFOA for award. We're also going to track and report the financial success of the enterprise leasing program. That would be that new program. We're going to develop ongoing accelerated SB2 budget process, and we're going to implement utility billing and annual cash handling and customer service training. That will be a requirement for all of those utility billing employees every year.
What does that mean, develop ongoing accelerated SB2 budget process?
That's because we're under the disaster clause right now. Next year will be our first year to not be under that, so we have to have a permanent schedule that follows by all the state deadlines and guidelines. So we're going to be developing the continual annual process for that SB2 timeline.
So it's about deadlines and timelines?
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Our number one challenge by far is main staffing to keep up with city growth and service expansion. And you heard Dan Jackson talk about that this morning, that really the growth has exploded this past year, typically, last year and this year. And that is our number one challenge, is keeping up with all of that growth. This is our only general fund request, and that is for an additional accountant position. And I want to tell you that I have already identified the funding for this program. I just need your approval to move forward with it. But first, let me explain why this position is such a critical need. This position will ensure performance and compliance continuity of the accounting division by allowing the senior accountant that we currently have that handles grants to solely focus on maintaining the city's standing with federal and state agencies to ensure future funding. Currently, our senior accountant handles all of our grant tracking, but she's also responsible for PID and TIF activities, state transparency program reporting, property taxes, capital leases, the upcoming GASB 87 implementation and ongoing audit maintenance for that each year, the new enterprise fleet program, and future MMD and other development incentives that the city may enter into. So a lot of new programs got added this year, which has expedited the need for additional staffing to ensure we maintain compliance. Grants are great, they're great funding assistance for the city, and we want them, definitely. But they come with strict administrative duties, especially the SAFER grant, which is very time consuming for reporting purposes. We currently report on the SAFER grants and we're likely to get awarded a third one over the next year. So we're going to have some overlapping where we may be reporting on 3 SAFER grants at one time. And we just really found that there's a critical need for another accountant. In addition, we added a full-time grant coordinator that will bring in more grants to administer, as well as the $6 million in ARPA funds that we are going to be receiving half this year and half next year. And we've got to manage those. Additionally, we've added the new Cottonwood PID, which adds construction draw requests and 5 continuing disclosure reports to review each year in our office. So overall, the addition of the full-time grant coordinator, the addition of the new SAFER grant, and addition of the new ARPA funds, that is a whole lot of additional finance grant tracking and reporting for the accounting department. And in development growth, we've added that new Cottonwood Creek PID, and that is going to add the additional financial oversight for that PID, plus if there's any TIF returns that's put out from that, or any additional PIDs that the city decides to enter into as development incentives going forward. And just to put that into the PV, it supports, this position will support 3 PVB finance programs, and that is Program 861, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, Program 864, Financial Management and General Accounting, and also Program 1009, the TIF PID Administration. And I wanted to put into perspective some of our measurement outputs that are in your PVB program that will, this position will support, and that is as far as the grants. Currently, we administer 35 grants, and we're expecting those to go up to 40 next year at least, and one of those is that $6 million ARPA grant, and that's a very high dollar grant that we've got to be very careful with. Also, the development growth, currently we have 5 districts that are considered PIDs, TIF, TERS, and that is going to grow to 7 for fiscal year 22, which it actually already has with the acceptance of the Cottonwood Creek. And the reports that we monitor, review, they go through the accounting office before they either get sent to the trustee or they get disseminated to Emma for bond-related purposes. That's going to go from 65 reports to an estimated 94 reports per year. This position will also support 2 of council's strategic priorities, and that is promote operational excellence and govern transparently and inclusively. Also, I did want to also specify that our goal with adding this position is to have the senior accountant focus solely on grant management to ensure compliance and timely reporting, and move all of the other responsibilities to this new requested accountant position. And nowadays, it is fairly typical in cities to have an accountant that is solely dedicated to grants, just because you don't want to be defunded, and you want to make sure that all of your reporting is timely and accurate. So we feel like it's time that we shift to that and have an accountant that is solely dedicated to grants. So as I said, that was the importance of adding a position, and I found the funding for this, and the cost of this position is to be offset by the ARPA administration funds over the next 3 years. We submitted a program package to run our full-time grant coordinator to get verification that administrative funds are covered by the ARPA funding, and he is confident that that is eligible as of today's standards from the Treasury. He does believe that he's confident that that's eligible to cover the grant accountant for the next 3 years, so that frees up dollars to pay for this new accountant that we're requesting. In addition to that, we will be able to use the annual PID administration budget to cover what the new accountant will be doing as far as the PID management. So not adding this position will increase the risk of audit findings, single audit findings, grant defunding, and accounting department burnout and turnover. Also, that this request is not related to the general fund or the revenue sources that we talked about earlier this week. This position will be supported by water fund rates. And what we're requesting in the utility fund, not getting ahead of myself, I do want to say that the utility billing department has remained at the same staffing level through 5 years of growth since fiscal year 16. The accounting department as well. They've also had the same staffing level over 5 years since 2016 also. The growth over the last several years for the utility fund has resulted in the need for an additional employee in that fund as well. You can see, we get this information from Dan Jackson, who presented this morning. Some of it, the average annual growth is expected to be 3.5% per year. You can see our utility billing payments, how they consistently over the last 5 years have continually really jumped up each year, and the number of accounts billed annually has consistently moved up over the last 5 years, and all with the same amount of employees that we've kept in that department. So the only request from the utility fund this year again is additional staffing, and what we're wanting is a utility billing analyst. And this position will increase the capacity of the utility billing office by improving the accuracy of utility bills, while also allowing the UB supervisor and the customer service representatives that currently split the responsibilities of doing the billing to focus on providing more exceptional customer service as the city continues to grow. With the development growth, we've had a lot of new service connections and also increase in customer service calls. So our goal with this is to improve this position is for them to focus solely on doing the billing, both the billing cycles each month. That is their job. They can look for anomalies, catch those before they go out, more contact with the customer if something looks odd. So this will improve the accuracy and the analytics of the utility bills. They'll prepare all the monthly utility billings, like I had noted, identify inaccurately calculated accounts prior to the bill generation, and evaluate exceptions that may result in field investigation. And we do that now, it's just kind of spot checking. This person will be able to have a lot more analytical look into the billing each month, each cycle. Monitor and evaluate and enter the data relating to the meters changed out for accurate and timely billing, and gather and prepare and report on additional statistical data that we don't currently have the manpower to track each month. This will, we believe this position will improve customer trust and will also possibly have the ability to increase revenue by reducing the potential unbilled revenue or water loss. The position will also provide support to customer service calls when needed, so it'll be backup in case there are times of heavy calls from any type of, like the winter storm or any other issues that are going on that we're receiving a higher demand for customer service. The addition of this position will support the strategic priority of promoting operational excellence, and it also supports the PDB finance program 859 of utility billing and customer service. And what we anticipate by the addition of this utility billing analyst is that through the continued customer growth, that this position will result in maintaining or reducing the current 2% level of abandoned service calls. That concludes finance's request for fiscal year 22 budget. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I have a question. What is the value of all of our grants that we have coming into the city right now that this new grant person would be managing?
Karen's pulling that up.
Give me a second, I can look it up.
We talked about it yesterday, and I thought, I don't think we're going to ask that.
I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot, but.
I have a grant snapshot report. Hold on, I'll look it up real quick.
Make sure you repeat the question, please.
Okay. Whitney has asked, what is the value of all of the grants that we currently manage, the dollar value of all those grants that we currently manage?
Well, while they're looking it up, can I, is that your one?
That's probably what.
So you're saying two positions you're requesting.
Correct.
One of them pays you have funding for.
Yes.
The other would be an increase to the general fund.
The first one will be a position in the general fund, but it will be offset by ARPA funds and also PID reimbursement, so it would be covered 100%. It wouldn't cost the general fund anything, at least for 3 years.
Right, I'm talking about the second.
The second position would be covered by utility rates.
Okay. But it would be an increase in employment costs in the utility fund.
Yes.
Okay.
How much was that utility fund position?
It was, I believe, the total request that we put in. It should be, if you look at the program,
It's page 2.
859. I'm going to say it was around 55,000 with benefits.
It's 59,283. Okay.
Look at that number, man.
59,283. 60,000.
That was, and the question was, what is the cost to the utility fund of adding the new utility billing analyst? It's about 60,000 with benefits.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment, or a couple of comments. And I think you guys have done an awesome job of managing the growth that you have over the last 5 years without adding any personnel. And I personally know that as you take on grants, the management of those and the administration of those is huge. And I know myself, working for a nonprofit, we really have to consider what grants we can even accept because of the administration and what it takes to do that. So I am completely supportive of the new hires that you want to and need to do. You run a pretty tight ship, and I imagine it's pretty overdue, both of those positions.
And thank you for those comments, Martha. And I do want to also say, with all the additional liability of all the grants that we're taking on, this is a great opportunity to be able to have that position funded and not cost the general fund any money, at least for the next 3 years.
So on that kind of vein, why do you do grant administration through the finance department as opposed to through the grant department? I know we have one person, but is that something you would consolidate in the future under that grant department?
But mainly it's the financial administration of all those grants. So you may have somebody in the field that's managing the project. You may have our grants manager who's applying for them and maybe even submitting reports. But this is the financial aspects, the TERSs, the PIDs, the grants.
Well, and then for the grants specifically, once the grants are awarded, that's what our grant coordinator, his job is to go out and look for the grants, apply for them, get them secured for the city. But once they're secured, there's a lot of reporting and a lot of administration that follows with them, many times for multiple years, and that's what falls in our department.
I understand, and I'm not expecting an answer because it's operational necessarily. I'm just saying, to me, it might fit under with the grants thing instead of finance, but.
I think the one reason it's typically in the accounting department is because of the financial reporting, the single audit, and it falls within the financial reporting and the journal ledger, and that typically falls under the realm of accounting for the annual audit.
So, and the grant coordinator also works very, very closely with Wendy's staff member that does that. So they have about 3.5 million in grants right now. And then they're also helping us allocate and manage the ARPA funds as well. So Ron has taken on, and you'll meet Ron tomorrow for those of you that haven't. He will be here tomorrow during the ARPA section. But so there's about 3.5, there's safer grants. There's a lot of little pieces of grants he's trying to put a bow on. And then he has already received another $300,000 or $400,000, and he's got applications out right now. So he's keeping Wendy's team very busy on the finance side of it. He does all the reporting, but he has to get that information from the finance team to do that.
So this is very exciting for me because just a few years ago, compared to now, this is a stark difference in the amount of grant that we have coming in. So is he going to be able to give us kind of a forecast tomorrow when we see him of what he sees coming in over the next 2 or 3 years? Is he prepared to do that? If he's not, that's okay, but eventually I'd like to see something like that come from him.
Tara, do you have a number?
And I have a comparison this because we, manage the expenditures, and that's the audit side, and that's what goes on our SEPA. That's what's included in the single audit every year. So in 2018, the expenditures were 1.2 million versus last year's single audit was 10.9 million. And so that's a lot of an increase for our grant accountant to kind of administer.
And now we're going to add the news. And I will add the new $6 million to that.
So they are the $6 million man.
Awesome.
The other thing I just wanted to your question with Ron, we're prepared to do the ARPA stuff tomorrow, but but as Angie and I have kind of talked about in the past, there's going to be a reporting element that really needs to come to you guys so you can see all the stuff you're applying for. The one thing that Ron is bringing to us that I think is just incredibly helpful is a sense for what really is worth going after too. And he's able to help consult and advise because he's gotten so many of those in the past and worked through it. He knows the amount of work, but somebody comes and say, hey, there's a $50,000 grant I can get, and he realizes that, you know, if he keeps working on these others, we might get $1 million. Well, he helps us figure out how to prioritize that.
Just found out about this yesterday, so I didn't get to add it to my slide. But under accomplishments, we can now add under there that we found out from S&P, our bond rating agency yesterday, that we have increased our water and sewer bond rating from an A minus to a double A minus.
I think it's strange that you put a minus in the word and it's an increase.
Yeah, we got 2 A's.
It's just funny. It's screwed up measurement. But congratulations, what a great accomplishment.
Thank you.
We all did it. We all did it.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, good job. I do have one more comment on that. I don't know where we're going to publicize that, but probably during the budget process. If there's a way to quantify how much that'll save us over the next few years, I think we should add that to the analysis.
So, what?
While he's trying to figure out how to make the mic work, I did just look at Ron's latest report. He has applied for about another $1.5 million that's sitting on the table right now waiting, and not including the ones that have some to be determined amounts. There's another 1.6 or 7 that he believes in the next short period of time, like through the fall. Grants come in the spring and the fall. That's when applications are due. So he'll apply for at least another 3 million-ish in the fall.
Awesome. Cool. All right, awesome.
Can we get like a quarterly update of?
We will, yeah. We're kind of working through that with Ron, relatively new. We've been trying to kind of hone in on what does that look like exactly. So that's something he reports to me every month. And if I could get it into a format, he just now went through Munis training to get it all into Munis. So we're hoping we can get a format that's real easy for you to take a glance at and see what's coming.
Mayor, Angie made me forget my train of thought, so what was your question?
Welcome to our world.
Do you remember your question?
I think we should quantify the savings on that bond rating.
So, so one thing you guys know, when our financial advisors work on this, the higher your bond rating, the less likely you need bond insurance, and that's one way to quantify it. But just the difference between, say, a AAA, a AA, and a single A, we can definitely get that information and help quantify it. Because there's definitely savings over a 20-year bond.
Yeah, I assume it reduces the interest rate and helps with the insurance piece.
It's still a tight market,
Yeah.
but there's still savings regardless. So, all right, so this time we're going to turn it over to Public Works, Gary Yenna. And so he will be doing the next departmental presentation, and here it comes. Nice job, Wendy. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that other mic?
Here, give me a hand on that.
He's got it. Oh, somebody got it.
Apparently we have dueling banjos, so.
Thank you.
Is that thing?
Tomorrow. This thing.
It is filling that out.
Seriously.
You can get started with this and ask the mic back and forth.
You're gonna have to talk loud, Gary.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, thanks for having us tonight. Gary, the Public Works Director, and Audio Brian, Assistant Director of Public Works, so we all got a chance to meet him. We're going to, like Brian said, before we do that tonight. This afternoon. So, Public Works Department, just a review of all the departments we oversee. It's quite extensive and vast differentiation between them. And we have a great staff helping us. Our strategic plan, invest in transportation and infrastructure. Public Works manages the CIP infrastructure and continuing work to improve transportation across the city. So we're going to get into challenges, and as we go through the challenges, I want to point out the benefits on the right there. You see it's heavily weighted quartile 1 and 2 that are affected by the challenges that we're going to discuss. So I've been with the city for 4.5 years, and we haven't had a full staff in streets or utilities since I've been here. And the experience level is continually going down. We had some attrition, had some huge retirements. We're just not replacing them with qualified people. We're having to get entry level and train them up. So there's challenges with that. We have to reduce the criteria to for applicants. We have a CDL. Our business models that have MS1 that CDL drivers. So they can go get material. So we have more experienced people on projects. So we had to eliminate that criteria just to get applicants for the MS1. So that did change our business model a little bit. We can overcome that. We can get more people. Another, we eliminated a few other items that you can't get promoted to a 2 unless you have a CDL. So that limits the upward movement. So you can come in as a 1, and just refuse to ever take the CDL test, and you can plug in upward movement. So that's a challenge.
Can you keep the microphone closer to you?
Yes, thank you. So, some of the challenges we have entry-level people. We have to buy boots, we give them a uniform, we invest in training, in internal training in schools for license. And I bet 3/4 of those don't make it through probation. So we made this huge investment in training them up, paying for the uniforms, and then sometimes the uniforms aren't here and aren't gone. So 4 years ago, we probably wouldn't even hire or even talk to these applicants. So we get someone from Jason's Deli come in, we explain to them for an hour, hey, this is what you're gonna do. Oh, I can do that. 2 weeks later, no, I can't do that. Uniforms aren't here yet. So it's a pretty intense job working in water and sewer. It's horrible condition in sewer water, it's heat, cold. It takes a special person to make that commitment. So Ronnie's gonna speak up on the next topic.
Thank you, Council, for letting me speak before you. I just wanted to bring a different perspective to you. Over 35 years of public works work and dealing with staffing levels through the whole thing, and qualified applicants. It's across the board. We know that's going on right now, even with our airline pilots. But what I've seen so far is our scales of pay. We have to be competitive. When we bring them in, we have to be competitive with the other cities around the Metroplex. We're far below that, just as far as starting employees. But that also has to progress up through the ranks to keep those employees. We get them trained up, we get them here, and looking at this, we don't really look into the future past 5 years of retaining an employee, because if we're not moving forward, there's no promotional capabilities, then they're gonna look at the cities around us and they'll go out the door. So what we try to do is instill in them the value of staying here and through training and everybody else, but we have to follow suit with the pay scale. Looking at the qualified employees and looking at our core functions, our number one core function is to meet all of the TCQ mandates and rules. So that's number one. And if you look at the performing the core functions, it applies to every one of the quartiles you see there. When we're running thin as we are, right now I think we're 8 positions down. We lost 2 yesterday. We added 1 yesterday, but we reached out and thank you all for approving that position. We brought on a person that has 16 plus years of public works work. So we're going to add a good quality person there, which is going to benefit our team immensely. But we've got to bring on qualified employees to begin with. We're competing with Bucky's. You know, Bucky's out there spending $20 an hour to start 3 weeks of vacation and profit sharing. We've got a great team here, and we've got great benefits and everything else. We just lack in the pay area of getting in there to where we can keep these folks. So when we start looking at our quartiles, we have to prioritize our functions, and there's things that are missed. One of the biggest things that's a money-saving thing that I've seen in my time here is we are not doing the pipe bursting program any longer. And that saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, where you would have to contract that out to somebody else to do it. We are looking at getting into the pipe bursting program again late summer, you know, as quick as we can, but with the staffing that we have to have a full crew to run that pipe bursting program. So that's one of the big deals is you know, bringing these folks on board, getting them trained up, hopefully bringing some folks on board that have already had some training. If we can bring some folks like we did yesterday, then we spend very little money in training. They're already trained up. All we do is pay for their licensing renewals. And, you know, they come outfitted to work. So we're hoping with the incentive program that has been put out there, we get some of those folks that are leading off from some of these other cities as well. So looking at this quartile chart, you know, that is our main function of keeping that up. And through our thin staffing, it's hard to do it. But, you know, I realize we're a thin city and we can operate that way, but we've got to have good staff. And that's what we're lacking right now. Gary?
Yeah, so thanks for that. As far as the pipe bursting, when I started working here, we could do pipe bursting in advanced neighborhood rehabilitation. So right now we're asking for water, sewer, and streets, drainage, and neighborhood rehab. I know we're paying geo bonds, paying the streets and drainage, revenue bonds, paying for water and sewer. But when I started working here, we were doing all the water in-house, advanced that. So it saved money. The revenue bonds is coming other items. Now it's all coming out of revenue bonds and geo bonds. So that's an effect on that. And we did lose 2 people in Garland and 1 Heath in the last 3 months. If you look at the development within the city, there's a lot of growth. Just in the last 2 years, we added 200 fire hydrants and thousands, 3,000 plus valves. And that takes, we have to mandate and exercise the hydrogen of the valves every year. And that's just, it's currently built. If you look in the queue, we had a development meeting this morning. There's huge developments on Hickox. There's 2 on Hickox, on Merritt. You have Trails of God, moving in South Park, and it's going to have a lot of extra task for it. That's why every year, I've been here 3 years, doing the presentations, I have not asked for new employees. Because I was thinking, how can I ask for new employees when I can't even fill what I have? Well, I'm going to start asking for employees, and we'll all figure that out as a group, how to fill the spots. I'm doing myself a disservice by doing everything. So there's a precursor to next year. So request overview, we're talking about patch truck. He's the fill the patch truck, street assessment, and facilities full-time employee. Right now it's currently part-time, asking to go full-time. So for patch truck, When you think of patch truck, you think about potholes. The patch truck does more than potholes. They do camera replacements with asphalt. I know in the CID, we recommended $7 million for the alley replacement. And we received $2 million. So now we have to supplement that other money with patching with asphalt. We currently have a 2-month backlog on potholes. We have those camera replacements in here. Those take a couple of days to dig out. And the current truck only holds 3 tons of hot mix. So we'd have to make 5 trips to Terrell to fill up 1 alley repair. So that's all we're asking for this trip. And this slide here just reflects the 2 FTEs to support the traffic. So automated street assessment. Currently, we assess our streets with a CIP inspector. It takes that inspector 7 months to do the streets and houses to get the PCI. So we do 1/4 of the city every year. So every year I'm out of one of the inspectors for 7 months while he's doing the street assessment. And I believe managing the CIP was the #1 rated TDE program. We did have a lot of projects, new works. We could use that person managing the projects. So this automated street vehicle, we're not line paving. It's an automated service that this IMS is one of the companies we looked at. They have this little radar on the front. They drive every street and every alley. And they capture the surface condition. Currently, when we do a street assessment, we do random sampling. We don't have time to look at every square inch of the street. So if we have a 500 feet street, we might do every 100 feet. We'll look at the street condition. This machine here does every square inch of streets, sidewalks. It even captures signage. So we have employees that if they're on light duty, we'll give them a GPS device. We have 16,000 plus signs in the city. They have to drive by every one of them and do a lap along each one. So we have to update that layer in the GIS. This service right here would do it as to capture condition of the streets.
Is there a software cost on that?
The software, we already have micropaver.
Please repeat the question.
The question was, is there a software cost? The answer is no. So we have micropaver, and the information they provide goes straight into micropaver. Rob's going to take on this one.
What we're asking for here is a full-time employee added, full-time staff report. Right now, we've got the public works facility, which encompasses a large block of people and manpower. We have part-time cleaners down there, and when we have them. And what we're asking there is that employee to be detailed to that public works facility. But they can also work in the places that we don't have other people. So right now, we are a little thin on people, and they pretty much do a dust and mop, and they're out there, instead of doing a very thorough cleaning of all the facilities. So having this person would release the other people to stay at their locations and do a thorough cleaning. And then when we have sick leave or we have something else that occurs, this person can fill in those locations.
But that's all the question had. It's the summary, and we're here to take questions. Yes.
I got a question. Were you starting a question? I don't know what happened. Am I interrupting?
No.
Okay. So you talked about, starting pay and competitiveness and such. You weren't here, I don't think, when Richard gave his presentation. My question is to somebody, what has Richard incorporated into that salary analysis in regards to specific public works issues with obtaining and retaining staff?
Richard, you want to address that?
Oh, yes, sir. I didn't see you back there.
I had to leave because allergies were making me cough.
Will you repeat the question with the microphone?
Are you allergic to us?
No, just pollen and dust mines.
So,
Say your question one more time.
so
Why don't you give me the microphone so you don't have to repeat it?
Then use Gary's.
Can you hand me the microphone?
Oh, absolutely.
Just so we don't have to repeat it.
I understand.
So my question is, they have indicated issues with salary levels in public works, and we've seen that. And so my question is, in your salary analysis, your overall salary analysis for the entire city, have you incorporated fixes for public works in regards to their specific issues on obtaining and retaining talent?
If you go look at the salary study and you pick out, since a sample, we pick out a few of the public works jobs or the entry-level jobs in parks, you're gonna find that the entry pay is not that different, especially in the surrounding cities. The challenge for us is perhaps we need to change our philosophy and decide, like Garland does, to pay based on a skill set. In other words, I come in, I have a CDL, I come in, I have my water license. So like yesterday, we paid somebody at the midpoint because they had the skill set. If somebody walks in the door and they're a high school educated person, and they have 0 skills, then our pay is generally competitive with our peers in this area. Now, if we go all the way to Plano, or Frisco, and Kitty, you're gonna find people that are paid, obviously, more. So I think what we need to do is change the philosophy and say, when we go out and hire somebody, it can be above entry if they have a few skills they're gonna bring with them, and that will make us competitive in that area. And it means reworking how we hire people for parks, possibly in public works, and saying, if you're here or here, we don't have to start you in entry, which has been our philosophy in general, to maintain internal equity with other employees who came in with the same skill set. But we haven't always measured something that way. So I think our philosophy should change, and I need to work with public works and parks and get a methodology that we can measure that's fair, so when somebody who's here says, wait a minute, you just hired him and pay higher than me. Why? Well, he has the CDL and he already had a water license. You came in as a high school educated person and no skills whatsoever. And so there has to be something to differentiate those people versus just saying, okay, I'm gonna throw money at somebody to get him here. And maybe we work some of those type of things out. But right now, entry is pretty close, especially with our peers in the local area like here. If you go all the way to Plano and Frisco and McKinney and some of the places, you're gonna find more. But our pay is not at a deficit. It's finding people that have skills and deciding how to pay them.
But Richard,
So-
talk about the other things that you're doing to incentivize, Ronnie mentioned it, but what are you doing to incentivize?
So we have
Repeat the
now,
question, we can't hear.
Sorry, you have to repeat
Repeat
my
his question.
what are we doing to incentivize?
Some of the other fixes that we talked about and that we've already implemented and some that we're looking at.
So what have we implemented already and what are we looking at? So we have implemented where if somebody refers somebody, there's a amount goes to the person who's our employee, and if they stay for 6 months, there's an amount because we kept the person. We're considering how we would bring somebody in under a skill-based system that says, if I have these credentials, I can start at a higher rate of pay, and hence at entry level doesn't become a hindrance in getting somebody with a skill set. It hasn't been developed. It's going to take some time to work through those details and exactly what those skills are by each one of the jobs that we have, so that it's fair and equitable, including then adjusting those that are already here to match whatever their skill set is, which may mean adjustments potentially.
So does that mean, I don't remember when we did this, but we made an adjustment to beginning salaries probably in January?
Last of all, yeah.
Yes, we did.
So does that mean we're gonna have to do that again in the short term to get us over the hump? Or, I mean, I understand that that's gonna take time. And I understand that's a good route to go, but we've got an issue today, so
Yes.
how do we bridge that gap? And you may not be able to answer that right now.
Probably, we have to decide about the pay range itself. Because remember, we're valuing a job based on 15 specific criteria that measure the job against all the other positions in the city, exception police and fire, so on. And when you go into that, if you artificially inflate somebody in an area by saying the value of the job is greater just because of a dollar amount, then you're deviating away from trying to make sure there's internal equity across the entire organization. That's why I think the initial solution may be saying we evaluate the person's skill set and bring them in at a higher rate of pay than entry. The challenge is, I think, then we have to correct the pay for those people who are already here who have a similar skill set, but we haven't put them at that level. If we just change entry pay for just a job, you still have to fix the other individuals in the department, just like we did last year when we made those adjustments. So it is not an easy methodology to just say, I'm going to pay entry-level people more without making sure that internal equity portion is consistent throughout the organization. And perhaps we make an exception and just say, for the time being, this job is critical and we're going to pay them more. But then you're going to have people who work in the same value range say, well, what about me? Why am I not critical?
I understand the issue, I'm just trying to figure out what y'all do.
You bet.
And you don't have to answer it now, it's just.
I know, we do. I know it needs to be solved.
I agree, Mayor. Here's what I want to say. It seems like every year, or at least every other year, there is a class of positions that are more critical, it seems like. And, at times it's been IT, at times it's been police. We've been behind on police sometimes and trying to play catch up. So every year that happens. What I think is for this time now, we don't know how much of this is post-COVID in this particular market and how much of it's unemployment and all the other benefits that people get that some may correct out. But regardless, though, we have a problem in the sense that it's not the entry-level pay that is the issue, particularly if we make an adjustment to the grades and we'll decide how much, but it's not really that. It's getting those skill sets in here that are important. They have flexibility to hire people at higher than the minimum pay. The only thing that Richard really has to solve for is what is the logic based on that, so that every time we bring somebody in, say grade 3, or say the third, I don't know, whatever the percentage would be, we don't have to address 15 other people at the same time. But we may have to, and to your point, this may be, even as we go through this process, once we decide that, there may need to be a lot that we put in there for next year to be able to do that. But I think even if we make those adjustments, finding those folks are still going to be very, very hard right now in this market because everybody is fighting for them. And I know you're probably, Garland, they're probably doing the same thing.
Yeah, and what I think is even a harder issue is I think you can you're doing, I think, in the right direction in terms of how do you become more marketable to the skilled positions, which are hard to get because you're competing with everybody else. But what's really an issue that I see in our job market right now is the point you brought up, especially in public works, is the younger generation doesn't understand what it is to work. And they don't come in and they'll stay for a week or two and they're like, wow, I don't want to do this. And it happens in parks, it happens in public works, and how do you weed those people out? How do you educate them on what the other benefits are for working for a municipality in terms of overtime, in terms of paid time off, in terms of insurance, in terms of retirement benefits. We've had to start implementing a whole education process for our new employees that come in, our entry-level employees, because they'd come in and leave 6 weeks later because they make $1 more an hour at an HVAC company. And it never fails. 3 months later, they come back and they go, man, I had to work a 12-hour shift, now I got paid for 8. And they didn't, and I didn't work, so I didn't get paid. And so we've kind of started implementing a more robust education system to say, hey, yeah, you might make a little bit less here, but when you look at your overall value of what you're getting invested in here in the city, it's way over what you were making there. You know, and the other thing is how do you start maybe looking at something that's a more specific skill set that you need? Maybe how do you have setting up our own internal training system where you could use it as a recruitment tool to be able to help train these kids or train these entry-level positions a little bit, with the caveat being you get this training, you get a little bit higher starting salary, plus it lets you weed out some of those people. And I know a couple of cities have done that, especially with dispatchers, because it's such a hard position to fill and have qualified dispatchers that I've heard a couple of cities are starting their own dispatch training programs so that they can have trained people that they can then move into dispatch. And so I think that methodology can be translated over to something that's a very specific skill set like public works, and then it also has the benefit of weeding some of that out. But this is a challenge that not just we're going through, every city, and not just every city, every industry. You know, there was the news article that was on the other night. Restaurants. It's not that they can't get people to come now; they don't have people to work at the restaurants. And so this is an issue everywhere, and we're all going to have to be really creative to solve for these as we move forward. But that's my editorial comment. But
absolutely, and we know we have a challenge, and we have to figure out how to overcome it. And hopefully, it won't endure, and things will correct themselves in the marketplace. Because people will have to go back to work instead of staying home.
Yep.
Very good points, both ways. We do have programs in place currently. The programs that we have in place are spread throughout many training facilities, and they're mandated by TCEQ when working in water and wastewater that they must obtain licensing within 2 years. All right, we can speed the process of licensing up by sending them to extra schools, you know, to compensate for the years. That costs money. You know, schooling right now is running about $400 a class for a 2.5-day school, and then the licensing on top of it. But we are mandated to get these folks trained, and so the programs are already there. We have to have the training when people come through the door. You know, you speak to the high schoolers, and that's great. A lot of them are trained, and a lot of them do want to be trained. And to your point, yes, the workforce with some of the young people are rather set at home and they're all checked. But what I've seen in the 35 years is getting those people, retaining those people, trying to keep them here, and we do that through all of our programs. We do explain to them that one of the biggest things when we bring up an entry-level person in is the 7% mandatory retirement. Try to explain to them, when you get to my age, you're going to be happy that you got that. You know, it's a perk. I know when I was their age, I would have put 7% behind if it meant the world. You know, 6-pack of beer meant more than that. So, you know, what to everybody's point, your skill-based training does work. Darwin's been doing it for a number of years. I think that we can also have a little leeway in bringing these folks in like we did yesterday. If we can advertise it and not say, this is what you're going to make $14.40, you know, maybe not even put on there something else to where we can get them in the door from another state, and then send a letter through and qualify them for a higher pay. I think that would help us immensely. Because like I say, the licensing is a big deal here. Getting that licensing is a strenuous thing. I mean, they go through many classes to get that license, and then we've got to send them back through more classes to get the wastewater side of the licensing. So.
And we do spend a great deal of time in orientation. If we get them in, we let them know what their benefits are and so forth. I have some of those young folks who are like, I'm on my parents' insurance, I'm just sitting there.
That's exactly right.
But we do, and I know we emphasize and spend a lot of time going over their benefits. Plus, Employee Academy wants to get them back into that role because, you know, departments, they get really good orientation about how well the job is. And the longest term non-uniform employee sharing my office, tell them about it, what a great place this is to be. She's been here 25 years.
Minimum age of hire, 26. They don't have insurance on their parents.
That could be one way.
I'm sorry, that's discriminatory, sorry.
I know you spend a lot of money training somebody. And just to throw this out, one time, my background's IT. And at one time, failure in my memory, I worked for EDS and problem. But anyway, EDS used to train programmers. They teach you to be a programmer, but you signed a contract with EDS that you would work for them for 2 years or something like that to pay back that education. I mean, they valued it, and this is a long time ago, they valued it at $2,500. And they figured if you worked 2 years, they got their money back from you. And I don't know if you could use that or not or whatever, but that's what they.
Sometimes it's hard to get the money back when the paycheck's small and they leave without,
Yes.
This question is for you, and it's not pertaining to the salary stuff, so, sure, yeah, just so.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Yes.
It's not pertaining to salary. So the Dow curve, I know that's been a big discussion amongst this council over the last year. How are we funding that?
General fund,
Okay,
street repairs.
okay. I just want to make sure that that wasn't something that we had to fund here in the budget.
So the first 2 phases, we absorbed in traffic, the streets, the signage, and raised pavement markings. As we go out for the phase 3 projects, the high friction surface, we're probably going to see a peak savings for that. This could be our first estimate, like $80,000 just to do high friction surface. That doesn't include safe zone, on south curve, outside south curve. We do not have that kind of money in the general fund.
Okay, good to hear. Last thing, the pavement replacement program, are we going to be starting on that, or do we need more funding in that?
We can always use more funding.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to make sure we have enough to make a meaningful impact. It's a lot of these
We
rates.
are making a meaningful impact. I'm sure we got a lot of needs to drive around the city and cities. We can always use more funding, but we're using the funding that we have the most efficient thing. I believe it's making an impact on our roads. I like the road.
Oh, okay, yeah, let me be more specific. The blacktop roads.
On the
Yeah,
asphalt rehab.
yeah.
So, the next council meeting, we have an item on consent for approval for asphalt rehab. I don't remember if it's 8 roads, if it's over 5 miles.
Oh, okay.
So, the program was suspended for a few items for COVID, and that was a number of issues, so, yeah, that money's in CIP, so it rolled forward. I believe it's $1.1 billion right.
Yeah, 5 miles is plenty to do. That's good. Thank you.
Gary, for the automated street assessment machine that you want to buy, how much efficiency is that going to save us? You made the statement that the normal, when we're doing it now, it takes 7 months of a guy driving around doing that. How much time will it take for this machine to go around? Yeah, so it's a service that we would buy the service, not the truck, the van. So it takes 2 weeks to do their assessment. So you can do 7 weeks of assessment in 2 months. Or I'm sorry, 7 months. Correct, in 2 weeks. So are you envisioning them doing this annually instead of every 4 years? So for all the streets? Correct, so the streets and alleys, currently we do a quarter of the infrastructure per year. So in 4 years we do the whole infrastructure. We would do the whole infrastructure in 1 year, 2 weeks, and then we would repeat it again in a 4-year cycle. Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to have the microphone on this one because it's a little complicated and I don't know what I'm talking about. So we will help you to be able to hear me. You noted that you needed some funding to replace the internal clock in the underground storage tank. And just looking at what the budgets were from 2020 and 2021, it's a significant amount, probably around 75,000 to 80,000, I'm guessing, of this requested budget amount. And and then it has a life expectancy of 25 years. I'm hoping we won't be at that same location for 25 years. And so I guess my question is, would it be more efficient for us to abandon that tank and use a local station to get our fuel? I'm sure there is some cost savings and convenience to have our own fuel tank. So if you could just explain that.
Okay, so the items that we're asking for, we moved to another facility, and they don't have these components, we can bring them with us. So it's not something that we would leave in the building. Then the discussion of abandoning the fuel tank, I would like to add the chiefs in the conversation as well, because there's a lot of discussion about, hey, if electricity goes down, you know, we will be self-sufficient. We have this tank that we can fill our police vehicles up, our tanks up from this. So there's a cost saving, trade-offs to be I do know that the rack rate that we get for fuel is equal to, we be paying more for fuel if we went to QT. So I have to do it.
Right. I figured there would be some cost savings, but the safety aspect is definitely enough to me. And then to be able to move that tank whenever you do move, that makes it sustainable for me.
So we purchase fuel through the Fort Worth contract, and they get a used economy scale. And we piggyback off that, so our cost savings is way less than we pay at QT.
Right.
So this is kind of a general question, so not sure how you'll answer it, but being on the executive board of COG, I see so much that COG has benefits to individual cities, and I'm not sure we're taking advantage of that, you know, whether it's preferable pricing or specific grants. And I'm not even sure how to phrase the question, but I just see agenda item after agenda item after agenda item where they have favorable pricing on this program, and I don't see Rowlett totally engaged in that partnership. So that's just a general comment, not sure how to even answer that, not sure how to get that more substantive right now. But I see it every single month when I'm in those meetings. So help us understand how tied in we are to that whole thing.
We definitely did foster that relationship. Now that Ronnie's on board, it frees me up to do that, to foster a relationship with COG and entities around this kind of thing. So that's what, as a director, that's my job, to see those out, take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure it's even just fostering a relationship, because like when funding mechanisms come available, you know, we have to be at the table discussing. But I'm also just talking about all the services they provide. I'm not even sure we're clued in everything that we could be doing with those benefits that they provide to so many cities. So I don't know how to fix that, but it feels like it's something that we're not taking advantage of, and we should be.
They have a person. I believe that COG has a person that will come out and give us a complete overview of all their products and services. They have a department there that does that.
I think we need to.
And they really ought to come out and do that and give us a briefing on everything so that we can meet with all the department directors and council, really make sure we get plugged in.
Mayor, I've sat on infrastructure board for the last 15 years in the public works part. And there are a lot of programs out there. Sometimes our internal programs that we use are a lot better.
Yeah.
But yes, we can definitely look into it.
Thank you.
So, council, we are at the 12 o'clock stage, so I want to give you an option. We're ahead of schedule, also from where we thought. There were a couple afternoon presentations that we've done now this morning. So here's our option. So we've got lunches here. We have at 12 o'clock, we have one of our council governance things scheduled for workers' comp. We also had Libby come in early to be able to do economic development. So she's got 20 to 30 minutes on that. So the question is, how do you feel about either one? One option is go ahead and let Libby do her part, then we can have lunch and do the governance part at roughly 12:20, 12:30. Or do we want to jump straight into lunch and then go back to that later this afternoon, just to try to get a feel for where you think you're at this point.
Did you buy lunch for Libby?
She's smiling, so I don't know the answer to that question.
If not, she needs to do it now.
So are y'all okay with that? Maybe Lorraine let Libby do her part. And like I said, we're gaining some ground for this afternoon for another discussion. Okay.
Meaning you did not buy her lunch.
So she was not on the list because she was scheduled for this afternoon, Mayor. So thank you.
Let's let her do it.
All right.
Y'all okay?
Yeah. Okay. All right, Libby, go ahead. And
Still
Jeremy.
hungry.
Stands between us and food.
We're going to work. Just hold on.
Great. All right, I'll try to be brief and I'm happy to be here today. Jim's on vacation, so lucky me, I get to present to all of you today.
Are there handouts?
Oh, the handouts. I only found out about at 11:30 that I was supposed to bring them. Jim did not let me know that. So I'll make sure you have them this afternoon. My apologies. So again, our mission is to foster private and public investment through partnerships and enhance and grow our tax base and diversify that. So there's many ways we do that within our department. So business retention and attraction, business retention, working and helping to grow the businesses that we have here. Erica Sriracha, our specialist, does that. I'm primarily focused on bringing in the new businesses and focusing on North Shore. And of course, Jim's working on retail and Sapphire Bay. We work on workforce, so I'm thinking about how do we partner with our own public works people to kind of see if we can get them a pipeline of workforce as well. So many of those components play into economic development. Just a recap of how we're doing so far this year. Obviously, you know, sales tax are up and doing great. We've added, through May, 29 new businesses and for a total of 210 jobs that those businesses created. So very good based on the post-pandemic coming out of that. We feel like our future is really bright for the city, and this is one of the things that attracted me to come here. And you know, Sapphire Bay is the kind of the gem that we've got in front of us, and $1 billion in private investment that's coming. And then North Shore is the new next catalyst. So when I'm talking to consultants and brokers and site selectors, they always like, I throw in a little bit about Sapphire Bay and about downtown. And so that's kind of the hook I'm using to get them interested, and we'll be focusing on that more in the future. But there's a lot of interest in Rowlett now because of Sapphire Bay. So I think it helps me do my job to promote North Shore, and we're hoping to see more activity coming there soon. And obviously the sales tax revenue is very well for our community. So this past year, we did focus a lot on helping our businesses through the COVID pandemic and how that affected them. So a lot of focus on retention, obviously. So we did a lot of surveys to reach out to them and let them know, find out what their needs were, first of all, but to also let them know about the PPP loans that were available and some other grant mechanisms that they could utilize. And then also, of course, we had the robust grant program here, which was tremendous, to give out almost $1 million to businesses as recently as April to continue helping them. So that was really a good thing that happened here. Again, significant focus on retaining those businesses and helping them through that. Obviously, Sapphire Bay, getting the infrastructure and the cooperation that was needed to formalize that. That's almost complete, and now TxDOT's coming in, and the infrastructure is starting to happen there for their improvements. And then I came on board, so it's been a good year for us. So our goals for next year, really, we're returning to focus on that business attraction component, so there was no conferences, no trade shows. I've been doing a lot of virtual meetings with consultants, and so that's easy to do and cost efficient, but it doesn't really replace the value of the one-on-one. So being able to travel and work with Team Texas to help market the state, but also Rowlett, and do some other direct impact marketing trips will be important. And then, just we're continuing to monitor businesses and how they're doing. So Erica Sriracha is our new specialist. She's doing a tremendous job in really meeting with our businesses and finding out, what their needs are, where they're at. We've already been engaged with a lot of them to try to help them in various needs. We're often the spokes in the wheel and know who to refer them to many times to help them out. And so that's another goal we're focusing on. And then certainly getting the financing package done for Sapphire Bay and the conference center to really bring that online. And that'll be so exciting that we've got. And we're not requesting any more staff. So our budget, just to highlight some things that we've got in there, certainly marketing money to help us with not only North Shore, but downtown. We have consultants, Civic Brand, that help with the downtown marketing, underpinned, work with them directly on helping North Shore and just economic development marketing in general. It's funding in there for our professional and state associations and groups that really help us to keep current and help market our community. And again, no personnel or social media requests. The only thing that we've got an increase in is $411, which is a contract increase. So there's a 5% annual escalator with this contract for CoStar. And let me see if I got the slide in there. Did, okay. So this is a sites and properties database. We utilize this almost on a daily basis, but it shows us what properties are available, commercial, retail, multifamily, even industrial in our community. And so just yesterday I was utilizing it. This is just a snapshot to show you that they're looking for 1 to 5 acres for a project they want to do here. So this will pull up all of the land that's for sale. And then I can go in and based on what they do and what they're looking for, make a package to them about a proposal about where they might want to be. And so it puts it in a really nice report, pretty pictures in there. We can do demographics. There's a lot of data that comes out of this as far as traffic volumes and census data, workforce information. So it's a really critical part to help us do our jobs. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about kind of where we fall as far as what we spend on marketing for economic development. So we surveyed all of these cities you see at the bottom. That's kind of our standard ones we utilize for benchmarking. And we're number 7 lowest about what we spend per capita, okay, not total overall budget. So you can see they go from anywhere from $49,000 from Grand Prairie to 1.3 million in mechanic. So just wanted to give you kind of a snapshot about where we fall. So our total monies that we use for marketing overall are $129,000 annually. So some things to think about going forward. As Sapphire Bay comes online, that's going to be a tourist destination. It's going to have the conference center there and a lot of amenities that will bring people in from outside the area. They estimate 6 million visitors. So we need to consider how we can fund, or if we want to fund, a Convention and Visitors Bureau. So one way that this can happen is through a hotel sales tax, through the sports and community venue tax that's allowed by the state statute. So you can assess up to 2% for a hotel stay. So it does have to be voter approved, but the good thing is most of the voters won't be using it because it's a hotel stay. So just something to be thinking about as we move forward. And then also regarding downtown, be thinking about if, as it continues to grow and evolve, if we need to establish a municipal management district. So that entails an assessment that the property owners agree to. You cannot force them to pay it, but it can go for things to promote beautification, events, marketing, just general upkeep on the property. And so we wanted to throw that out there to think about, and also having a professional staff person that could be funded by that to be dedicated to marketing downtown, to helping with those events. I know Parks is overwhelmed trying to do all the events for us right now down there. So really having that one-on-one outreach, and Eric is doing a good job of that, but bringing new businesses into downtown and helping with that as well. So just some things to think about. And that is it. See? Short and sweet. What questions do you have for me?
Maybe you mentioned that Sapphire Bay is about to go vertical. When is that going to happen?
They have plans in right now for some townhome projects. Some of the hotels are in, and one of the multifamily projects are in the planning process. So I know staff is reviewing those internally, and eventually they're going to land on a planning commission agenda very soon. So we should start seeing that happen pretty quick.
Has there been any thought to creating a tourism PID that would include the hotels down in the Sapphire Bay area to help pay for the marketing efforts and maybe even pay for the Visitors Bureau and stuff going on there?
I think that's certainly something we can look at.
We talked about that last year, and we need to take it to the legislature in 2 years.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, Wendy. So there's a mechanism to capture some of that to use for marketing, but you have to get approved by the legislature. And Jim didn't want to do it because we couldn't do it in this session, but it needs to be done in 2 sessions from now. And it's a designation. Do you remember what I'm talking about, Brian? Do you remember what it's called? Is that that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the venue that we were talking about, and we still see some gain in doing that sooner rather than later, planning for it and actually getting it on a election cycle at some point, whether it's this coming up May or the following May. The tourism pit is a different venue, Mayor, that we were talking about. And I thought there was a third one too, but I may be confusing 2 of them together. But
there's a mechanism to take some state funds and utilize it for marketing.
That might be a PID.
I think you're a destination marketing area.
When we went to the conference last year, we came back with it and gave it to you and Jim, and we decided at that time that this legislative session was too early, but we had to do it in 2 years from now, whatever that it is.
I say it might be that you have to be designated as a destination marketing community or organization in order to receive those state funds. I know.
I can't remember, I don't remember that part of it now. But it is a legislative approval process.
Yeah, HB 15. Brian, one of the things to look at is HB 1543. It's new legislation that just went through, and it does affect all PIVs, but it does affect also the tourism bid and how we administrate that and the rules around it. So that's
Tourism improvement.
Yeah.
Improvement district, that's exactly what it is.
it's HB 1543.
Yeah, that's it.
Good.
Anything else?
Thanks, Libby.
So do you want to take a quick break while you collect your food?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay.
20-second break.
Okay, welcome to the council governance portion of today.
I thought you were standing back there. It's like, what?
Right behind you. So one of the questions that we always get when people call the city is, who's my council member? Who do I talk to? I want to talk to the mayor. So the mayor can fix everything. So with all of our members being at large, is it really feasible for all city members to respond to citizen concerns? And council has previously discussed tackling this issue administratively. So, suggestion, I have one. I have one. I can go first because I have mine. So the recommendation is that the mayor, deputy mayor pro tem remain at large and cover the entire city. The remainder of the city will be separated into the 4 quadrants and covered by each other place that is not one of the other 3. And based on the current members, so the recommendation would be to have a set formula in place to help rule out any comments regarding favoritism or my neighborhood always gets taken care of issues that come with single member districts in other cities. So the recommendation is that the 4 remaining members, their assignment is based on the lowest place number. So for currently seated members, this is how it would be. Because Blake is place 1 council, he would be the first quadrant. Whitney is then the next place, and he would be 2. And then Pam is the next place, would be 3. And that would happen each year. So that's an idea.
I vote yes. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody.
That rotate each year, is that what you're saying?
Yes, as you select a deputy mayor pro tem and a mayor pro tem, each year, that would change, possibly. And then with the addition of new council members for those election cycles, this would change.
The only other thing that I would add to it, because this would not be that you have to run for a play, you don't run for a district.
This has nothing to do with elections. This is all in-house administratively, how city council decides to address issues.
Completely, understand. Would be that, it's like if you had the same, you kept them the same mayor pro tem, deputy mayor pro tem, that the 4 would rotate. So you represent a different part of the city each year. So let's just say that that was the same group going into next year, then Blake would move to where Whitney is and you just kind of go counter.
I would agree
clockwise.
with the rotation.
So that way you serve a different part of the city each year, and that further does away with my district and my territory, or my whatever,
Yeah.
because you get a chance to recognize and be in every different, section, so to speak, each year. But I think it's fantastic.
So another option is to draw numbers.
Well, I would encourage us to look at this from the resident standpoint. And residents are gonna be confused if you change it every year. I don't know how to resolve that. But, you know, I've brought this issue up every year since I've been mayor. And I always try to look at it from the resident standpoint, because Laura gets them, I get them, you know, who's my council person? Right now, we have trouble answering emails because we don't know who's answering what. So staff answers, our citizens feel slighted because they're not getting an answer from an elected official. And I think that's a real disservice to our residents. I also think rotating stuff will confuse residents. So I don't know how to solve that.
Well, if it's internal, it should be fairly easy to solve, because when someone calls,
They don't
then you're
know.
just referring them to the person that is taking care of their area at that time.
Right, but then the next time it's gonna, well, I don't take care of your area anymore, now it's Blake because we went past a May election. Whatever it is.
If someone called me, you know, directly, or contacted me directly, I would probably just forward the email or the voicemail to the person that was taking care of it. I agree that we need some kind of system, because it's confusing for you guys, and it's confusing for us too, because as you said, we don't know who has responded. I try to respond to everyone, but I do like the idea of rotating it, because for one thing, it's gonna allow council members who do represent the city at large, which we all do, it gives you a more balanced education on what's going on in the whole city, not just in one sector. I mean, if you don't rotate it, absolutely, it's going to divide us into districts. And I don't think we want to do that. At least I'm not in favor of that. But I am in favor of a system of management where we know that everyone is getting taken care of, and we know who's going to do it at any given time.
So one option based on comments that we received from citizens is, you know, everything east or on the Rockwell side is neglected or not addressed. So what you could do is have 1 and 3 just switch over and to enforce whichever. And so you don't have this side of PGBT or that side of PGBT. Instead of rotating them, just switch them in the bifurcation.
Just some kind of rotation.
I would suggest, and it's just for, just keep any confusion down, that just numbering these, you number them like the fire stations. In other words, where you have 3, that would be 1. And where you have 4 would be 2.
So this is really not to give a designation, it's just for our purposes.
Okay.
So that one space there is the first
I was just gonna say,
space.
if you were gonna use these numbers for anything, it would be very confusing, trying to figure out which one is 1.
Well, I think you got a bigger issue there, Brownie, and I think it's a great point. As soon as we number them, we're gonna get confusion because of places.
That's right.
So we just get rid of those numbers and we call it northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast.
So this map is actually the code enforcement officers separation. Instead of recreating the wheel, I just asked Ella to fix this. So
But naming
we wouldn't
conventions,
have to publish the numbers, just the names.
yeah, naming conventions do matter, and I think it's a great point.
You're getting confused.
So, I don't, personally, I don't think this can be done administratively. I think this has to be done via a charter amendment. All of us are elected at large, and so a citizen reaching out to me and District 4, they elected me just like they elected all of us. And for me to say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to forward this to another council member, I just think that if it's not something that is direct policy, it's a charter requirement, it's your district, I don't think that it can be, because any council member under this could say, I'm not going to follow this rule because it's not a real policy. It's kind of like a recommendation. So I could just say, okay, good for the rest of y'all, but I'm going to continue to do what I'm going to do.
Well,
and that is serving at large.
But I don't think I wouldn't ask you if somebody reached out to you and I was over in that area for you to forward it to me. If somebody wants to reach out to you, you have a relationship with that person and they want to talk to you, feel free.
Yeah.
To me, this is administrative when we get a cold call where somebody doesn't have a relationship with one of us that can call in and say, who do I talk to? Oh, we get if this is issues over here, why don't you talk to Brownie, why don't you talk to Martha? It gives them a way to direct somebody. If they already have a relationship with you and they reach out to you, I would expect you to talk to them and about whatever their issue is. I wouldn't expect you to forward it to me. This is just an administrative way, so it's not just always going straight to the mayor. Because what's happening is they're like, I don't know who to talk to, so they call the mayor. And like Brownie and I went and met with some of the residents about the Del Rock Curve last weekend, and the reason they reached out to me was because they said they watched the council meeting and said, oh, I like what you had to say, so I reached out to you. And so right now there's just this kind of confusion about who do we sometimes, if they don't watch the council meetings or if they're not paying that close attention and they're just calling into the help desk, it's not other cities would be like, yeah, call your local council person. Well, we don't have a local council person.
I also think, I do think it can be handled administratively. I think it's going to be confusing, but I think it's confusing to our residents right now. But I also think it's very important for neighborhood meetings. I'm going to the Harborside neighborhood meeting tomorrow night. Well, I don't have any problem as mayor going to the Harborside neighborhood meeting, but someone that is kind of more responsible for that district should be there in addition or instead, to really start forming a relationship with those residents. So I disagree with you. I think it can be handled administratively. I think there's issues either way. But to me, it's just like, who can Laura forward this email to that can handle this specific issue? Who can development services or community development say, you need to go to this neighborhood meeting because it's relevant to this area of town. But
yeah, I mean, given the rarity of that happening, where you have a citizen reach out and say, I want a council member at this neighborhood meeting, that's okay. I get that for this. So I think explaining it that way, Matt, actually helps me better understand it because I'm not going to just ignore or forward somebody's communication.
Whatever I want you to or expect you to.
Right. So
And that's not what this is saying.
right. Okay. So that helps me better understand what you're trying to do here. So it'd just be somebody calls Action Center. I want to know who to talk to about such and such. You just refer to this map.
And I would avoid using the word district altogether.
It would be quadrants.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't call it districts. Let's not call it districts. Let's not call it 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call it northeast, southeast, something like that. It's also, I get a lot of direct communications, and I'm sure you do too. I'm not saying y'all don't. But I would imagine I get more. But, I could go, I'm forwarding this to, Councilman Cheryl, who has specific knowledge in this area for the answer. We all do that today. If it's a KRB related question, it gets forwarded to Martha. If it's a trees question, I'm just throwing out examples. If it's a cert question. So it's just another area of expertise that allows us to develop relationships and have some different responsibilities.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's just the whole administrative piece of it and not something bigger like it is the district, then I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with it if it's not publicized on the city website. This is really our real quadrants, because it's an administrative, what do you call it, policy, it doesn't really mean much other than to just us as a group and how we work.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, to me, it's just an administrative management tool.
What did you just say?
I said, I don't want it on the web,
No,
In-house.
in-house only.
In-house only.
And when we communicate, you know, I'm gonna forward your question to so-and-so because they have some expertise in this area.
Yeah.
I think that's okay, yeah.
and you don't even necessarily have to say to that person who doesn't know who to call, that this person takes care of your quadrant or whatever. You just refer them to that person because it's an internal management tool.
And I think today when staff answers the reply alls, I just feel like the citizens feel jilted because they didn't hear from an elected official. You know, and if they did a reply all today or in the future with this, you know, here's your answer from staff, you know, Councilman so-and-so or Councilwoman so-and-so is also on this email. Feel free to reach out to staff or the council person if you have further questions.
I would also say that I'm sure most times the council member is responding, not reply all, so you may not know about it.
Well, I understand.
I know I was supposed to help with that.
Well, I understand, but there's lots of times you can't, and there's lots of times that there's a very comprehensive answer from staff, and they're replying all to us, and we know it's been answered for the citizen. The last thing we want is 7 replies, not reply alls, 7 replies with different answers. And I'm sure that happens today.
I agree.
So, is it permanent, is it moving, or?
It's in trial for 6 months. That's what I think. Let's try it.
Let's see if everybody likes it first. Is everybody okay?
I'm okay. All right.
I think if it's permanent, we should be able to choose. But if it's moving, then I'm okay.
So if it's permanent and you get to choose, right now you have 3 people who live in area 2.
Well, but both of them are, the day.
Right, but not always.
True.
So for example, if that weren't the case, prior to the last council meeting, you would have 2. So, and then the other thing, as I mentioned before, is that if you make it a process instead of selection, you avoid that favoritism aspect.
Right, that's why I would rather revolving move it.
So we'll do this at least through May and see how it goes.
We will do this on a trial period and reassess if we're having problems.
Okay.
And certainly reassess after the May election.
I like it.
But let's make sure we have an opportunity to reassess in a few months if it's not good.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So when emails come to all of city council, I answer most of those, right? Do you still want staff to address whatever the question is
I do.
and direct them to a council member that can help them more?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure before I respond to one and somebody says,
I just think,
That's the appropriate way to do that.
I just,
Reply all.
yeah. I just think if you could somehow pull the council person into that conversation.
For sure.
You know, I have consulted with council person so-and-so, and here's our response.
If you have any more questions.
If you have any more, you can reach me or this council person. It makes the resident feel like an elected official is involved in the communication.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good way to do it. But I also think continue to copy all of us.
Yeah.
Because we are at large and we all need to know what's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's a blind copy of the rest of the council persons, and it's a hard CC for the council person in that area.
I like that.
What do y'all, does that work? See, now, I'm sure there's gonna be issues.
There will be, but we just.
We'll just
allow
tweak
us to
them as we
talk about
go. Since it's internal, it'll be a lot easier to fix.
it. Just try it and see what works.
And we'll send this out to everybody.
So let's call them areas of focus,
Focused areas.
focused
There
areas.
Yeah.
Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, focus area.
Good, terminology.
Focus areas.
Got it.
And then maybe, you know, with Sapphire Bay, because that wasn't really identified on there, but just have that executive team deal with that area.
Well, that's down the road. I mean, unless we want to talk about dirt right now.
I don't know, we still get
Who
questions.
was in that southeast one, focus area? There you go.
That's why I was trying to pass it off to you.
I've got both the curve and the bubble, so just.
So the next
Just saying
section
it.
is regarding boards and commissions. And the first part is specifically regarding the CIAB. They completed their bond process. And in May and June, they met to conduct a postmortem on the process for this bond cycle. Part of their discussion involved membership and appointments. And Whitney and I will be presenting their recommendations regarding that topic. I will forward the entire list of recommendations to council later on. So their first recommendation, their one recommendation regarding membership and appointment says that the board should be commissioned for a particular bond cycle, with appointments being made for the duration of the bond cycle. Replacements appointed only as needed by board member departures during the life of the project. So during this last bond cycle, we had some people go off because the appointment process was midstream. And so we lost a lot of knowledge and experience from the previous cycle. And so there were some hiccups and a lot of catch-up took place and duplication of efforts during this go-around. So that was one of the things that they commented on.
So you accomplished that through a specific temporary commission as opposed to a permanent.
Exactly. Be that ad hoc.
Thank you, couldn't think of the words. Okay. Makes sense. I know why we did the permanent thing, but it didn't work.
Also, to the extent possible, some few members for prior bond projects should be included either as members or ex officio members for each new bond cycle, to provide that previous experience, knowledge, and institutional knowledge. That's right. Also, board members' commissions should have prior experience with serving on Rowlett boards and/or completed the Rowlett City Academy class or any city-related experience to the extent possible. They felt that this experience exposes people to how city operations work and the functions of the city and gave them a better understanding of the projects presented and how the process would work.
And I think,
I actually think that's a really good recognition for all the boards and commissions. That we really need to heavily recruit out of those academy classes, the Tri-City Academies. And then, when we go and we recruit for boards and commissions every year, that's one of the things that we put on there. That it's highly desirable that the quality that folks have completed those. Or been part of it.
As a requirement?
No, as a, that it's highly desirable, not as a requirement, because you'll get 10 people.
Yeah, I mean,
So we
as long as I've been doing this, we've been able to put almost every single person that wanted to serve on a board.
We have.
There's been a couple exceptions.
Yeah.
And you're never gonna get there.
No, we just had, I think the reason why CAB put this on there is because we had some folks that went on that committee midstream that hadn't even been residents of the city for more than a year. And so they weren't familiar with the way that we do things and the different departments that we have, which is kind of good in some ways because they come into it unjaded, but other ways it's not that good. So we need those folks to be an experienced group
But I think you can accomplish that by, just adding, what city academies have you attended, and they could check,
Yes.
and, have you attended Leadership Rowlett, yes or no? And then we just have to weed that through in the interview process.
And I agree. I just think it needs to be added to the application so that we're collecting that data.
And with CIAB, it's a little bit different because of the ranking
Yes.
process. And so maybe we need to add more alternates to that particular board because you hardly ever are able to catch up.
Yep.
If you come in midstream in that process of CIAB, I served on the first one, and we had some people that came in midstream, smart people, and they could never actually get a grip on the process because they were just so far behind.
I agree. I think that is one of the recommendations, one of their softer ones, is that they want to add a couple more of those spots to it.
So it might depend on the particular board or commission.
It does.
What they're tasked with.
But I think that if we're going to do a project-based, which means you're going to have the same folks there for 2.5 years, then you're going to want to add enough extra members on there so that you've got a good quality group there all the way to the end. So if people drop off, you're not in trouble.
Yeah, and that can happen in a 3-year period.
It can. That's the risk with that.
Yeah.
So they stated that starting the board process a year prior to council consideration seemed to provide sufficient time to produce well-reasoned recommendations. And so based on that, is there a consensus from council to amend the appointments as recommended regarding the timeframe and for our bond cycle?
I think the amendment is it's an ad hoc commission as opposed to a permanent commission. I think that's how it has to be addressed. If we all agree that it should be ad hoc.
It started as ad hoc, it worked.
Which is reversing the decision after the 2015 cycle.
Hey, you live and learn.
So is then June 2023 a good date for the next appointment cycle? August 2024 would be when the bond election for November 24 would be ordered, and then following previous schedules, presentation to council would be in June of 2024.
Well, I mean, we gotta make a decision if we're gonna put the parks thing back on the ballot.
So another note, current members will stay on board to assist with any possible May 2022 bond election. They are currently on their hiatus pending council decision.
Okay, and we've been receiving applications all along with CIAB out there as an option. You know, have any idea how many we've received? That's unfortunate.
But for those people who have listed that as a first choice, we can always let them know based on your decision that we will certainly keep their application for when that comes back around.
Yeah, I would, rather they've had an option to revise their first and second choice, if we can.
We can do that too.
Because, I wouldn't think that for the 2024 cycle, we wouldn't appoint that until next year.
So what if we keep the current board members on through the next election and have Laura call the applicants that have put that on?
Yeah, and see if they want to do another choice.
But do we know if all the current CIAB board members want to stay for another year?
We can certainly ask. They said that they would stay through the May of 2022 to help with the process of that.
Create your transition.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, do we include CIAB in facility decisions, or do we just soldier on and let them handle infrastructure and parks and public safety, and we internally handle facility?
Man, it's like you almost need a whole nother.
I think it'd have to be a separate
group
effort.
that's just focused on facilities, because.
And the reason I ask that is, she's asking, when do we do this next one? I think.
Yeah. I mean, you almost need a group that's focused on nothing but facilities. because there's such a broad scope. It's overwhelming, really.
Yeah, but the horse is already out of the barn.
Yeah, that one's kind of down the road, and it's really,
Yeah,
we know what buildings are.
I think when it comes time to do the marketing,
yeah.
then you may need a task force to help with that. But until then, because those decisions are already at council level, I think they kind of stay at council level.
Yeah.
And then once we get to the marketing piece, we develop a task force and bring them on and help them, let them help us with that.
So let's just, what do y'all think about this? So we keep the current CIAB members, we check and see if they're willing to stay. And we do not decide when to call the next ad hoc committee because we don't know yet.
Right. I agree with that.
And if you have holes in the alternate positions, then maybe you could pull from some of the applications that you had, and it would give them a taste for moving on up.
Yeah.
If they wanted to.
And I'd like to say something about the alternate positions. We need to impress upon the people who are alternates that they do need to attend the meetings.
Yeah.
Because they're not even alternates if they don't attend the meetings. I know a particular one where I haven't seen the alternate in 6 months. So we need to impress upon them how important it is that they attend the meetings and understand what's going on.
And this board is pretty active.
Let's change the name of the alternates to commission member in waiting.
Okay? In labor?
Like a lady in waiting.
It's just the
It is
point.
a little insulting to someone to get an alternate position, so it's hard.
I know, but it is important that they attend the meetings and understand everything. It's like if you're an alternate to a jury, they don't let you stay at home until you're needed. You need to be there.
One thing DE and I did, and I didn't have anything to do with this, is because they were one regular board member short, they decided not to come to council to fill that position mid-year, and instead told all the alternates that they were going to alternate the alternates in a voting position.
Mm-hmm.
And it has really helped the alternates be engaged because they know they need to stay involved to get that regular seat, even if it's once every 3 or 4 months. So that's something to think about at your individual board level.
That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Great.
Yep.
I like it.
Maybe that's what all the boards need to do is leave.
Change the CIAB to an ad hoc committee. Keep the current members through May 2022. Notify current applicants for CIAB, either first or second choice, please make an alternate choice. And confirm with current members that they want to continue.
Do that one first before you do that other one, in case we need a few applicants. But it's going to be hard to bring them into the mix because,
Would.
but at least we'll know if we have a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on CIAB?
Rename it.
Great.
Yes. Nobody understands it.
No.
Capital Improvement.
Bond committee.
Capital Improvement Committee. Nobody understands Community Investment Advisory Board.
It was named that because nobody wanted capital improvement.
I understand.
Bond committee.
I promise you.
Everybody understands bond.
I think the application will go through the roof.
That's the unofficial name
Call
of
it
it.
bond committee.
I'm serious. I would change the name of it.
You'll get a lot of applicants if you call it right.
Okay. So our next topic, real quick, does not require a conversation. Just to inform you, the current list of council liaisons for our boards and commissions.
Why do you think it doesn't involve a conversation? This is when we always decide that.
I understand, but in the interest of time, if you didn't want to have the conversation at this point in time, you could later. Okay. So,
We're way ahead of schedule. I think we should tie it.
okay, so my question is, did you want to make any changes at this time? And if so, did you want to wait until after interviews are conducted for any changes to take effect, or have the new liaisons participate in interviews? Or
wait until after May when there will be big changes.
So what we've done last year, the last couple of years, is we made those decisions here, but we waited until October 1st to go in that decision.
Yeah.
You all want to do that again? Is that a good? So,
I'm fine with it.
does anybody want to change anything?
I'm just for leaving.
I'm fine.
Does anybody want to change anything? Does anybody want to give their positions up for bid?
Anybody want golf course?
Does anybody want, I'm serious, does anybody want, like, I've been doing economic development for 8 years. Does anybody want to do economic development?
And you're looking at me.
Make it bad.
I don't care. I'm just saying, this is your time. If you want to change what you're doing, speak up.
Economic development's actually a good one.
I'll give parts to Matt and I'll do.
Nothing.
I don't want to.
You don't want to do parks? But
Oh, I'll do Jersey parks, but. You know anything about parks? No.
The thing about economic development is we have the mayor designee thing in there, so it's weird for the mayor not to be in there.
I think the mayor is gotta be in there.
that's completely up to you.
I'll keep it. So, what are we talking about? I need to go, that's, okay. So we got Brownie's Animal Shelter, you want to stay?
Sure.
We got Martha's Arts, you want to stay? We've got, I'm on EGAP. We've got Maddie's Golf, you're not going anywhere.
You know, his golf game hasn't gotten any better.
So I'm still waiting for my free pass.
He's got to be next top priority.
I can hook you up with that.
Who's on
I know somebody.
Pam?
You know I got it.
You want to keep
Our
library?
girl, yeah, Shelley.
Pam, are you library?
Yeah.
I can't see that board. You good keeping it?
Yeah.
Completely different person on the
Blake's
senior
taking care of
advisory
me
board.
today.
Blake's got parks.
Look, I get Black Senior Advisory Board.
You're keeping parks? Let me tell you something about parks. I have an acquaintance in town that just called me, had a long conversation with her yesterday. And she's going to apply for parks, and she has an incredible amount of experience in historical societies.
Oh, we
And
need that.
wants to help us with quails.
Yes.
Awesome.
So just FYI.
Good to hear.
Pam, you're okay keeping senior advisory board?
Yeah, unless Blake want it.
He's not allowed to go.
You can take the youth advisory council.
So Whitney, you don't have a responsibility,
I have CIAB.
but we're just dissolved CIAB.
Well, what else do you want to do?
That'd be something.
We
Why
do.
don't you take these guys? Why don't you take economic
I'll take
development?
I was on it before, so that's,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Whitney's gonna take EDAB.
EDAP?
I'll still go.
Yeah.
I'll still go to the meetings.
Yeah.
And we're both.
And then who will continue to be the liaison for the bond committee?
Yeah.
And then I'll keep DE&I. Okay, and keep youth advisory. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
Looks good.
So not much change.
Okay? Next are the committees.
So I'm thinking that we can get rid of ethics because we
Yeah.
redid the document, right?
Yeah. That's done.
We're
Then
out.
we can get rid of charter review,
Yeah.
right? Do we agree?
Yep.
I want to bring this up now before we talk about the other committees. I sent an email out to Laura yesterday, and she forwarded it to y'all. I know maybe I know Blake has read it because he responded to me. GISD wants to do a formalized relationship with the 3 cities and the councils. And if you haven't had a chance to read this, Robert Sellers and I have been communicating about this for about a month and a half now. Certainly was something that I think was an objective of ours, is to get more integrated into the school district. Did anybody have a chance to read this? I know you did.
I have, yeah.
Is it possible for you all to try to read it today or tonight, and we'll bring this up tomorrow again to see if it's something we're comfortable going forward with, and if we're comfortable going forward with in the form that GISD is proposing, and then how we would incorporate that into these committee assignments. Is that okay to do that little piece tomorrow?
Because it would become another council committee then, right?
I think so. I think it falls right into these council committees. Laura, you look confused. Yes? No? No? Okay.
I'm squinting.
Okay. And Brian, that's what you and I talked about a while ago, or I sent it to you a while ago. We didn't have a chance to talk about it. Do you have any comments about it now?
Not right now, but.
Okay. So take a look at that if you could. It's a quick read. It'll take you probably about 10 minutes to read.
Yeah.
And then we'll figure out what to do with that tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, so Laura, did you ever get your answer on Housing Finance Corp? I know I didn't answer you.
They want to talk about the reappointment application.
You don't need an answer right now, is that?
The currently seated members were asked to fill out a reappointment application. That's all I've heard back.
And that's where it currently stands? Okay. So you don't need anything from us right now? No. But we'd like to talk about this later.
That can be taken offline.
Okay. All right, so look at the assignments here. Does anybody want to change anything? Does anybody, let's see. We got rid of ethics, we got rid of, we didn't get rid of ethics, sorry.
So we take it off ethics, and we take it off charter.
What are we
Charter.
So, a serious question, what are we doing with code and environmental review?
So that's what Manal said before, is that once we fund that last part, the 150.
Then this actually becomes a doable thing?
Yes, then we're
Okay.
gonna be very involved in the process.
Because we haven't done anything yet.
It's because we've been waiting for that.
Start.
Right, we've been waiting for that study.
All right.
Somebody wants HSC, I don't mind.
I don't think.
Who does?
So Matt is on 1, 2, 3. Pam is on 1.
3.
There's 2. That's 1.
Housing finance.
Charter, charter.
Pam's on 1.
The
charter's coming off.
She's on HS, oh yeah, she's coming on. That's good.
Where's the second? HFC.
No, it's just one.
Library and the senior.
Yeah, those are
That's the other
boards and commissions. We're talking about committees.
Oh.
So Matt's on 3 committees. Pam's on 1 right now. Tammy is on 3.
3.
Whitney is on 3. Matt, you already did. Martha, how are you on? 1, 2,
3.
Court governance and finance. 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
And government affairs.
Blake is on 2.
Oh, no.
So, we certainly could ask Pam to take something and.
I'm over here reading.
Who had 2? You had 2?
I have 3. I can come off
Tim
of
can take
government
my spirit
affairs
out.
if somebody else wants.
Oh, no, I was gonna.
You know what? I'm not sure we even need government affairs right now.
Since we're out of the legislative session.
You got it.
It's done.
Yeah.
Better than the
You
special
should
session.
take
That's
that.
about it.
Yeah. But I can, I mean, if you wanna, I can monitor that.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping the 3 names on government affairs. It's just gonna be inactive right now.
Not much going on.
So-
The only time we really need is when we have to actually start taking action, we're gonna meet with folks.
So that leaves, so does anybody feel like they need to add responsibilities or reduce responsibilities from their plate on this?
I'm good.
Ma'am, do you want Spirit of Rowlett?
Huh?
You want the Spirit of Rowlett committee?
Where is it?
Middle to the right.
What are we doing with that program?
It'll be similar to what it's been historically of emails coming out when you vote on it. It's real easy.
Okay.
It's recognizing people's accomplishments.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I was on it last time. Yeah, you check, can't.
Okay. So,
So you're taking yourself off and putting.
And you say-
I just did that.
You're so rude. How many do you have? One?
So
Two.
Matt will taking you off the Spirit of Rowlett.
Yes, and we'll be on.
That's what I was doing.
You're more Spirit.
And I think everyone should get a turn in Housing Finance Court.
I agree.
So I think Matt, Pam, and Tammy need to come off that and bring new ones in. I'm not kidding.
Because it's, yeah, I mean, because they're going to have some reappointments coming up, and I interviewed everybody for the current appointments. I think it is a good idea for somebody else to be part of the
They
next.
probably won't like me.
Right.
I know, yeah, you put me on that.
I think we need 3 people that are willing to do that. And there's only 4 in the room.
I already started my time.
So I'm gonna propose Brownie, Whitney, and Blake.
Yeah.
All right.
Have fun
All
with
right.
those interviews. You don't do anything unless you need to appoint somebody, and then you got to sit through interviews.
Well, that's gonna be fun, because I have personality conflict with a whole bunch of them there. They're gonna love me. Just saying.
Even better for you to be on the interview panel.
So I think these changes can be immediate. They don't have to wait for boards and commissions.
No, I think, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Somewhere or another, I think we've got.
Would you just get volunteer for, man?
You're gonna be old.
We talking about that, oh, we got off of that,
We got a-
house
Yeah.
finance?
Off
of HFC. Oh, we off HFC?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goodness, let me
Hold
write
on.
it down. And I, you know.
Know the answer to this.
I mean, really, I served my time.
Oh, good Lord.
I didn't go to the meetings anyway. I was the only liaison.
Could you move your hair so I can see your eyes?
All right, what do you think? Going on?
Good.
Yes,
Are we good? All right, what else, Laura?
That was it for me, thank you.
All right, let's, one moment, if we can. Is that all right? One moment. Don't take 5 minutes yet. Council administration. One thing I want to bring up, and I'm not sure we're going to solve it today because we really haven't talked about it much, so I want you to start thinking about it, is I think we need to revise how we take citizen comments in meetings, like maybe they have to pick up their card before the meeting starts, or maybe they have to register by 3 o'clock that day if they want to speak in person. I don't know what the answer is, but there's a lot of councils that have more structure in that process, and I think that would be something we should consider.
I think so too, and you have to also look at the email policy.
But I don't think we're gonna solve that in this meeting.
That's a larger discussion.
That's a larger.
I would think that David might need to be involved
The
in
email
it too.
policy is a state policy, I think, is
Got something to contribute?
Now, email's optional.
emails on.
Laura has something to contribute.
So what I can do is I can send an email blast to other city clerks in the Metroplex and find out what they do for their process.
That would be good.
That's what I was gonna
All
say.
that information and provide it to you.
Yeah.
We
And
need
we may
to
not
do something.
change anything, but I just think it's something we need to look at.
We need some research on it.
All right, so what else, y'all? What other big rock questions, decisions, ideas?
Candy. You open your candy.
I can't hear you, Manager.
No, I'm talking to her.
Anything else?
As soon as we.
You want a 5-minute break before we start?
We move on.
Because this is about to.
Mayor and council. Excited to be here today to talk about the fire department budget needs.
Here's a quick overview of what we've asked for this year, for this budget. I'm sure y'all done your homework like everybody else, and you know kind of some of the things that we're looking at, so we get started with it. Our number one request is tied to our operations. Our operations is our training battalion chief. This position is currently being done by an on-duty battalion chief. It needs to be a standalone position. We did a pilot program this past year, and we saw a significant improvement in our deployment times. So it just justifies the reason we have it. We have different types of sports teams, everything. They have the coach that's watching over them and orchestrate everything. So that's another reason we need to have it. With the city's growth and the potential new development, we need to be prepared for the different types of development that we're going to run across. Where things have changed quite a bit from where that had started. We're seeing a lot of multi-story buildings, a lot of apartments, a lot more strip centers. It makes our job much more challenging. We have to be prepared to mitigate those issues. And we don't have somebody working with our group teams every day and keep it organized and structured. It kind of hurts us a little bit. Needs to be at the battalion chief level because the complexity of the position and what they need to do is much like our EMS division. It needs to be identified as a division within our organization, and we need to have somebody in there that's got the knowledge and skills and the ability to make that division function properly. So, any questions or anything? Okay. The next thing, or the second thing we've asked for is another inspector to help us stay up with. We currently struggle to do our annual inspections of most of our businesses. So we just target the ones that are most likely the target hazards that we deal with and try to make sure we get those done annually along with the new construction. We've got 2 people in that division and they struggle to keep up with just new construction as much as going on right now. And with Sapphire Bay coming online, it's going to be a huge struggle. We'll probably have to have somebody down there just about every day in that process. So this is another critical position for the fire department. We've asked incrementally, the next few slides, when we talk about adding things to our budget, we've got a big on incremental increases to get us to where we need to be instead of waiting until it's a crisis and going, oh, we need X amount of dollars. But incrementally, we've been asking for add money to add to this fund. It's been the same amount ever since I've been here, and it needs to increase. We've tried to increase it over the years, but we've consistently spent over $75,000, went over our budget, which has kept us from doing things that we had planned to do to make sure that we could help fund this budget without going over our budget, total budget costs. So we keep a close eye on that to make sure that we keep our fleet maintained and in good working order. So it's a challenge right now to keep up with that. As much as we're running, as much as these guys are out using these trucks, the more you use it, the more the cost you incur. Another thing that I've kind of talked about a little bit is that you see where we're at on the Dallas County or the cities that we compare to on training dollars per person. We're set at number 3 out of 18 or so. The average is $984 per person. We were asking for money for this. We were asking for $22,000 during the budget. Our budget presentation, the city manager, his question was, what does it take us to get the midpoint? And we realized that it's just about another $5,000. So it would take us from 378 to 681, which would enhance our ability to do the things that we need to do with the training, with our people in training, and probably bringing in some people with some better expertise that we could have formalized training programs as well as mentoring and be part of that battalion chief position, be to mentor these people and get them ready for that next level. And teach firefighters how to become drivers, and the drivers how to become captains, and the captains how to take the places and you get that built. So that's the other big thing that we're asking. Another incremental thing we're asking for is to start the replacement of some of our rescue tools. We've got some that are coming into life. We've got some airbags that are coming into life. We've got some overheard tool equipment that we need to move out and get rid of and replace. And then we, of course, one of the biggest challenges is just to keep batteries and chargers, and just the batteries alone are like $600 a piece, something like that. So it's crazy what the batteries cost for those things. But they're way more efficient in doing what we need to do in a timely fashion than the old method that had a motor with hoses up to it. So this is a much more efficient way to get the job done quicker and better outcomes. Some of our accomplishments, we're glad to say, even though the weather's gave us some problems, we're going to have Station 2 open in August. We'll have the grand opening sometime 1st of August. It's coming along very nicely out there. If you haven't been by, if you'd like to go by and look, let me know. We'll take you on a tour before we get finished. We are having the elected officials workshop out there on the 14th. So I'm excited that we'll be able to use the EOC in part of the building for that. That's very, they laid the carpet in there yesterday. So it's coming together quite nicely. Thanks to city management and the council, we've got our logistics captain, and that program is coming together. And it's been a tremendous improvement from where we were at. So we're seeing some really great value that we thought we'd see in that program. So one of the big things that we were proud of this year is that we had a group of guys, and like I said, I didn't come up with the idea, but I was smart enough to tell them yes. I got a blessing from my boss to tell them yes to do the telemedic program, and we got some national recognition of that. I mean, we had some people as far as away as, I think it was Minnesota and Maine contacting us about that program once we got it up and running. So a lot of people in Texas are interested in what we're doing, how we're doing it. So we're very proud of those guys for being innovative in a time of crisis. We also distributed PPE and trained all of our other city departments on proper donning and doffing of PPE so that we could try to protect our fellow co-workers during this pandemic. So we were proud of that. We also spent a lot of time assisting Garland on the vaccine hubs when that started. We were there every time they had one. We had people present, and we were very involved in that process. I think our guys did an exceptional job throughout the year with the challenges they met through COVID, with what we knew about it, what we didn't know about it, and how it affected them physically, mentally, and I think they did a great job. I'm really proud. Some of our challenges, staffing, as you've seen, we're asking for some staffing. Fleet is a huge challenge for us to try to make sure our fleet's maintained and keeps rolling. Training is another important aspect. If we don't train our people properly, we can't actually take care of our citizens properly. So that's the most critical thing for us is building that muscle memory so that when you need us, we're there, we can answer the call and get it done quickly and efficiently. Inspecting our current businesses and the future growth, we've got to stay on top of that to make sure we're providing safe places for our citizens to work, play, and live. Response times, we're working on those. Some of the things was identified out of the study that our deployment times could be improved, and we've already started to see some improvement in that. We're working with guys to make sure that they get out of the house a lot faster than they were getting out. So, city growth, huge challenge for us. We've got some huge major projects coming down the pipe. We've got Sapphire Bay, Bayside, North Shore, and Trails of God Creek. All those are going to be big challenges for us going into the future. So my goal is to plan for them incrementally so that it's not such a huge impact on our budget as we go forward. So we can kind of plan it out and make sure that we stay on top of things. Just to let you know where these positions would fit in the organizational chart. The training battalion would go under the operations division, and of course the inspector would go in the fire forces division. So, And here's a list of the costs that are associated with the things that we're asking for, and are there any questions?
So the training BC vehicle and the inspector vehicle, are we having to fully budget those, or can those be added to the enterprise program?
I would assume they can be added to there.
Didn't he add to the enterprise?
He asked for the training battalion vehicle and the inspector vehicle have to be fully funded, or could we do it through enterprise?
I believe they're enterprise.
I think we could do it through enterprise.
Right.
Matching copper vehicles, inspector vehicles can. It should be.
So that's not 46,000. That's really like.
Well, this is the request, how we fund it is up to us.
Okay. The heavy rescue tools, 20 years old. Is that correct?
We have a set of some tools that are 20 years old, yes. We have some newer tools, but we do have some tools that need to be replaced.
Yeah, I saw that and I'm just like, 20-year-old tools, like, I'm 22. Like, those are tools for, like, to save people's lives. And so I'm just, we clearly need to do better.
Primarily when we get new tools, we put them on the frontline apparatus and move to the reserve apparatus, so they're already response ready. But those tools are on the reserve apparatus right now, but they need to be replaced and moved out of our system.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just ask one last question. The fleet issues, not having enough reserve apparatus to help us when frontline apparatus has to go through their maintenance. What can we do to alleviate that challenge? Is there anything that we can do? Because I know we're having to borrow stuff. Is there anything we can do?
Hopefully, to mitigate our fleet issue, when we get the new apparatus in, we'll be able to increase our reserve fleet. And we've spent lots of dollars on keeping them running, so that's going to be critical to keeping that balance where we're not borrowing or having to be without something.
It's a tough question, Chief. If you can only have one of the two new positions, which one takes precedent?
I would probably have to say I'd have to have the training battalion, because I think that's the most critical need we have today, is making sure our people are trained and ready to go. I mean, we can make a stopgap through inspections if we have to. We've been trying to do that for a while, but when Sapphire Bay goes full blown, we're going to have somebody who's going to keep up. But I would have to say the training battalion will be a position. And it just the morale boost it gave the guys during this pilot program, and everything was amazing. I think that's somewhat contribute to some of our responses on our climate assessment. I feel like that was a contributing factor. They're hungry for this. They want to have somebody that's going to be over them and take care, make them do what they need to do, and give them the tools they need to provide a better service for our citizens. And that's what it's all about.
The ladder truck, I'm assuming the reason why you need to order it in this budget is because of the lead time to get it in time for Sapphire Bay?
Yes, that's on another slide. Yes, that would be, we need to, as we get into that, we need to figure out when we're going to be in the building and kind of go backwards in order before, so that we don't have the building sitting there and don't have anything to put in.
What is the lead time?
12 to 14 months.
Okay, so we don't have to order it yet.
Do it.
So we don't have to order it yet. But
Not yet, no. And that's on another slide. I'll show you when we get to Sapphire Bay. We'll talk about that just a moment. Any other questions about what we're talking about?
Well, I will say, Chief, I was very surprised to see where our city ranks as far as dollars spent for training. And boy, we need to beef that up for our citizens and for our firefighters.
Well, it's a minimal investment to get us where we need to be.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's not a lot. Like I said, I'm about all about incremental increases. Because if we do it incrementally, it's not a huge impact and doesn't affect the investment. Let's talk about Sapphire Bay that's coming online. From my understanding, this is my understanding, I don't know if it's still accurate or not, the hotel and convention centers do be open in January 2023. It's gonna take us 8 months to do the design of the station for down there. And those task authorizations are on the next council agenda at this time. So we need to probably get those moving forward, and if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer those today.
I want to make sure we get the convention center financing in place before we invest a whole bunch of dollars.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's procedural, but it's important.
I understand, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but if we're gonna be there close, if it happens, if the convention center's got to be open by the end, we're gonna get to a point if we don't do something, start something. Now, and we've set this up so that if we start and we get halfway and we need to do something different, we have some cutoff variations in our planning stuff. So that's kind of the way we set it up, in case there's a need to be okay, we're gonna have to stop this because something's not happening.
I think I'm gonna need to wage this discussion. So, yes, the mayor has brought that up, and I guess it might have been May, earlier. And so we did hold off the first couple of meetings, but here's where I think the discussion needs to occur. You know, it's gonna take 8 months to do the engineering and to plan for this particular facility. I still think that based on what I'm hearing from Ken, Mark, with Sapphire Bay, as well as Jim, you know, we should be having the discussion I think the mayor wants to have this summer. But I don't know how much benefit we get out of waiting for another 3 or 4 months to start the engineering. That's where we're struggling with. So, you know, I you know, talked to you know, Neil about it, but our concern is that from the time the engineering is done, and let's say that we have a May election or somehow or another we figure out how we're going to finance this, and you start that process, now you got to build it. We don't want to be behind the 8 ball in terms of when you open the station itself versus when the resort. Because as you heard earlier with Libby, we are already in the planning process for some of the other units. You know, there was this old adage from the very beginning that we thought the hotel resort would be the first things built. But I think you're going to see a couple other things started before the resort starts. I mean, making groundwork and stuff. But and I'm throwing it out here because collectively I need to know from the council, do we feel that there's an advantage in waiting on the fire station regardless of how we finance the convention center and the resort? So that's the question.
Well, we were going to have an executive session last meeting that we put off that was going to talk about the tax credits. So at a minimum, I'd like to understand where we're at on that.
Okay.
So maybe we put that executive session back on the next meeting.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I mean, we're all thinking positive on this thing, but it's an 8-month design time just on the fire station. I can't imagine that they've started design work on the convention center and the resort, because we don't even have the financing worked out for it yet. And I guarantee the design time is going to be way longer than 8 months. I don't have a real lot of comfort in that January 2023 opening date, knowing where we are with all of those delays. And I understand that there's other things that are going to be hitting the ground before that, but worst case scenario, let's say that got reduced in size or the convention changed, the hotel changed in size for one reason or another, it might totally change the size and scope of what we need down there. And we might be designing something we don't need. So I think there's more, at least for me personally, I think it's a little early to shoot starting to design something that has not been fully fleshed out yet.
The design has been funded, right? I mean, that's.
Well,
It's
it's been
designed.
approved, it hasn't been spent. Can we take this off to executive session so that we
Sure.
can, talk about the tax credit status and the whole thing? No. Next meeting.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's how this works, but okay.
So I'm not as worried about, so I'm not as worried about delaying this decision another couple of weeks until we have that discussion. What I was worried about is putting this off for, 3 months before we would get that. So if we could have that discussion sooner and make peace with whatever we need to do, then I think I'm good with that, and I'll make sure that happens. Thank you.
Good deal.
Just don't put any task authorizations on that next agenda, because then,
Understood.
well, I mean about this.
Anyway, it's gonna take us 13 months construction time. The ladder truck will take 12 to 14 months, depending on when we get the resolution, when this thing's gonna take off. We need that much time before to order, and the ambulance will take about 6 months.
The ladder truck is 1.5 million. We're gonna lease it, so it's really like, what, 100,000 or so?
About $100,000 a year.
You're looking.
Right? That's about what we're done. It's about 100,000 per million, but it's worked out the past few years of interest rates.
I think it was closer to 150 this year. I think it was a bit more this year.
I think it was about 150.
Chief, that ladder truck, I know the side of it, that's computerized, right? The water distribution, et cetera, with that truck is computerized?
Not necessarily computerized, it's got a computer that overrides that monitors the pressure that it puts on.
What I'm getting at is the delay and everything on chips nowadays, the computer chips.
That could have affected.
Cars aren't being built, and so I just wondered if that's, could be a
It
problem.
could have an effect on the motors, because they've got all those motors. So I would have to find out about, if that's going to extend the timelines.
The water fountain will have chips, so we're okay.
Okay, well, Doritos. Just Doritos will be all right.
It did too.
Once the decisions, once you guys are comfortable with the other decisions y'all talked about, we can revisit this, and once we know the timeline of the hotel convention center opening, then we can backtrack from that point, give you a good accurate timeline of what we need to do, what we need to do. But I'm like Mr. Fuller, we need to get started sooner than later, so we're not behind trying to catch up.
We agree and understand, but we also have to be fiscally prudent.
I totally understand and respect that. We'll do that as well.
I don't think you're behind the 8 ball.
I don't either.
Good. Some of the things we're going to need, I want to get the police chief up there because I can't talk about this stuff in the room. It's very cool. We're running 18 firefighters to open that station with, and we already have 9 of them. We have a safer grant for the other 9. Both of those grants were no match, but knowing at the end of the 3rd year, we're going to have to follow for them out of region. One thing that I want you to understand that the promotions, the drivers, and the captain's positions are not included in the grant, nor is the outfitting of those folks. So we'll be coming back to you to say, if we get them, we need to outfit them. And when that station starts going online, we'll have to make those promotions. We'll have to fund those other funds.
Can you explain, you already have 9, but we don't have a fire station, so I'm confused.
We got 9 on the grant last year in preparation for this.
Right, what are they doing, how are they in the rotation?
What they're doing right now, they're adding to our current staffing, which is helping us with overtime costs and with people being off for vacations and things. And then we're able to staff our apparatus with 4 people most of the time, which is a huge improvement on the employee. There's a training, like I say, it takes I still think we got 3 or 4 that are being preset at this time to finish up. So it takes us about a year to get them, at least a year to get them up to where they need to be, especially at 9.
And the block truck as well, right? That's
Yeah,
also-
we've been running a block truck as well. It's been fun to go, so. You're sure?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's the police department's turn. I'm sorry. No, yeah, I'm sorry. There's a little piece here before we go to our actual presentation. So in order for the police department to prepare for Sapphire Bay, that area, that growth, those buildings, those people that are coming eventually, they are going to show up, we're pretty sure. So this year in our budget, we'll discuss that in just a second. We had asked for, or we are asking for 4 patrol officers. The idea is that for every 4 patrol officers we ask for 1 vehicle for them to use because they will be sharing that vehicle. They'll all be split up over 4 different shifts over into the week. And so the idea was that this year with those 4 officers, we would add 1 officer each shift to that district. We call that our 20 beat. It's the southeast area of town, and the area south of the railroad tracks, Bayside, Sapphire Bay, Dow Rock, and I-30 have become increasingly busier, should we say. The calls are starting to add up, the people are coming in, the traffic is there, the activity is there. So the idea was to add 1 more officer to that part of town, which would help with the growth we're currently seeing. The following year, next year, fiscal year 2023, 4 more patrol officers and 1 more vehicle. This would allow us to separate that area next year south of the railroad tracks, Bayside, Sapphire Bay, Dow Rock, and I-30, along with the interstate as its own individual beat or district, as we call it. So now we're starting to morph into that being its own little area, own little center of town. The following year, we're going to add a supervisor. So this is now going to become a self-sufficient area. About that time is when we would probably expect to move into the substation. Hopefully, God willing, fingers crossed, all that good stuff. We'd add a couple more officers and 2 more vehicles, so the supervisor would have a vehicle. We'd have enough vehicles where we'd have 2 officers at any one given time in this area due to the size of the population, the number of apartments, number of homes, the number of visitors that are going to begin showing up, and just how hard it's going to be to move around. So the following year, 2025, we started adding a sergeant. We had a couple more officers. We had 2 more vehicles. The last year, fiscal year 2026, we are fully staffed with another sergeant, 3 more officers. So we'll have 4, 8, 11, 14, 17 officers plus 2 sergeants, 1 lieutenant to be able to minimum staff that area, 2 officers at any given time plus a supervisor. We are confident that 20 officers for that entire area would be enough on a daily basis to address any concerns, respond to any calls that we might have down there. And then, of course, by then we will be moved into the substation. It'll be a completely separate unit and division from the rest of the police department. We'll be self-sufficient, and we'll be on our way to being able to take care of that area. And then, of course, when we have special events, we'll call in the additional officers, extra officers, overtime, offset, whatever we need to do to make sure that special events are covered. But just as a staffing on a minimum level, this is what we predict we need to be successful. Any questions on that? I did a great job, thank you. All right, then I guess I'm ready to do my presentation. Do you all need a 5-minute break? Okay, try and sit down. Sorry. We ready? All right, welcome to the police department's budget presentation for fiscal year 2022. I'm going to make this as painless as possible, but I apologize if it gets a little lengthy. So let's get started with what the present and the future look like for the Rowlett Police Department. Hold a little higher. This time. All right, one of the things I want to discuss are the priorities for the Rowlett Police Department. These are a couple of things that are extremely important to us that we're looking at focusing on the next couple of years. Number 1 is our response time. We want to continuously improve our response time. Mostly, we are focused on priority 1 response times. Those significant crimes that affect folks' lives on a very different level. So we are always working towards increasing these, and by adding more officers, we are convinced, along with other units, that will work. The growth, of course. Growth is coming. It's here. We've seen it. And so we need to prepare for the number of people, the number of buildings, the additional traffic that's coming. So that is extremely important to us. Customer service, service overall. We want to continue to be that police department that provides that service. And we are starting to fall a little behind on that. We are not able to get to locations and people and help as fast as we used to be. We just aren't. So we want to be able to do that. So in order to do that, we are asking for people, equipment, and miscellaneous items. Sapphire Bay, that's a big one. We already discussed that a little. So I think that we are aware of where we're heading with that. Our challenges. A couple of our biggest challenges for the police department, as you all are well aware based on the facility needs assessment, are our space constraints. We just don't have anywhere to put new people. We don't have anywhere to put equipment. As it is, we have 2 officers who are housed off-site right now. So we want to add people, we want to add equipment, we want more vehicles. We just don't have anywhere to put them, but that's something we're just going to have to figure out and then work with because the people are more important than the space right now. And then, of course, expectations. Not only from the city, from this group sitting here in this room, but also from the citizens and the community and society as a whole. 2020 changed all expectations for police in a big way, and there's more to come. Legislative changes, understandings, expectations, daily basis, what is really going to be expected of the police department moving forward is going to change, and I think it's going to be significant. And then, of course, the opportunity that we have with this budget year moving into our future budget years is to get ahead of all of this, and that's why I'm in front of you today. So this is our number 1 priority. I'm just simply going to jump into it. Our number 1 priority today, out of 7 requests, is our data dashboard. This is related to priority-based budgeting program 928, which is our data and crime analysis program. We have been using this program for 2 years. 2 years ago, we signed up for this program. We use it all the time. All the data you see, all the activity you see on a monthly basis or a daily basis comes out of this platform. It is phenomenal. We purchased it out of seized funds, and so the request is here today in front of you to try to move it from the seized fund purchasing to the general budget. So we use this, our data crime analyst uses it for to identify trends, evaluate resources, data-driven decisions, and so we were able to get 3 different bids on it, or 3 different quotes for a renewal, a 1-year, a 2-year, and a 3-year. And so when I go to our crime analyst, our data analyst, and ask her for information, for intelligence, for numbers, for any type of activity, this is where it comes from. All of the commanders, myself, we all have access to it. I'm not as proficient in it as she is, so I usually just go to her and ask her or send her an email. She's able to pull it up, provide it to me, and then we are able to use it for a number of things. Where to deploy our resources, how many resources we need, where our crime trends are, where our hot spots are, where we need to focus on, what type of data we need for the future, what type of past and present data. Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why move it from seizure funds to general?
Simply because we've already paid for that seizure funds for 2 years, and if possible, I'm going to be very honest with you, that's a selfish request. I prefer it to be paid for out of general fund. And I've had this conversation at our presentation, and I've actually talked to Brian about it a couple times. If I need to pay for it out of seized funds, we can. That's not a problem, but I have some other significant plans for seized funds moving forward. And so I'm trying to free these funds up so that I can use I can fund some other programs and projects I'm looking at with those funds. That would be my hope. Correct. We're not supposed to use these funds for some recurring purchases. It's very strict, and of course I always have to ask Don Smith on a daily basis, hey, can we do this, can we do that? And I even have to run a report so that I have a better understanding as to what we have used recently as far as our revenues and our expenditures the last couple of years. And so what I'm trying to do is, number one, it would help us in audit moving forward, but that's not my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to simply free up some funds to use for other programs I'm looking at, and it's frowned upon sometimes for us to keep paying for the same thing over and over and over again out of the federal system.
What I'm going to say, that says it all.
No problem. Okay. Number two is police officers. we did discuss this very briefly with our Sapphire Bay, but what we are asking for this year is 4 patrol officers and 1 Chevy Tahoe, which is our patrol vehicle of choice now. This will directly impact our response times. The more officers we put on the street, the greater our response times are going to be. Very plain and simple. And when I say greater, I mean a smaller number, but when I say greater, I mean better. And that's what we're looking for. This is related to our patrol services, 927 program. And of course, this will also allow us to prepare for Sapphire Bay. And our staffing plan, which we have changed just a little. 2 years ago, we came before the council and said, we need 8 officers a year for the next 3 years, and we'll put them all in patrol. Not as realistic now as what it was then. Things have changed, growth is changing, Sapphire Bay is changing, financially, budgetary, fiscal, everything is changing. So part of our initial plan a couple years ago was 8 a year. I've changed that now to accommodate Sapphire Bay and a few things. So as part of our staffing plan, we are going to look at least 4 patrol officers per year, so we can add 1 to each shift and even increase the number in each district or beat. To pay for this, we're looking at about $462,000. Priority number 3, this is a police detective. This is a brand new position. We have never had this position before the Rowlett Police Department at this time. So what I'm asking for, and what we're looking for, is a criminal investigator attached to Uvb 1001 to handle computer, cyber, forensics type crimes. We don't have a unit, we don't have an officer, we don't have a detective who specializes or is trained in anything related to this. And so we began discussing it, and we have seen these type of crimes increase dramatically over the last couple of years, especially with COVID. There were so many cyber or technology-related crimes coming through on a national level, on a state level, on a local level, on a Rowlett level, that we had to turn to Mesquite and Garland and Rockwall and ask them for help because they have the technology, they have the experience, they have individuals who are trained. And so we began looking at this about, it's time. And so we're going to begin asking for it this year. We'll ask for it every year until we're able to get it through. But we're asking for 1 detective, 1 vehicle for that detective, an unmarked police vehicle, and the technology associated with that position, which is significant. It is considerable.
Hey, Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
On this one, is there any best practice out there that, this is an IT person instead of a police officer that works, hand in hand with the police department, but has better expertise in the IT world than they do in the, in the police world?
No, ma'am. Generally, it is a police officer who has special training or even some experience or knowledge in the IT field.
And why is that when it's so IT focused?
I honestly don't know. I don't have an answer for that question, ma'am. I can tell you that every department I've ever talked to, it has been a police officer who has taken the time to learn and gain the experience and training. I would suppose an IT individual could come over and do the work, but they wouldn't have the police side knowledge or experience. And so they would have to be taught how to do basic police work.
It's an IT person learning a little bit of policing, or it's a police officer learning a lot of IT. It's just something to think about.
Sure.
It's a really specific expertise field.
It is, very.
And
as an IT guy, I can tell you right now, I wouldn't know where to start to do that.
Well, it's a whole different world now. But
sure.
Because they teach us how to do things legally.
All the IT folks coming out of college know a lot about cyber crime.
I'm sure they do.
Police officers going through police academies don't know anything about cyber crime.
Sure. And we don't, you're right. So I think that's a great opportunity for us to look into this.
And I'm not saying take it away from the police department. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, where's your expertise for something like this?
Sure.
What's the base expertise?
Sure, we could hire an IT guy, send him to the police academy, and that's his position. I get it. Yes, sir. Right.
Yeah, there's hire criminals.
Right, sure, and Brian brought up a good point from when I made this presentation to city management and finance, is that there are certain things that, okay, if we do hire an IT individual, he will have to be a peace officer at some point. He just will, because of doing certain paperwork and certain procedures and certain operations, And so we would have to send them to an academy or train them, which you're right. Learning the police side, probably a little bit easier than learning
I don't think I meant to say that, but.
That's okay, but I know what you meant, and you're right, that is an option to look at. I don't think that it would change the funding or the amount needed to support this position, but you're right, if we're having trouble training somebody or can identify within a department, then perhaps we hire somebody in IT, train them to be a police officer, get them certified so that they do have those credentials as a peace officer in Texas, and go that route. Either way we do it, which is great, I'm open to either one, a very needed position. So in 2020 in Rowlett, we had 517 cyber-related crimes, which were internet, phone, computer, fraud, harassment, pornography, anything at all that had some type of technology-related aspect, and most of which we could not investigate because we could not access the hardware. So that is one thing that this technology does, which is why this costs $191,000, because the majority of it is going to be technology, hardware, software, access, programs to be able to get into these types of equipment.
And that 517 is just the ones you know about?
Correct, yes. There could be 3 times as many that we were never notified of. Priority number 4, Special Crimes Unit. I love this one. I wish I could make it priority 1, but it's just not there yet. Several years ago, some of our officers proposed this program to me, and I said, hey, I love it. I think it's fantastic. Let's see if we can somehow work it into our patrol division. We have not been able to do that. So now it is part of our budget proposal. So this is going to be related to patrol. It will be a specialized unit within the patrol division related to our PDB 927. It will consist of 1 sergeant, 3 officers, and 4 vehicles, 2 of which would be marked, 2 of which would be unmarked. And this group, this unit, would focus on specific crimes, specific areas, specific individuals that need a little extra attention that is using a lot of patrol resources, which would in turn free patrol. So, for example, we would identify a neighborhood that has a lot of burglaries. Rather than patrol trying to address it, this unit would be assigned that neighborhood for a matter of weeks or months, whatever it took, to finally solve this issue, this problem, this concern, and then, of course, move to the next identified area, which works hand in hand with CID, patrol, and our crime data analyst, of course, to retrieve all the information. So this program has been extremely successful in other departments, other cities. Several of our officers who have come from Dallas have worked in this type of program. They've seen this type of program, and it's just phenomenal in how it works and the ability to be able to concentrate proactively in an area rather than constantly having to answer calls for service or be reactive after the fact, of course. And so this, of course, would once again relate back to one of our primary goals, which is response time. The more patrol officers we can free up who are not dedicated to the same thing, same area, same people every day, will allow them to answer other calls in a more timely manner. Yes, sir?
So is this more important than 4 more officers, or is 4 more officers more important than the special crimes?
4 more officers is more important right now. And that is, this was difficult for us to prioritize, but we need the patrol officers now, and we need to keep asking for the special crimes unit. And the patrol officers, their secondary function is also to prepare for Sapphire Bay. While the special crimes unit will free up some patrol officers to hopefully respond to Sapphire Bay quicker and more efficiently, it's not going to make the impact of bringing a patrol officer on board.
So how does this work as far as shifts go? I'm just, because I know like if you have 4 shifts and you have 1 vehicle that each of those officers basically turns over to the next shift, but you need 4 vehicles for these 4 officers here. So how does that work? How is that different?
So the idea is these 4 officers would always work together as their own unit, as their own shift. So they would work in the middle of the night, in the the middle of the morning, they would work weekends, they would work evenings, whatever they needed to focus on this issue. The reason for the 4 vehicles, 2 of them would be unmarked so that they're working, able to work in a covert or surveillance type environment and hopefully not be seen. The other 2 vehicles would be marked vehicles for visibility, for presence, for enforcement. And so the 4 of these officers would always work together, no matter what. They wouldn't be assigned to other patrol shifts, and they would simply focus on the days and times that we're having these issues or recurring issues. So let's say, like we're noticing every Friday and Saturday, we're having burglaries of motor vehicles in a specific neighborhood. They would work every Friday and Saturday, and then of course, maybe a few extra days, of course, to get their hours in. But until they are insured or until they are able to solve this problem.
Okay. Makes sense.
And this program would cost us about $627,000. Priority number 5, 1 more detention officer. So our focus in PVB with detention is the protection and safety of inmates, plain and simple. That is ultimately our goal. If we are housing them, we want them to be safe, we don't want them to be injured, and we don't want any concerns with that safety. And so this is related to our detention management program. In 2.2, we're asking for 1 detention officer. We currently have a 2 detention officer minimum staffing at any given time. So we always have 2 detention officers on duty. They're always scheduled on duty. Right now, we have to use a little overtime because we have a vacancy and we have 1 on light duty. So that is costing us a little extra money. And we also are having to use our assistant detention supervisor and our detention supervisor as staffing at the time. So they are not able to focus the type of time that we would have hoped on administrative functions and clerical paperwork, those type of issues. So we currently have 10 total detention officers, but right now we're basically 2 short as far as our staffing goes. So 1 more would give us the opportunity to cover light duty, attrition, free up our supervisors to be able to focus on their administrative duties, cover sick days, holidays, vacation, and give us an opportunity to, let's say, adapt the schedule a little more so that we do never miss the 2 minimum staffing that we're striving for. This would cost us about $59,000. Priority number 6, key warden program. This is a pretty cool piece of equipment that we've been looking at. The police department has over 100 keys. They're in a little box in dispatch where people go in and they sign their name and they may or may not bring it back or they may take it home. And our security is, to be honest, it stinks. It's not good as far as our vehicle keys, our facility keys, our storage keys. They're just kind of floating out there and we have not done a good job historically of taking care of them. So we looked at this program, which is fantastic. This is a piece of equipment that any employee would either use their ID card or a PIN number, and it's a secure desktop or tabletop expandable unit that holds, I think it's 96 is the one we're looking at for this price, of course. And so they would punch in their code, punch in the key number. If they have access to that key, it will release it for them. When they come back to return it, they have to punch in the code, punch in the spot, put the key back, and they're fully accounted for. This is related to our property and evidence management, and it's time for us to do a better job at securing our keys and taking care of them, and knowing who has them and who doesn't. And so we're pretty excited about this one. We like it, we need it. It's a lower priority, and if so, there are no funding options for it, so that's not a problem. Priority number 7. Our last and final one. In our communication center, of course, they are staffed 24/7. We have 4 stations in there, which are usually staffed by 3 at any given time. So there are a lot of individuals working in this tiny little dark room that has no ventilation, and it gets a little filthy, to be honest. And I'm not talking about standard cleaning. I'm talking about within the cabinets and within the wiring and where everything is stored. You know, they each have 10 monitors and 3 computers and a fan drill is running, and there's a little bit of heat running through all of the technology. And so for years, communications have been asking for a deep cleaning. We finally gave them that last year. We paid for it, brought it out. The company came out, used these special vacuums, these special filters, these special green cleaners, And they brought us bags of gunk and dust that they had found in the consoles, amongst the wiring, in the computers, and we thought, that's never gonna happen again. It had been years since we had ever done anything like that. And so this request is to have that done on an annual basis. It will protect the technology, it will protect the computer. It will keep them from overheating and failing to work because they get, well, too much stuff in dirt. It kind of nasty. And then, of course, in turn, the cleaner we keep that environment, the healthier it's going to be. So our hope is that it will reduce sick time usage and keep our staff a little healthier and on board. So this is our police roster. This is where we currently sit. 130.5 total personnel, 95 sworn officers, and 35 and a half civilians. This is our organizational chart. The next several pages are our organizational chart. I broke it out for you, but they're real simple. This is our overall. The little green boxes are the added positions where they would be if they are approved or added to the department. This is our administration. Community services with the addition of the detention officer. This was done several weeks ago, so some of the vacancies have changed, but the little red boxes are where we have vacancies as well. Our communications division, our support services division, our patrol division with a couple of vacancies and a couple of additional officers. Our secondary patrol division with the special crimes unit, officers and sergeant, and then of course, additional officers. Criminal investigation division. We have since filled the motor position, so you'll start seeing more motorcycles out and about. And then, of course, our cyber occurrence detection division, if it is so approved. These are our summary slides. The first slide is number 1 through 3 with the PPP program, the title, with a small description, and then, of course, the amount per increase. Second slide is the remainder, and the last slide is I'm done. Do you have any questions at all?
We don't have a lot of vacancies.
We don't right now, we're very lucky. We have more vacancies this minute, just simply because we had 2 or 3 leave in the last couple of weeks since we had updated that, but we are still in a really good place as far as vacancies go. I'm very happy. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have one. I know that, that when we hired the officer to help us cover, I believe it's Sunnyvale, is that right? The detention officer?
Oh, Saxy, I'm sorry.
Saxy,
I'm sorry. I meant to talk about the detention. Yes, we are housing Saxy's prisoners.
Yes.
We did have a prisoner, detention officer last year that Saxy's currently paid for.
Yes, so I know that we were hoping that that hire would help us cover what we knew was a shortage in our detention staff. So can you address how taking on those detainees and what ratio it's affected our staffing?
No problem. It's about a 10-to-1 ratio. We arrest between 100 and 130 individuals a month and process them in our jail in Rowlett. Saxy brings somewhere around 10 on average, to be honest. So it is not significant as far as the number of personnel that they bring over. It has helped tremendously in enabling us to free up the supervisors and to work towards the 2-officer minimum staffing. We just want to get a little bit closer to where we're comfortable and knowing that when folks take time off and call in sick, we don't have to move shifts, we don't have to pay overtime. So that's kind of where we're at. But it's about a 10-to-1 ratio as far as arrests and looking to go between Rowlett and Saxy.
And do we have to do any transports for them, or do they come and do that with sheriffs? Okay.
They handle their own transports. We just simply help them process in, we move them in, we help them with their arraignments or magistrations, and then we just house and feed them.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chief. What is our current minimum patrol shift? What is the staff?
7 is our minimum patrol staffing on the streets. 6 officers plus 1 supervisor.
Okay. Do you think that that level is sustainable now? Is that, forget Sapphire Bay, pretend that doesn't even exist. Is that even a sustainable level right now?
No. We are right on the edge. And that's why we're asking for 4 patrol officers a year, which will help out with the minimum staffing as well. Initially, it was 8, like I said, when we started, because we want to get up to a minimum of 10 or 12 on the street. With so many other needs, I'm just not sure that's realistic anytime soon. So right now, if we can increase one this year, and then of course Sapphire Bay, which will help us with the rest of the city, and then maybe increase another one 2 or 3 years from now, we can get to that 9 or 10 minimum staffing, but it would be a few years.
Yeah, I just find it mind-boggling, a city with 73,000 people and minimum staffing with 7 officers on the street at a time. It's kind of sobering.
And when I started here, it was 5, so just let you know.
That is scary.
Yeah.
A little catch up to do, yeah.
Any other questions? Everybody good?
Thank
very
you,
much for your
Chief.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
Alright, so at this point, we are ahead of schedule, you guys know all day. So what I would like to do is spend some time that we would go use tomorrow and kind of just recapitulate where we think we are, because, you know, you're hearing from all the departments and you're going to hear from some more tomorrow morning. So I just want to kind of give you a perspective of where we think we are. But why don't we take at least one last 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll do that part, and you'll still get out of here a little early today. All right? All right. So just we're going to spend a few minutes do some of the boards and commission requests while we have a minute, and then we're going to do some summary of where we think we are. So as you know, every year we ask our boards and commissions what are the things that you're thinking of. So you hear from the department, sometimes we get new ideas from council members themselves. And then in addition to that, we also hear from our boards and commissions. So this year we have a request from Arts and Humanities. Arts and Humanities, as you know, they have, there's an annual operating budget around this $13,000 range that they've had for many, many years. You know, they do the calendar out of it. They do other support types of programs. They have the, you know, the writing contest and the art contest and photos. So the other thing that we started a few years ago was to set aside some money for sculptures, for art, the physical part of the art. So what they're asking for this year, obviously the $33,600, which also includes some of the maintenance costs. And there is the funding that we gave them in this year was 23.2. As you'll remember, we removed the sculpture part of last year's budget when we were doing all the cuts because of COVID. And so what they're asking for is $33,600 at this point. They want to make sure that we have maintenance dollars to maintain the art that we have. In the planning process, I know Neil has already walked out, but they have a piece of art that they're in the planning process now for the new fire station number 2. Yep. And then I think, and I'll look at accounting, I think there's some leftover sculpture money we have not yet spent that may carry over. But that is what they're asking for this year, is for $33,600, and that is about $10,000 more than what we did in the current budget. But had we not had COVID, then we might have had a different level of discussion about future art and sculptures. Golf Advisory Board, you know, obviously that's a very different animal. We have not had an ongoing level of spending for several years now since we eliminated, or since we refinanced those bonds. So we have a skinny of about $10,000 between the lease revenue that they give us and the debt payments. And we use that to help with our audit money. You know, for people to come out, for Sandy Queen to come out and do the audit on Exhibit F. So what they're asking for this year, as you know, council set aside, we fully funded what our target amount for debt service, which is 1 year's debt service. So that part got done. And then council also set aside $100,000 for future maintenance projects. So on top of that, they are asking for $50,000 for next year, and either Robert or Matt needs to help me remember, is that to come out of the 100 or on top of the 100? Top of the 100, okay. Should have looked at Angie, you know that.
That would just be an ongoing, that got funded every single year to continue to build up on top of the 100 to work on those maintenance projects in the capital.
Okay. Keep Rowlett beautiful. So keep Rowlett beautiful, as you all know, they keep Rowlett beautiful. So our allotment this year is $40,000. They're asking for $40,000 for next year. Keep Rowlett beautiful obviously provides a lot of community programs. That we usually do a lakeshore cleanup. There's also some of the newer stuff that they're doing with the Texas Tree Foundation, the Green Tree. And then, of course, you know, some of the, I think we do it twice a year, and maybe it's 3 times, where at the high school, people can come in and get rid of the recycling, stuff that's just building up in the garage. And as you guys know, if there's not a place to do it and distribute it, get rid of it, they're gonna put it in the trash. So that's one thing that we're able to do. So, and then I think, you know, this year, obviously, adopting historic coal house for Christmas was really cool. Oh, and I sorry about that. I just wanted to point out the new van. So, see the van, top left-hand corner. So we have it now out in front of the City Hall parking lot. So if you drive by, you can still see how colorful that is. So that is definitely sitting out there.
That was a COG grant, by the way, Mayor.
Well, I should have looked, Mayor. I didn't realize. Okay.
No, I heard.
Okay.
And that's good to know. I think we do so-so with COG grants, so-so. I think we don't do very well at all with programs that they have, so.
Yeah.
All right, so then Rowlett Chamber of Commerce, we have $100,000 that we provide. $50,000 of that comes from economic development, and $50,000 of that comes from our general. Did I do that backwards? It's $50,000 total, 25 from economic development and 25 from the city of Rowlett's general fund budget. So that's all they're asking for this year. So they're not asking for an increase, but they are asking for $50,000. Rowlett Citizens Core Council, we are funding them at 25. They are asking for, I thought they were asking for 35. They are asking for 35 this year. There it is. They want to use it to offset expenses incurred in the normal course of business and targeted purposes from their board of directors. They have 7 programs, 325 volunteers right now over 6 counties. They would use the funds to enhance training, upgrade and expand equipment, and fund public education preparedness campaigns. So that is their request this year. And then the Senior Advisory Board, we set aside $25,000. They're not asking for an increase, but they are asking for the $25,000 again. Part of that would be to continue the program with the golf cart. They love that program, and they feel like it helps some of our seniors that have a harder time trying to walk up that ramp. And then on top of that, they want to continue to purchase dark day passes. So that's a big program for them. They're very happy with it, and they want to continue with that program. You know, last year obviously would have been a very unusual year. You know, after a year or two of seeing it, you had a drop last year, but it should come back up. So that is the boards and commission requests, and I think that is all of them.
Brian, was there anything in there for co-ed? They're 5,000.
We had the, what is it, the 30,000 that was funded this year, and there is a last slide. Okay. So we already have the 5,000 a year that that council had already kind of committed a year ago. That's already in our base budget. Then on top of that, we had the 30,000 that council indicated they wanted to do back in January.
Yeah. I was just concerned about the 5.
No, the five.
Because if it's already built in, that's fine. I just didn't see a slide that said, here, they're getting 5.
And we should have added it, given the context of what we're doing, we should have had that on there, and I apologize for that.
Where's DE&I?
What's that?
Diverse.
RDEIC
Yeah.
is what you guys all know that word as.
The regular nomenclature in the world is DE&I.
So, did they have a request, Robert?
Yeah. They absolutely did. Manal needs to.
No, I just texted her, so I'll get an answer to that.
All right, we'll get you a quick answer on that one, and, community development block grant, I don't think that was, I think that's just an extra slide for the discussion. Okay. We will come back to that on the RDIC here in just a bit. In your PBB book, there is a page that's in light red, alternating. It's about the 5th page, I guess, maybe from the, this is your PBB notebook. The PBB notebook, yeah. So if you go to the very front of your entire notebook, okay, Brownie gets a brownie because he found it first.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt got another one, and the mayor.
I've been here forever.
She started out.
Okay, this is, one thing I wanted to point out in here is that, you know, you're hearing from all the departments today, and in the morning we should wrap that up. And it looks like, based on the conversations we're having, we'll probably end up wrapping up a little bit early tomorrow, which means that we'll have a little extra time to do a summary recap. What I wanted to point out, this is the totality of all requests. The reason I'm bringing this up is that, as council, as you know, in years past, one thing that council has asked, we started doing it, it's either 2 or 3 years ago, it was pre-COVID, but the question council asked is that they realized that when the city manager submits the proposed budget in August, there are always requests that don't make it to that final submission. And so council had asked at that time, we just want to know what was asked for that was not included in the proposed budget, in case there are things that you may want to either ask about or maybe even debate a little bit about in terms of priorities. You know, why not do, you know, this program over that program, or why not add cost to this or that? So this is the general fund portion of this would be about 2.7 billion. This is if we did everything, and I've never seen a budget where everything got funded. So, but this is the totality of the entire population of requests, 2.7 billion, plus in other funds about another $258,000 for other types of requests. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to the summary.
Hang on, Brian, but that doesn't even include the salary increases.
No, ma'am, it does not. This is the department-specific request. We treat that one as global.
Okay, but I don't want anybody walking away from here thinking we got a 2.7.
No, this is why I'm going to do this summary slide here. If she could, she'll pull that up. It's a PowerPoint slide. It's just one slide in it. I don't remember the name of it. Okay, this is the one. Thank you. Okay, so here, so we now have had, obviously we've been working for months now on the department side on this, but we also, this entire budget is a process. And so every time we meet, the next time we meet, we've learned a little more. The next time we meet, we've learned a little more. And as you know, we still never know the property taxes until the end of July, or in the case of last year, not until December. So, which is, you know, an anomaly. So what we wanted to show you is where we think we are in terms of resources now, and then kind of what some of the thinking was in terms of the request. So you may remember that when Wendy did the presentation a couple of weeks ago to council, she was saying that based on the revenues we knew at the time, which was sales taxes were up hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that property taxes may not benefit the general fund this year very much. So when the dust settled and we put in all the new contract increases and pulled out all the one-time money from the previous year, when that dust settled, we were about 800,000 to the good, give or take a little bit, some change. Then in the discussion with council, we identified past practices where when we've tried to manage our INS rate, that sometimes it left us a little money for a tax note. So we identified maybe we could have about 450,000 there. And then also we talked about the Proposition B. And so the discussion at that time was, look, let's keep the tax rate the same and let's focus just on that this year. And so that's about $1 million impact to the general fund. And then as I alluded to, we'll spend a little more time on it tomorrow, but department program reduction, that's through the initial exercise we did with PPD, has identified about almost $350,000 worth of reductions, and it comes from all kinds of different things, which is why I can't tell you it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 specific items in this moment, because it's a lot of different things. As a part of that exercise, we've also identified other programs for more work, but at least our recognition was, knowing what we thought we do here, that there wasn't any way we were going to be able to get anywhere close without trying to look at our existing costs. And where we're not spending money historically, why are we leaving it there when we can repurpose it? So for one example, working with Parks and Rec, we saw is that there is, we're consistently coming in about $50,000 less in our mowing contracts and medians. And one thing council talked about was the desire to maybe repurpose some additional dollars on Highway 66. So, maybe that's the place we can pull from. But it is definitely one of the things we identified in the $350,000 or $340,000. And then here's this last piece. So when we met in January, the dust had settled on property tax valuation. At that point, we had the final adjustments, and then all protests were done. So at that point, we knew how much money, and we might have made some different decisions had we known that last August when we went through the budget process, but we didn't. And at that point, council decided to do some raises, and we hired a few more positions, and we did some things like that. So so now we have the complete May comfort, the comprehensive monthly financial report from May, plus we kind of know where we think we are so far in June. And so what we've talked about is that we believe the surplus this year will be higher than what we thought it would be even in January. So one of the discussions we'll have tomorrow when we go through the ARPA funding, you'll remember, is that when we met in January, we didn't allocate every dollar that we thought we might have. You'll remember we put some of the clawback, or we put some of it in the grant fund for the clawback, about $750,000. On top of that, we had almost $500,000 left over that, after the winter storm, I kind of started saying, maybe we want to do the generator for the RCC. And of course, the ARPA money would even give us money to do other utility projects. So what Wendy and I and staff have talked about is that money is already parked for a discussion that we may be able to even have another $500,000 out of this year's surplus. So why is that important? Because we could use some of this money to help with some of the one-time costs on this side of the equation, if that makes sense. So you'll remember, Gary would like to do that complete the PCI review every 4 years, so that was over $100,000, so you could use one-time money for that, but you wouldn't want to use your ongoing money for it. Another one you might want to do, some of the equipment that we talked about purchasing. So you could do some of the equipment out of that one-time money. And what that does, it helps preserve above the line this money for ongoing, for raises, people, some of the program costs that would be continue on and that would be ongoing. So here's what I kind of wanted to do today. You've now, we went through, you've heard the utility fund, which I think is, kind of keep that maybe a little separate because I think we have a plan for that, and we have a future plan to the future contract on the water district. You started hearing from some of the departments. You have not heard from all of them, but I thought it was really important to not leave today without letting you know where we think we are. And here is the seesaw effect. If I want to sit on one side, the other side's coming up, right? So the more we put into pay, the less people we can hire. The more people we hire, then the less we can put into pay. That's your seesaw effect. Not to mention some of your equipment and some of the other things. Now, we still have flexibility. We're still, guys, in this meeting, we're at the 30,000 foot level. You're not making a decision on, I want that police car in the budget. You get to do that in August after we give you my final proposed document. This is strategy. This is about, what are we willing to do? How close to the mark are you willing to get once you kind of know everything? So if we sure would love to be able to bring pay all the way to the mean average, but if that means I can't hire 2 more police officers, maybe we're okay with half, being 25% off the mark, or if I've got to hire that other fire inspector, maybe it's 0.8 off the mark. Those are the kind of things that I think we need to be weighing, and that's the feedback and input that we think are really, really important as we kind of get into July and try to wrap some of this stuff up and do some final things. We're still crossing our fingers about property taxes, but I think we know enough to know we're not going to get a windfall this year from that. And then when we allocate the ARPA funds tomorrow, that's going to meet a lot of needs that we're not even talking about in this budget. This budget, we would have recommended probably as kind of as the fire chief mentioned, as a incremental approach to maybe trying to do one of the generators per lift station each year, which then would take 13 years to do. Well, you'll hear tomorrow, you have the resources, why not knock them all out at one time out of that bucket of money, which is available, and not have to try to dip into our annual money this year to do that. And then, let's see, what else I mentioned.
Hey, Brian, while you're looking,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't tell from the agenda, I can't remember our discussions. Are we gonna have a little bit more of a detailed discussion on the property tax estimates, or is that, I guess we did.
We're still too early for that, Mayor.
Okay.
What you heard 2 weeks ago is still the best information we have. We can still bring back up the slides.
Well, what I can't remember, because you and I talk, and then we talk as a council, so I get confused sometimes what we talked as a group. Have you all seen what we think is gonna happen because of the senior tax freeze and the senior tax exemptions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that the group
Last
discussion?
workshop.
Okay,
Yes.
I couldn't remember which it was.
We had some really good slides on that. Matter of fact, I feel like that's what helped us make the decision that we're to hold the line this year, or at least, to get to this meeting, that discussion.
Okay, I couldn't remember, thanks.
We did. So, I know we can end up leaving a little early today. I don't think that's a bad thing, but what questions do you have today that you might want to see tomorrow or see in the coming weeks? I'm not going to ask you for decision points yet, because we'll do that tomorrow. But, I know.
Are we gonna go through this tomorrow?
Yes, we are, Larry, but I'm sorry. The one thing I did want us to go through, I'll need help. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll need help, is the blue slide. Which thing you got?
I know, it's gonna have some flag.
And Mayor, yes, we are. So, it's the blue color. This one. No. Here it is. All right. So I did want to say this today. So we have sent this out to you. This was the exercise that you did the other day where you came up with, and you got to use the little green coins to vote for what your top priorities were. This is that priority. And you'll remember one of the things that I told you I was going to ask for when we're through with the 2 days is where's our cutoff? Do we have a top 4 priorities? Is it top 10? Is it 12? You know, taking into context, everything that we need to do as an organization, some of which, you know, are not even on this list, but you know how important they are, like preparing for a bond election next May, if we go there, continuing to work on Sapphire Bay. What are those most important things? So we do have the Sapphire Bay Fire and Police Stations down here, and I think it's, 7 down, something like that. Hiring a downtown manager. What does that look like? Is it full-time? Is it part-time? Is it seasonal? Is it a contract to start with and then maybe moving into that at some point? The long-term strategy for Waterview Golf Course. We had a little bit of a dispute, Matt, with staff, so you're going to get to referee that one right now. So is that really just having the maintenance plan and having a system in place to make sure it's done, or is it a commitment to spending X dollars per year, or is it both? Or we don't know yet. We're going to work on it and figure it out.
It's a combination of all of the above, because we don't even, to me, we don't even know, we don't have a strategy around any of it. We're working through the plan to know what long-term capital costs would be. So then that's one decision point is how do you start to fund that? You have improvements that might need to be there. But then there's, what future plan is there in terms of relationship with American Golf? Option A, B, C based on different scenarios. We never really looked at all of that and had a real big discussion of what ifs. What if American Golf went bankrupt tomorrow and came and throw us the keys? What if we continue to have to take them and put them in notice of default? What if, to me, that is such an unstable relationship that we need to have all of those what if conversations and kind of have a plan, at least have thought out plans, so we're not reactively addressing something versus proactively. Because if it's, let's say at one point, hypothetically we wanted to say, hey, we're tired of them and we want to get out of this. Okay, what do we need to start doing to prepare for that? And what is that number that we need to have in a potential deal? We've never had those conversations. We don't have a plan. Right now we're just kind of being reactive to them. And that's what I mean by long-term strategy. So in terms of funding impact, I don't see it as, I think we need to start keep putting money towards it so that we can continue to keep the investments in our assets where they need to be and not fall backwards. And then the other part of it is do we need to hire a contractor to help us start to put that together? Probably. Or is that what we do in-house? That's kind of my thought process that I think we really need to go there because I think we're not there yet.
Okay, I got you. So that is partly what I was getting at here, is that not all of these mean we're going to do something about this immediately. In case we may have to build a strategy or develop one or build a plan, and then be able to implement that going forward in the future. So that is really what you're after there. And some of the others we've talked about, the Miller Road Bridge funding. So that ended up fourth on the list. And so as I heard in that conversation is that if we're going to mobilize a regional effort or coalition to help make this thing happen, we got to start building that now. I know we have some initial funding and stuff, but we're going to have to start, forcing the conversations to occur, have the right people in the room, and start having those conversations. So, that obviously is not a short-term thing. that's going to take work, effort, time, and commitment to make it happen. So my question to you is, now that you've had a chance to see this, are you generally happy with the ranking? Or is there something that is so glaringly off here, something we've forgotten, something we missed? Is there any initial feedback on this?
In general, I thought the purchase of generators for the sewer lift stations should have been a little higher.
Yeah, it is, okay, but see, okay, and my suspicion, maybe one of the reasons is that we think that the answer is going to come out of the RPA money.
That's why I didn't vote for it, because I thought it was gonna happen anyway.
Yeah.
But you are right, for me, I didn't get to vote, but had I voted, that would have been one of my votes would have been.
Brian,
Yes, sir.
I think one of the things that would help is if there was a financial impact statement
Exactly.
attached to each one of these, because some of these are just plans,
Right.
right? Other ones are financial impact, right? Where we actually do have to draw a line and say, what can we afford? Plans really don't, they're staff time, so doesn't have a lot of impact there. So I think if we were able to separate these into two different things, that one that had a real financial impact of what we want to do, and the other one as to just plans and strategic planning items and things like that, I think that would clarify this list a lot.
All right, so it's a good point, and we actually did have that discussion among staff, and, you know, part of the challenge back is that I don't think we heard enough from staff to know how much that is, but we have pieces. So, for example, we now know what the Golf Advisory Board would like to have on an ongoing basis, you know, $50,000 a year. So obviously that would help with number 6. Some of the other things, like how much more for marketing, or what would it cost to hire a downtown manager, or what is the gap that we have on the Miller Road Bridge? Some of that we have answers to. So what we could start doing is pulling together what we know, and then just identify with, you know, maybe question marks what we don't know yet.
Yeah, because even if we don't know what the ballpark or even the specific amount is, if we know that there's a financial price attached to that, we know it goes in this column. And I think that would help to really split the two, make a lot more sense of it.
Good point.
Well, I also think it's, to Whitney's point, is also, some of this stuff is one-time costs that you could identify and start to prioritize, like shading on playgrounds. You know, that might be a really good use of ARP or the extra funds. But then, like, Zero Votes was financing for the conference center, you know, really it's a strategic plan that needs to be number 1. So it's almost like we need 2 lists, you know, one-time funding with budget impacts, and then planning, long-term planning priorities in terms of what do we need to be prepared.
Oh, no, we're sticking to one list.
Hear you. Maybe another column.
Yeah.
One time versus strategy.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
I have a request and a project for the Golf Advisory Board if they choose to accept it. We all keep hearing and have heard over the years, you know, just get rid of the golf course, level it, put homes up. You know, again, we haven't done a great job marketing the benefits of the golf course and how lucky we have been that we have had this asset in our community without the financial downward pull in our budget. Just an incredible, you know, windfall for this community, but it's hard for some residents to realize that. I sure would like some kind of, you know, economic development analysis and, you know, what is the value of the golf course to this city and why? And what would happen if we didn't have that? What would happen to the value of our neighborhoods as a result of losing that asset versus the tax base if we leveled that golf course and put homes in there? There's golf course, you know, you look at the Garland situation that lost, you know, their golf course. I just think it would be, instead of just having the ability to say, oh no, that golf course is really important to us, it would be good to be able to have some more talking points to that. So I don't know if that's the golf advisory board or, but I think it would be,
Maybe a combination.
yeah, but I think it would be better, I think it's important.
One thing Golf Advisory Board is going to start focusing on at their very next meeting is how do they help with marketing? So how do they get information out about marketing the course, where the course is, how do they reach out to their citizens, how do they help with that element? But I can work with Jim to get kind of that economic development analyst, because Jim can do that stuff in his head backwards very
Yeah.
quickly. So
I think we need to be armed with that information.
but the Golf Advisory Board absolutely is going to start down that marketing path.
Good.
So you may remember a few years ago, and you guys did this work, Angie, probably when you were here, but, you know, the question came up in parks. What is the value that parks add to a neighborhood? And you heard, Aaron will do that, he will tomorrow. But one of the things that they found in the white paper at that time was that it added about 20% in housing value for those in the immediate area or whatever that walking distance was. So about 20%. That changes the narrative when you start talking about these little pocket parks or neighborhood parks for everybody that lives in that area that can walk to it. It's a huge value.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
it's a
you
great
tell
point.
Waterview neighborhood that they're gonna lose 20% of their value, that's a different talking point than, we need a golf course because it's important to our city, you know?
Yeah, that would be an interesting analysis, because you're lost in property values, putting homes on there, I bet you want to.
Oh, more than that.
Put it in there.
Well, and even if you turn it over for private development, you can't build homes on the entire 7,000 acre or 7,000 yards of district.
Well, you know, we all know the break even of city services versus home value. And then, you know, if you were to lose that asset, we're not talking about losing that asset. I'm just talking about, we have to have a better narrative to get information out to our public in regards to the value of our golf course.
Very good point there. Any other thoughts about this? What I really was kind of interested in is that now that we've done it, was there anything missing from the list that we would have said, oh, wish we would have put that on there? And if not, we can still continue the conversation tomorrow. But mainly, I just wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to discuss your final ranked list.
One thing that helps staff assign elders is to make sure we understand when it says North Shore Marketing Week, what exactly does that mean to council? Just like the long range golf planning, is it the 50,000 we put in here earlier, is it a true master plan, long range planning for the course? And those two things are different color. And so I don't know if we have time to do that today, talk through some of the major ones that, you know, is it funding for Miller Road Bridge, or is it how do we plan for the funding for Miller Road Bridge?
So it's a good point Angie bringing up, and it is one that we're talking about, or have talked about, but it really is, or is council comfortable with staff wrestling with that first and coming back with some options? Or do you have something specific in mind that you want to say, no, for me, it's $100,000 a year?
I think you should wrestle with it.
That's why I think you need another column, because some of them are in there having very distinct things, like shape.
Right.
You can say, we've got this many playgrounds, it would cost us this much money to put a shade structure over all of them. And some of those other ones are really strategic, should be in your long-term work plan. So like, if there's an opportunity, it should be on your top of your list, that if there is a funding opportunity for Merritt Road or Miller Road, that we need to be applying for it, and it needs to be on your list.
Okay, but I would add this though. I mean, you know, I don't know that I want staff to have to come all the way down to here and do that legwork.
I can do it.
So, but as I think of what I heard from council, you guys are okay with us starting with that first, coming back, and we can have a discussion about what that looks like, what we think that you might have been, and then you guys can help clarify, yes, either yes, or please go back to the drawing board.
And also, there could be partnership or grant opportunities that would reduce the cost of some of these that may move them up the list.
Some of those may have funding worked in, help fund other things on them.
All right, we are done for today. And before the mayor dismisses us, one thing I would let you know, we are going to be in the same room tomorrow. So I would encourage you to take personal notes or notebooks or, your purse or whatever else you might have. But there are some things that we are going to leave here overnight. Guys, thank you so much. We start again right at 8 o'clock again in the morning. And
We are adjourned.
Right, right-eyed and wish you